The simple job of only perishing to the hero. Chapter 00, Prologue. It was an infinite darkness. No matter how far one went, there was no end. No matter how long one waited, there was no dawn. There was one spot where there was light. A throne that floated within the darkness only there. A dark clump that had the shape of a person sat on that throne. Its shining red eyes, they asserted that it wasn't just some darkness or a type of shadow. Then again, it wasn't like that was its true form. But it wasn't like it had a true form. It became like this after abdicating its right and responsibility to establish its form. That was all. That thing that had abdicated even its name, it was something called the Demon God. Demon God. The summit of all demons. The creator of all demons. The enemy of all good. The enemy of all evil. The tolerator of all good. The tolerator of all evil. The one who affirms all contradictions. The one who transcends all logic. In this place where even chaos is seen as well-reasoned, the demon god looked down upon the thing that was before its eyes. It was formerly a human that was called Nakajima Ryu. Now then, I guess I'll first take an appearance that would be easy for you to talk to. When the demon god said that, it searched through Ryu's soul. It arranged itself into an appearance that Ryu would fear the least, and would most easily hold a favorable impression of. I see. So this kind of thing is to your liking. After who knows how much time, the figure of a young lady appeared on the throne of darkness. Her black hair grew down to her shoulders, and her forelocks were cut to the same length. She had black eyes that had a bit of an intense impression. With her light red lips bent into the shape of a smile, what covered the demon god's body was a black dress. Now then, I will explain the situation to you. The demon god, she leaned her back against the throne that had gotten bigger compared to her body that had transformed into a little girl, and started to explain to Ryu with a tone of voice that matched her body that had transformed into a little girl. You have already died. Nakajima Ryu, 29 years old. The cause of death was a heart attack. Despite being informed that the Ryu before the demon god was silent, no, he was unable to give forth words. It was because right now, the soul that was once Ryu had become something similar to a lightly dirtied porcelain-made marionette. It seems that you truly lived a worthless life. He did as much as possible to not trouble other people. Not desiring higher places, he knew his place. Although he did have aspirations, the hand he extended was small. Nakajima Ryu, he lived a life that a great majority of people would call normal, or maybe, a life that was a bit lower than normal. Such a life, the demon god judged it to be worthless. However, that was also something that couldn't be helped. Having lived while just going with the flow, there were an extremely small amount of things that Ryu had decided upon by his own will. Ryu's soul, which feared the idea of getting hurt and still went with the flow, as if to embody that, did not have a human appearance but took the appearance of a porcelain-made marionette. However, you are quite fortunate. Expressing a hypocritic-like smile that seemed like it would be expressed by a human of unscrupulous business practices, the demon god stood up from the throne. As a matter of fact, there is a world where a vacancy for Demon King has just opened up, you see. I was thinking of sending you there. A Demon King seat became vacant. That sounded like it had the meaning of them having perished. However, approaching the still silent Ryu, the demon god talked while making her smile stronger. There's no need for you to worry. I will recreate you into a form suitable for starting off as a demon king. Even the contents of the job aren't all that hard, is what the demon god laughed. It's a simple job of only perishing to the hero. If you expect more than that, well, I guess it all depends on you. When she said that, the demon god smashed Ryu into tiny pieces with a single swing of her arm. The name of your new self is, let's see, UN. I'll think about it until I'm done creating you. It was there that the thing of consciousness that was once Nakajima Ryu completely came to an end. Chapter 01. Demon King Vermudal came to his senses on the throne. Good morning, Demon King Summer. A clear and dignified voice entered Vermudal's ears. The owner of that voice was a woman. Looking at her, she had taken a bow where she was on one knee in front of Vermudal. She had long black hair, and voluptuous bulges on her chest area that asserted that she was female. Clothes that made black its basic theme covered her lean body. It was similar to the thing that was called maid clothes in the world that Vermudal was formerly in. That being said, since he had not seen the real thing in his former world, he didn't know whether or not it was truly maid clothes. To begin with, the maid that Vermudal knew of did not wear breast armor on top of their maid clothes. Above all, the gigantic shield that was placed at that woman's side and the sword that hung at her waist, those were things that were too ill-matched for the maid that Vermudal knew of. When he made a short reply, Vermudal checked his own appearance. The clothes that he was wearing, it had black as its basic theme, had gold and silver thread, and was garnished with gems in various places. The chair that he was sitting on, it seemed to have been cut from black stone or something, and minute patterns were carved into the arm rests and back. Vermudal was unable to imagine just how much time it would take to create something to this extent. Aqua mirror. When the woman in front of him chanted that, something that looked like a mirror appeared in front of Vermudal. His own appearance that was reflected there was completely different from when he was once Nakajima Ryu. First, his age was either in his teens to the early half of his 20s, it was probably near a time where he would be called a young man. A thin man of delicate features, the skin of his body was overall white, his black hair was cut a bit on the long side, and he had red eyes. Seeing that well-featured appearance, there was probably no person that could tell that he was the same person as his former self. So, you are? I am called Ichika, a maid knight. With those words as keywords, information was spread out in Vermudal's field of vision. Name, Ichika. Race, Magian. Rank, unknown. Occupation, maid knight. Details, unknown. What was spread out in Vermudal's field of vision right now was something called status. Vermudal, who was a demon king, was able to confirm the other party's status with magic. However, it wasn't as if he was able to read all of their information with that. If it was used against an influential person, it was only natural that they would have protect cast upon their own status for the sake of protection, and Ichika was one of them. It would seem that your knowledge has adapted to this world. With Ichika's words, Vermudal realized it. Status confirming magic, no, to begin with, the thing called magic didn't exist in the world that Vermudal was originally in. And just now, Vermudal had applied it without any sort of doubt. I believe that there will be many times where you will be swayed by your common sense and memories of your original world for a while. Therefore, I shall support you. Ichika stood up saying that, and then took Vermudal's hand that was on the throne. Welcome to Reemphilia, Demon King Vermudal Summer. No matter what path you choose from now on, I shall nestle close to that path. When Vermudal got up from the throne as if being led by Ichika, he surveyed the vicinity. Ichika, was it? Yes, Demon King Summer. What was spread out in Vermudal's view was something similar to ruins. The stone walls crumbled here and there. There was no ceiling, and an overcast sky stretched out. Pillars that were probably magnificent once were altogether broken, and there were many places on the floor that looked like they would collapse. According to my knowledge, if I'm not mistaken, this place is the castle of the Demon King, but... Yes, it is because about 120 years have passed since the previous Demon King perished. Vermudal breathed a sigh from those words. I see. In that case, it needs to be repaired. There is no budget. NN? Feeling that he heard a questionable line for some reason, Vermudal reflexively asked a question in return. What was there none of? There is no budget. I mean. Ichika shut her eyes looking pitiful, and shook her head sideways. All of the property that was in the Demon King Castle had been sent to the hero party's pockets. Even the order that the previous Demon King had constructed has collapsed for a long time now, and I alone am the subordinate for the current Demon King Summer. Incidentally, the budget is only the small amount of funds that I had collected until Demon King Summer had awakened. In other words, I believe that the resurrection of the Demon King army is urgent business. Until then, the household finances, or rather, the financial affairs will be handled by me. With the situation that he had not expected, Vermudol approached a crumbled wall while staggering. What could be seen from the collapsed wall was the scenery of the Dark Continent. He could tell that this was a land unsuitable for people to live in. Most likely, the hero or whatever probably wouldn't come attacking immediately. What the hell? When he suddenly looked down, there was something that looked like field where the rough ground had been tilled. When informed that potatoes are being grown by Ichika, Vermudol immediately ended up wanting to cry. Remphilia. A world of swords and magic. A world where the Demon King Gramphia perished due to the hero, and humans celebrated peace. Like this, in a corner of that world, in a place called the Dark Continent, a new Demon King was born. Chapter 02. So, Ichika. Just how much do you know? Potato and salt soup was placed on top of a quickly constructed desk of piled-up crumbled stone walls. While seated on a stone that was placed on his side of the desk, Vermudol asked a question to Ichika. Simple knowledge of this world was already planted in him by the hand of the demon god. However, he had absolutely no idea about what the current situation was. Let's see. First, Demon King Summer, please hide the fact that you were originally a human from a different world from other people. When she placed a spoon that looked like it was created out from stone in front of Vermudol's hand, Ichika stood at his side. What do you mean by that? It means that I was specially created by that personage. Ichika explained to Vermudol that she herself was an existence that was different from the general Mazoku and monsters. Mazoku and monsters were species that were created by the Demon King who was their top. In this Dark Continent, there existed things that Gramphia, the previous Demon King, had created in various places. If examples were to be given, there was the demi-humans that had green skin, had a height that was about half that of a human's, had low intelligence, and possessed a highly brutal nature, the goblins, possessing traits of beasts, and having vaguely similar forms and dexterity to people and beastmen, they boast voracious appetites and eat repulsive things, the bestia. With indefinite forms, they possess a bottomless toughness and regenerative ability, the amoeba. In addition to these which were famous and could be found anywhere, there were also Mazoku that possessed high abilities called Majin that existed. Even Ichika, who was a maid knight, came under the Majin. However, she was an existence that the demon god created for Vermudol's sake, is what Ichika explained. Even you, Demon King Summer, if I were to speak broadly, you are the summit of the Majin. The fact that Demon King Summer was actually a recycled scrapped soul, or rather, a reincarnator from another world, is something that should not be made known. You actually don't have anything like loyalty to me, do you? After he lightly glared at Ichika, who abruptly averted her gaze, Vermudol breathed his nth sigh today. Let's try to sort the current situation. First, the current location was the naturally ruined Demon King Castle. The livability of it was the worst, and there was nothing but unusable facilities. The garden that must have been beautiful in the past had become a wasteland, and Ichika's tilled field was in a corner of it. Next, financial affairs. According to Ichika, after the Demon King perished, the Majin went into a rivalry of local warlords, and without anyone who offered up goods to the perished king, namely to the Demon King, they instead got rid of anyone that even dared name themselves the Demon King. Therefore, all of his current fortune was only the contents of Ichika's purse. Finally, the Demon King army. The subordinates of Vermudol that would be his shield and sword to fight against the hero, was only Ichika. This is the worst. What are you telling me to do? Demon King Summer, it will go cold. Ichika brought the stone bowl before Vermudol's eyes. Comparing that Ichika and the stone bowl with his eyes, Vermudol accepted the bowl. Is this also handmade? It seemed that any and all sorts of silverware were taken away after all. While breathing a sigh, Vermudol brought the soup to his mouth. Although it was watery, the proper taste of salt spread out inside of Vermudol's mouth. Come to think of it, putting the potatoes aside, where did the salt come from? Even if these potatoes came from Ichika's field, the salt needed to be prepared from somewhere. Ichika shook her head sideways to Vermudol, who asked where she bought it from. I prepared it from the sea. I appreciate your hard work. He got a headache from the hard facts that he couldn't do anything about, but unless he did away with the current situation, he would perish in a flash by the hero who would hear about the birth of a new demon king. Attacked by such anxiety, Vermudol looked up at Ichika. In any case, I need to make my might bigger. What should I do? If you are fine with a quick method, there is one way. Let me hear it. When Ichika nodded, she placed a hand on the sword on her waist. To begin with, let us put one of the villages nearby under your control. Once you do, that will become the starting point of the reconstruction. Is that all right? In short, invade. She was saying something equivalent to that. When Vermudol turned doubtful eyes towards her, Ichika displayed a face that said she was upset. Demon King Summer, do you believe yourself to be the hero or something? That's right, Vermudol was the Demon King. If he were in existence on the side of humanity, it probably would have been fine if he did business with the potatoes that Ichika produced. But the job of a Demon King wasn't that of a potato merchant. Starting from there certainly would be new, but with that sort of start, there was no doubt that he would be made light of by the other Majin. That was something intolerable for Ichika. It was fine if he made detours. However, the beginning needed to be a method worthy of a Demon King. There is nothing to worry about. With Demon King Summer's authority, let us first put the colony of the goblins that exist in the castle town under your control. Can we do it? Ichika nodded at those words. First of all, obtaining at least one colony was important. From there, it was fine no matter what detours he would make. So as to convey that the demon kings of the past were the same, Vermudol would also discover his own method of domination. As his first subordinates for that sake, the low-intelligence goblins were just right for the job. Yes, just as Demon King Summer wishes. When Ichika responded with such, she expressed a dark smile and made an elegant bow. Chapter 03. A Goblin Colony. In that place where the castle town of the Demon King's castle once existed, the goblins carried on an unfettered lifestyle. Crude wooden fences, houses assembled together with randomly picked up tree branches and dry wood. It was a primitive society where the ones that possessed stronger tree branches were the strong ones and where the goblin shamans that did doubtful chants would advise the leader of the colony. The activities of goblins that could be found anywhere were certainly there, the center of such a colony. With the forest fruits that were today's results before his eyes, the chief rebuked the villagers' worthlessness. Because they did not have the ability to kill even a single beast, the goblins' staple food was mainly fruits. It would be easy to hunt animals if they came up with a bit better choice of weapons, but goblins didn't have the intelligence to come up with that. Chief, something coming. Is human? It human? The young goblins had never seen real humans. They had only heard of the wicked human called the hero from the stories passed down in their colony. However, the same went for the village chief. Because of that, he didn't possess any confidence when he saw them as they approached. Being a party of two, that group had heights that were about twice their own size. The man wore extravagant clothes that had black as its basic theme. He had black hair and red eyes. As for the woman, she wore durable-looking clothes that had black and white as its basic theme, but she had strong-looking armor and shield, as well as a splendid sword. She also had black hair and red eyes. Even if he didn't know whether they were humans or not, the village chief thought that that weapon looked strong. That there was no mistake that those clothes were also magnificent things. That surely, they would suit him better. Thinking such foolish things, the village chief envisioned a strong and cool-looking version of himself. And then, turning towards the human-like duo that was approaching, the village chief raised his voice. "Humans! Leave belongings." When the village chief struck the tree branch that he used in place of a staff on the ground to make a clang, the surrounding goblins took a fighting stance with their own tree branches. As intimidation, they emitted growls and bloodlust. However, as if completely not giving a damn about that, the woman talked to the man about something, and then approached the village chief with a relaxed walk. They were being looked down on. When he just barely understood only that, the village chief raised his voice to give an order to the goblins. "Kill." At the moment that he declared that, the atmosphere went gishiri and a warped sound was made. It was cold. His back teeth chattered and trembled. He couldn't move. Wrong. This was fear. The village head recognized it by instinct. The red-eyed woman that was before his eyes. That woman's eyes sparkled. Those eyes were tremendously terrifying. A fear that felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped. The source of that fear didn't stop walking. Slowly, she walked up, and looking down on the village chief, she opened her mouth. "Who were you going to kill?" The village chief was frightened and shook his head sideways. To say that wasn't it. To say that he didn't mean it. To say that he didn't think they were such scary opponents. The foolish excuses that came to his mind vanished. What came out from the village chief's mouth was only a single word, help. That was a word that requested for his own life to be spared. The woman kicked that village chief flying with eyes that seemed as if she was looking at filth. Gobu. With only a motion that seemed as if she were kicking a stone at her feet flying, the village chief was blown away while bouncing on the ground. There was not a single goblin that tried to save the village chief. If they made any careless movements, they themselves would be next. With only instinct, the goblins understood that. For this reason, they rubbed their heads on the ground. In order to demonstrate that they had no will to resist, they threw their hands out before them. They didn't know that these were movements that signified submission. An announcement to you goblins. When she stood in front of the goblins that prostrated themselves before her, Ichika shouted with a clear voice. "From here on, the honor of being given Demon King Vermudol Summer's words will be bestowed upon you all. Carve every single word into your body, and obey Demon King Summers will without a shred of doubt." The goblins' pygmy hearts reacted to the word honor. And then, the goblins' souls reacted to the words Demon King. Demon King. Their souls understood that that word was something special, O goblins. The goblins listened to the youthful man's voice while still falling prostrate. This colony will be directly under the Demon King from now on. The goblins didn't understand the detailed meaning of that. But not long ago, the most distinguished and strong village chief was defeated. The goblins thought that in that case, they had no choice but to obey them. For you all as well, I will have you all become one suitable for such a role. Are there any objections? There should be none. No, even if there were some, they might be killed by the woman, is what the goblins feared. Surveying the silent goblins, Demon King Vermudol nodded. "Yosh, in that case, a single representative is to come before us. Representative, that meant the village chief. However, the village chief was still unconscious. Going in that case, a goblin boasting his strength raised his head. Then it Ogre. Ogre, strong. Yosh, then who is that Ogre? Due to Vermudol's words, the strength boaster desperately pointed at himself. Ogre is Ogre. Because Ogre is Ogre. Demon King Summer, it would seem that goblin is Ogre. Ah, so it was like that. From Ichika's words, Vermudol realized that the goblins didn't have words like or watashi that designated themselves. And then, he beckoned Ogre over. "In that case, we are going to the castle, Ogre." Ogre flusteredly stood up, and held his own wooden stick in his hand. That was an important weapon that signified Ogre's strength. He feared that if he were to leave it and it were to be stolen, his rank might change. Demon King Summer, what are you planning on doing by bringing this thing to the castle? In response to Ichika's question, which could be called reasonable, Vermudal smiled with a face that looked like a young boy that came up with a prank. It's a simple story. Ichika, if I'm not mistaken, there is still a lot of building stones left, right? Chapter 04. Ogre was surprised. Although it was given to him by Demon King Vermudal, he was surprised by how wonderful it was. It was a lump of hard stone. More accurately, it was a club that was sharpened from a stone pillar that Ichika broke. It was much harder and heavier than the tree branch. Being so white and pretty, it was way more amazing than the thick wooden staff that the village chief boasted. He was the strongest among the goblins with this, is what Ogre thought. Demon King Summer. This, Ogres? That's right. Ogre was delighted by Vermudal's words, who was sitting on the throne. At the same time as that, he thought of the question as to why he was given such an amazing weapon. However, that would be cancelled by the words Vermudal said next. Ogre, I appoint you to be that colony's village chief. From now on, be sure to obey my and my messenger's orders. Village chief. Ogre knew that he himself had become the most distinguished village chief. But, if he had to obey the commands of the Demon King and the person that would be his messenger, he might not be the most distinguished. Although he had received such a white, strong, and amazing weapon, not to mention the Demon King, he didn't think that he could win against Ichika, who was at his side. Nevertheless, Ogre was delighted by the fact that he himself was the village chief. If he were to say this is Demon King Summer's command, there probably wouldn't be anyone that would oppose. Well then, you can return for today. Why, yes. Demon King Summer. Seeing Ogre holding the stone club in his arms and running as if he was trying to escape, Vermudal breathed a sigh. Ogre's status that he saw with magic was truly something terrible. Name, Ogre. Race, Goblin, Dark Continent. Rank, F. Occupation, Warrior. Equipment, Demon Castle Club. Cloth clothes. Rank, that was the thing that signified the quality of the person's strength. The highest was SSS, then SS, S, AAA, AA, and continued on from B to G. In other words, when it comes to F, it's close to the lowest ranking, but according to Ichika, if compared to a normal goblin, it seems that he has a much higher quality. In fact, there are even examples of trained F-ranked goblins being stronger than untrained D-ranked goblins. Simply put, things shouldn't be measured by their rank. Still, well, it's no good for things to stay like this. What do you mean by that? Vermudal replied to Ichika's words with a sigh. In other words, they didn't have enough hands. It would be fine if he searched the Dark Continent with his own eyes, but if both Ichika and Vermudal were to visit several places, naturally, the Demon King's castle would become unmanned. It would have been great if the goblins were a bit smarter, but judging from Ogre, he couldn't expect much from them. That's right, he needed subordinates that he could trust. However, there was also a problem with Vermudal himself. He needed to have the ability to use those subordinates. I see. When Ichika nodded, she stared at Vermudal. After doing that for a short while, she muttered something in just a few words. That is not something we cannot do anything about. They could do something about it. Those were not words that Ichika said irresponsibly. In truth, Vermudal has the ability to create subordinates. However, right now, Vermudal himself is not aware of that ability. If she were to take it even further, Ichika understood that Vermudal has absolutely no idea about what it is that he himself can do. In that case, she needed to guide him. Not by some other person, Ichika would guide this bungling master herself. Demon King Summer. Let us make it so that you are able to wield strength befitting that of a Demon King. After saying that and making a bow, Ichika pointed her finger to the outside of a collapsed wall. Attack fire. At the same time she chanted that, a fireball around the size of a head appeared at Ichika's fingertip, soared to the sky, and then was extinguished. This is magic. Naturally, it is possible for you, Vermudal Summer, who is the Demon King, to handle it. Attack fire. It was elementary level magic that converted magical power into fire and shoots it out. That knowledge didn't exist inside of Vermudal. However, he knew that he could use it. He knew that, but since it seemed that the method of using it was different from the status-confirming magic, he was unable to understand the way to use it very well. The foundation is the same. First, please comprehend the magical power that is within yourself. The foundation of magic is magical power. The magical power that existed inside of himself. Comprehending the magical power that flowed through every nook and cranny of his body was the first step towards magic. Following Ichika's words, Vermudal tried to comprehend the magical power inside of himself. Found it. That was something that wasn't inside the former Vermudal. It circulated as if it were blood, however, it was something different from blood. Understanding that, Vermudal devoted his consciousness to it. Please make an image. Magic is about image. That is everything. Vermudal imagined. The image was what Ichika did just now. And then, Vermudal's created fire manifested. It was gigantic enough to hide and conceal the throned Vermudal, and was a lump of fire that boasted a tremendous density. Attack fire. That lump soared to the sky. Together with a go sound, the soaring lump of fire bore a close resemblance to a flame dragon. Before long, similar to Ichika's, it extinguished in the air. Seeing that with her own eyes, Ichika nodded. That was some wonderful might. If you become able to adjust the might, then it would be perfect. A warning that he still needed practice was implied in those words of praise. With the might as it was now, if he were to use it indoors, even his allies would become roasted. It would be nice if some sort of book about this remained, but it seems that everything was taken by the heroes after all. However, Ichika considered postponing that. Vermudal's attack just now was truly wonderful. Because of that, there was the possibility that problems would occur faster than she expected. Well then, Demon King Summer, let us create a loyal subordinate. This itself was knowledge that Ichika was also bestowed by the demon god. The gigantic magic formation that was in the Demon King Castle's hidden cellar was the place that would create Mizoku and monsters. Demon King Summer, can you solidify the image of the subordinate that will be created? Yeah, of course. First is a robust armored knight that will protect the castle. While tempering that image, Vermudal and Ichika descended to the castle's cellar. Chapter 05. There was a person looking up at what was once the Demon King's castle. A large muscular build. Wearing pants made with the leather of something, they donned metal armor on their upper half. If someone else were to look at them, they could probably tell that both pieces of equipment kept strong magical power within them. They had short-cut red hair, and similarly red powerful eyes. While rubbing his stubble, the man fearlessly smiled. A few days ago, enormous flames rose up from these ruins. There was no doubt that it was something done by some sort of magic. Although it wasn't like it could be seen by those in the far-off distance, at the very least, the ones that made the vicinity of the Demon King's castle their base gazed at that with surprise. The Demon King's castle, though it has turned into ruins, it is the castle of the Demon King who is the summit of the Mizoku. The fact that someone was living there was an act that declared that they were the Demon King, as well as, putting it simply, something similar to saying that the other Mizoku should obey them. If they were an aggressive Majin, they would immediately go to pick a fight, and in fact, in the past, there were many Majin proclaiming to be the Demon King that were crushed just like that. In the past 30 years or so, that sort of thing didn't happen, but there was yesterday's Fireball. Possessing an interest in what kind of idiot would go as far as making such a demonstration, the red-haired Majin thus came to the Demon King's castle. Finally arriving at the Demon King's castle's front door, the red-haired Majin expressed a look of surprise. At both sides of the door, there were two figures of black armored knights. This was his first time seeing such things. Fumu? The Demon King and the hero. It was said that they could use magic to confirm their opponent's abilities, but Majin were unable to use such magic. However, if his expectations were correct, the armored knights should be an armor-type monster called magic-operated armor. When the two black magic-operated armors sighted the figure of the red-haired Majin, they stood with their swords and shields readied as if to block the door. I see. It doesn't look like they're just some punk that doesn't know their place. As he tried to put his hand on the large axe that he carried on his back, he desisted from doing it. It was improbable, but there was also the 10,000 to 1 chance of it. Breaking them wouldn't be very good. In that case, I guess I'll jump. Looking at it, the barrier that covered the former Demon King's castle had yet to be prepared. And then, the Demon King's castle that crumbled here and there was full of holes. Probably, if the targeted party was putting on airs as the Demon King, they were probably in the throne room. And here we go. Make this interesting for me. Stepping back a few steps, he dashed, and right in front of the highly vigilant magic-operated armors, he instantly leapt up. Zoom! It was a thunderous sound that shook the ground. The leap that used all of that excessively enormous power moved his body straight to his intended location. Ah, so it's that. Jumping up to a floor that seemed to be the throne room, what was reflected in his eyes as he stood on top of a collapsed wall was a single man and a single woman. Since the woman was clearly a maid knight going by her appearance, the one that was claiming to be the Demon King was probably the man. First was the attack. When he kicked off the wall, he decided to see the man's aspects by keeping that momentum and plunging in with a dropkick. See the man's aspects, though he thought that there was enough power that if it was something like a goblin that was hit, they would explode into pieces. As expected, he could be considered to have gone too far, but if it was some fool that didn't know his place that was calling himself the Demon King that would be killed with only this amount of power, then that's just how far he could go. Thinking that, he plunged in without killing his momentum. Ichika perceived the Majin's figure. It was exactly lunchtime at the Demon King's castle. The menu was potato and thorn-horned deer meat soup, and a fruit that was similar to an apple, ringo, called a ringel, which was cut up into bite-sized pieces. Seeing the appearance of the sweltering red-haired Majin that was trying to intrude on the dining table that had increased its colors a bit with the tributes from the goblins, Ichika breathed a sigh. She knew that this sort of fellow would come sooner or later. It was because of this that she hastened the subordinate creation, but as expected, there were too many gaps in the current Demo King's castle. Ichika readied her shield, and stood in front of Vermudol. And then, she activated the special ability that she invoked against the goblins. TSK, so it's the magic eyes of coercion. The Majin's body stiffened up from the pressure that came from both of Ichika's shining red eyes. Magic eyes of coercion. Bestowing pressure upon the opponent, it was a special ability that dulled their movements. The might of magic eyes would differ depending on rank, but that which tormented the Majin was without a doubt greater than S rank. However, it was already too late. Still leaving things to momentum, he fired the deadly dropkick towards Ichika. First he would incapacitate the maid knight, then next would be that man. The thoughts of the Majin that was thinking that were suspended right there. Huh? The maid knight, Ichika, didn't get blown away. Completely defending against the Majin man's dropkick with a gigantic shield, she only moved back a couple of steps. No way, is what he thought. It was a dropkick that he bragged about as being able to bring certain death that came from he himself, who should have entered the top rankings among Majin in terms of strength. Even if she was a maid knight, who he heard had many strong people amongst them, was it really possible for her to receive his attack and only move back a couple of steps? Oh, Ichika. Are you all right? There is no problem at all, Demon King Summer. Please continue your meal. When Ichika said that, sounding as if it was truly nothing, she vigorously thrust her shield forward. Go? Shield bash by an attack done with a shield loaded with magical power, the Majin was sent flying outside of the castle in one go. That's right, after coming this far, the Majin man was also able to understand. He was completely outmatched. You're kidding me, I'm a rank B Majin, you know. However, there was no mistake that he was outmatched. The Magian honestly accepted his loss, and dropped down just like that. As the Magian tried to close his eyes thinking even this pain is the loser's punishment, he saw the figure of Ichika, as she jumped aiming at him. Receive the punishment for causing trouble during Demon King Summer's meal, scum. Are you serious? Getting down and standing on the falling Magian, she severely trampled down on him. While expressing a sadistic smile at the Magian who groaned from the attack, Ichika, who continued to step on him, buried him into the ground with a final attack just as he almost touched the ground, then gracefully landed. Kicking the face of the Magian who was on the verge of fainting from the pain, and waking him up, Ichika expressionlessly asked the man a question. So, who and where are you from? Magian Aurel. After trampling the man who named himself as such with all her might and making him faint, Ichika called upon the magic-operated armors that were watching the surroundings. Chapter 06. Name, Aurel. Race, Magian. Rank, B. Occupation, Magic Warrior. Equipment, Cursed Steel Great Axe. Cursed Steel Armor. Grudge Leather Pants. Technical Skill, Void Curse C. Does you like curses or something? It isn't anything like that though. As Aurel tried to shrug his shoulders at Vermudal, who was confirming Aurel's status with a bored face, noticing that it was impossible to do, he ended up only making a slight movement. This place was the Demon King's castle, the throne room. The one that was lying down in front of Vermudal as he sat on the throne was Aurel, who was tightly tied up enough that he couldn't really be considered lying down. At both of his sides, two magic-operated armors were standing at attention. Still, to be able to confirm status without the use of a reveal crystal, you seriously are the Demon King Summer, aren't Char? When Aurel said that, he fixed his eyes on Vermudal, who was sitting on the throne. It is said that even the predecessor Gramphia was a black-haired young man similar to Vermudal at first. Aurel, who was a novice among the Magians, only knew about Gramphia's appearance after losing all of that, but, compared to that stifling dreadfulness, the lethargic-looking Vermudal that was before his eyes seemed unreliable. Well, that's true. So, there is something I want to ask you, but... May I? Accepting Aurel's gaze from the front, Vermudal continued the conversation. Vermudal also knew the meaning of Aurel's gaze. He was fully aware that he was being looked down upon. In actuality, the one that beat Aurel up was Ichika, and not Vermudal. However, Vermudal considered that there was no meaning to this fact. What was important was the fact that the one with the highest position in this place right now was Vermudal. It was only that one point that was important. It'd be nice if it's something that I can answer though. And then, Aurel also understood the meaning of Vermudal's gaze. That's right, upon being made to understand everything, the current Aurel was being looked down on. As Aurel was lying down like a worm, Vermudal was looking at him with eyes that seemed like he was truly looking at a worm. No, you don't have to worry about that. It's fine if you don't answer to things that you can answer. Mixing in even a smile, Vermudal made such a consideration. It was a light-heartedness that was similar to talking with a close friend or something. For example, if it were a situation where they were talking facing each other at a desk, there was no doubt that Aurel would look down on Vermudal from the bottom of his heart. But right now, despite being under this abnormal situation, Vermudal talked to Aurel with a light-heartedness and intimacy that was similar to that. Even if both of their positions were reversed, Aurel thought that Vermudal would contact him in the same way. He was able to clearly imagine that scene. Aurel shuddered while not tearing down his fearless attitude. Or maybe, that was the way the spirit worthy of being the Demon King should be. Even while he felt like he was going to be overwhelmed by Demon King Vermudal, who was before his eyes, Aurel showed that he braced himself. For the time being, I was thinking of trying to unify the Dark Continent. Would you have any good ideas for that? Huh? Unable to determine if Vermudal's words were serious or a joke, Aurel replied like that. Unification of the Dark Continent. That wasn't accomplished even by the previous Demon King Gramphia. Before the unprecedented crisis known as the Heroes' invasion of the Dark Continent, the Mazoku only joined hands temporarily, and fundamentally, the Mazoku were self-centered existences that prioritized their own desires. Although not as much as the other Mazoku, there was no mistake that Auril was also self-centered. After all, on the verge of the previous battle, he was disgusted with Gramphia enough that he immediately ran away. That monstrous Demon King, having been driven into a corner by the hero, ended up finding fault in his loyal subordinates. It seemed like it wasn't from cowardice, but from self-protection. Oh, Auril? Answer Demon King Summer's question. Auril, who had unintentionally become immersed in memories of the past, was brought back to reality by a kick from a magic-operated armor that received Ichika's signal. The place where he was severely injured by Ichika was hurt even more, but he didn't even feel like speaking out a complaint. Let me see. Since he couldn't stand being kicked again, Auril tried searching for the appropriate words. With no good ideas on the unification coming to mind, he could only say that in all honesty. As long as a hero isn't invading, I think that solidarity is impossible. And even if it did come to the hero invading, I think that there'll be guys that will hide in holes in the ground and won't come out. Holes in the ground, this was about the so-called dungeons and Meijin bases. They were created by Meijin as symbols of their own strength, and also served as a means of offense and defense. In cases of Meijin that fixated on fighting in their own field right to the bitter end, they won't thoughtlessly come out from there. To the type of Meijin that would do the attacking themselves like Auril, they were ridiculed as cave Meijin, but except for the ones that were unfortunately attacked by the hero, they unexpectedly had a high survival rate. He didn't think that Meijin that did that would obediently cooperate. After all, because the monsters that made their nests in the dungeons are included as their subordinates, there are many that misunderstand that and call themselves Demon Kings. From what Auril knew, there were several tens of self-proclaimed Demon Kings. According to even more stories that he heard, on the verge of the previous battle, it was said that the hero party called Gramphia the Grand Demon King. He didn't think that there was any grander or lesser Demon King, but Auril considered that there were surely some self-proclaimed Demon Kings in the humans' continent. Self-proclaimed Demon Kings, if that's the case, then I guess that would mean that my current state is also that of the Grand Demon King. There is only one title worthy of the Demon King. Please do not speak of such reckless things. Being rebuked by Ichika, Vermudal pondered while making a wry smile. Certainly, in the games and manga of the world Vermudal was in when he was human, there were many cases where there were multiple Demon Kings. If there were cases where a Grand Demon King was lying in wait after the Demon King, then there were also cases where there were also Grand Demon Kings that had multiple Demon Kings obeying them. Underneath the Demon King would be more powerful subordinates, and under them would be more powerful subordinates. There were many patterns where there would be plenty of people from top to bottom like a mountain. If he remembered correctly, there should have also been cases where the Demon King's subordinates defeat the Demon King and take their place. If there was a difference in patterns, it would be like this. First, the natural-born Demon King. Established as the Demon King, they were an existence that would create and command Mazoku. And then, the Demon King as a title. This was a title used for targets of fear or the chief of a group, and it didn't matter if they were a Mazoku or not. Vermudal was without a doubt the former, and was an existence produced by the demon god as the Demon King. However, according to Auril, although it's self-proclaimed, it seems that there are some here and there with the title of Demon King. In this situation, what should be done to bring Vermudal the most profit? What should be done for him to be able to grasp the reins? As I thought, I guess it'll be that. Ichika and Auril curiously stared at Vermudal, who muttered that while looking up at the ceiling. The fact that they are claiming themselves as a Demon King, that probably means that everyone wants to swagger about. I guess I should try going with that. After saying that, Vermudal looked at Auril, who was still tied up, and expressed a smile. Chapter 07. Several weeks after the meeting between Majin Oral and Demon King Vermudal, a certain rumor was spread out with a speed that could be called abnormal in the Dark Continent. A new Demon King, Vermudal, has appeared. And then, it seemed that Demon King Vermudal intended to divide the Dark Continent into 4 parts, the East, West, South, and North, with the exception of the center, which would be under his direct control, and would leave their rule to the ones that were loyal to him. Furthermore, there was already a Majin called Oral who sensed the Demon King's revival that hastened to join, and it seems that as a reward for this, the Demon King placed him as his subordinate. When the rumor is summarized, it pretty much went like this. Incidentally, the helpers in the spreading of the rumor, or rather, the ones that scattered the seeds of the rumors at the beginning, were the goblins. The fact that goblins didn't even possess the intelligence to make lies was famous, but the fact that they didn't possess the smarts to differentiate lies from facts was also famous. It was bullshit-level authenticity that one would hesitate to even treat it as gossip, so to speak. However, even if it was something at that level, the entry of a new Demon King and the name of an existing Majin, with information whose odds and ends could be seen and couldn't be ignored, many Mizoku gradually ended up believing in the rumor. If the ones that were a bit smart were to consolidate and refine that, then the gossip that was talked about just now would be completed. That's what it meant. And when that happens, what would happen? The intruder that came to the Demon King's castle at lunchtime came bringing that result. So it was you guys doing, damn it. Raising a voice that wasn't clear if it was an exclamation or a lamentation, Oral jumped into the Demon King's castle. He didn't forget to a subsequent dropkick when coming in, but he was repelled by Vermudal's put-up attack guard magic. Having bounced from the force of being repelled and rolling on the floor, Oral immediately stood up and shouted, "So it was you guys doing, damn it. I heard that earlier. So it was you guys doing, damn it." While ignoring Oral's exclamation, Vermudal poured the potato soup that he had grown accustomed to into his throat. If it's about the rumor, that's pretty much the case though. Is there something wrong? Like hell there isn't anything wrong. Vermudal frowned from Oral stomping his foot on the floor. Don't be so riotous. Since this place is crumbling, what are you going to do if the floor collapses? Who gives a damned about the floor? I've been going through terrible things, you know. It was something at a time immediately after the rumor was spread with a definite form. While exploring the Lulugal forest that was in the eastern part of the Dark Continent, Oral was suddenly got in a fight with a Majin he didn't know. They had long golden hair and long slit blue eyes. Their white skin was smooth, and they possessed a body line that was clearly that of a female. She wore clothes that had white as the basic theme, which was rare for a Majin, and on top of that, she carried a pendant with a yellow magic stone fit into it. Are you Oral? So what if I am? At the woman who made a confirmation like that, Oral replied with a fearless smile. Having picked fights here and there, Oral was confident that a number of them bore grudges against him. Though, he had never picked a fight with a woman Majin. However, there was the pattern of the lover of a Majin that he beat up coming to get revenge. Because of that, he thought that it was that sort of thing this time, and was confident that he could turn the tables on her. He had no intention of making the challenge himself, but if it came to it, he practiced gender equality. That was the arrangement in Oral's mind. If you've got a complaint or something, try displaying it with force. At this time, Oral didn't know about the rumor. That's why, to the woman, Oral's words sounded like this. I've been promised with a high status from Demon King Summer. If you want that, then beat me and take it. That's how it sounded. Naturally, the woman, who was a rank AA Majin, answered like this. Very well. I am the Majin Fainal. The meaning of my other name, Thunderblade, I shall carve it into you. Fainal the Thunderblade. That was the name of the Majin who had unfolded several fierce battles with the hero party. Of course, unless Oral picked a fight with her, he would have never have met her. Oral couldn't even recall a reason to have someone pick a fight with him by name. And while talking about it, This was also definitely an opponent that would leave him half killed if he were to fight her. Take this, Thunder Rain. Wait, Dower. A rain of thunder rained incessantly in the Lulugal forest. Seeing Oral desperately evade that, Fainal smiled, looking like she was having fun. A sparking thunder resided in that arm, and it formed the shape of a blade. So you could evade that just now. However, I am the one worthy of being Demon King Summer's right-hand man. What are you talking about? For Oral, who was desperately evading, he was completely unable to understand what Fainal was saying. Maybe because Fainal took that as Oral feigning ignorance, her face became stern. Do not screw around with me. The story that you butted up to Demon King Summer and desired the position of Shogun has reached and resounded in the East. I didn't butter up to him, nor did I desire that. What kind of story is that? While shedding a cold sweat to the blade of thunder that passed through to a place that was just a hair's breadth away from him, Oral shouted. After desperately trying to escape from Fainal, what was there was a robe-figured Majin holding a twisted red staff. From those eyes that were clearly looking at him, Oral asked a question while hoping that it wasn't what he was thinking. Hey, this is just a guess, but could it be that you are Oral, are you not? At the same time as he heard that, Oral commenced his escape with an energetic dash. He did so while telling himself that the heat and sound of a Vulcanian, large explosive flame, that was approaching him from the back was surely just his imagination. At first they were solo, and these past few days were especially horrible. They attack me every 30 minutes. That sounds pretty terrible. Demon King Summer, can I punch you in the face? Oral was sprouting bloodlust that was relatively serious, but staring at Vermudal, who was drinking hot water without minding him at all, he sat down right in front of him. If it's about tea, I won't put any out. We don't have tea leaves after all. I don't need any. More importantly, what's the meaning of all this? There's nothing to it. Most of it is just as the rumor says. The thing that Vermudal was trying to do was simple. Dividing the Dark Continent into the east, west, south, north, and center, he would place rulers in the east, west, south, and north. It was a story simply for only that. It's because it's something normally done even in the human countries. It's not like Mazoku can't do it either, right? That's right, it wasn't something unusual. Placing managers in the regions and ruling at the center is something normal. In fact, Vermudal's method of loosely splitting it up into the east, west, south, and north was disorderly and too simplified. Even the names have been decided. Easter Commander, Western Commander, Southern Commander, Northern Commander. I guess the central one could be the General Commander. That's not the problem, Demon King Summer. Ichika, who was in waiting at Vermudal's side, shifted her eyebrows at Oral, who was leaning his body forward over the stone desk. Although her eyes were on him, Oral didn't stop his questioning of Vermudal. It was because there was something that he needed to say no matter what. Mazoku are collections of clumps of pride, you know. If you split it up into the east, west, south, and north, can you imagine just what will happen? The rulers of the east, west, south, and north would be decided. To the Mazoku, looking at that, it had a meaning equivalent to deciding the strongest for each region. Obeying someone weaker than themselves, that is something that the pride of the Mazoku wouldn't allow. That muscle-brained nature is the main cause for losing to the hero, but since that is something common for the Mazoku in general, there was no changing it at this point. In other words, if one were to speak of what kind of situation would break out, well, it would probably be a huge brawl. Since the dungeon holders have their places entirely known, wouldn't they be ones attacked first? The dungeons, whose real objective was to protect themselves from the hero and counter-attack, would be invaded by fellow Mazoku. It would surely be a nightmarish spectacle, but Oral ended up imagining it very clearly. Casualties will appear, you know. I don't mind. Making them crush each other is the objective. That was an immediate reply. Oral fixed his eyes on Vermudal, who replied without any hesitation. At any rate, we'll just lose to the hero as things are now. Don't you think that a reformation is needed in this area? A simultaneous transition to a new era as well, that it is. Auril thought about the meaning of Vermudol and Ichika's words. And then, about who was the one that created Mazoku in the first place. There is no need to worry, Auril. While expressing a smile, Vermudol talked to Auril, who moved back as if he was repelled away. I'm quite fond of you after all. If the Magian ended up not being enough, it would be fine if he just created more. For Vermudol, who was the Demon King, that was possible. So, Auril, what kind of post do you want? Vermudol looked as if he hadn't changed from the first time he had met him. However, for the current Auril, he saw that as something more terrifying than anything else. This day, the Magian Auril swore his allegiance to Demon King Vermudol. Chapter 08. The North of the Dark Continent. The frozen wilderness where life did not grow. In that land where snow and ice is always falling, there is a single small mountain. Around the summit of the mountain, a man stood looking melancholic, with his silver hair, which looked like it would blend in with the ice, cut short. He had thinly arranged eyebrows, and beautiful blue eyes. His skin was white, and though he was slender, he properly had muscle. Making his light blue metal armor do a small chime, he hit his large sword that was around his height against his shoulder-seaming board. With just that physique and behavior, one could tell that this beautiful man possessed extraordinary strength. However, if one were to look at a complete view of this scene, one could probably tell his strength even without observing him so closely. The mountain that he was sitting down on for a while now. That wasn't a mountain, but something that was constructed with the corpses of Mazoku. When the man looked to the center, to the direction that the Demon King's castle was at, he breathed a sigh. Good grief, it kind of feels like I'm being led about quite well. The man was a Magian that existed since ancient times. It is said that his name is Alchio. The east of the Dark Continent, a land that was mostly covered by many trees, a place that was deeply green. In the extremely deep Lulugal forest that was extremely deep in that area, there was a single conclusion being reached. Volcanion. Large explosive flame. Voltanics. Lightning attack gun. A bundled and constricted lightning attack pierced through the center of a large-scale explosion that was accompanied by flames. The fight that continued while blowing away the Lulugal forest finally stopped with this explosion caused by these two magics. Fufu. It would seem that it is my victory. It was the Magian that Auril had met. Having long golden hair and long slit blue eyes. However, her white skin was lightly dirtied from the fierce battle, and the damage on top of her clothes that had white as the basic theme stood out. It could be seen that the magic stone that was fixed into her pendant had lost its brilliance. The Magian that had been made to use her trump card Fainal expressed a satisfied smile despite that. She had already hunted most of the strong people. Fainal was confident that there would be no one that would object to her being the strongest in the East. That was all while not realizing that it was the result of being made to dance by Demon King Vermudol. And then, the south of the Dark Continent. In this land where the way of the weak are meet the strong do eat is practiced exactly as stated, the clashing of the powers of the Dark Continent's strongest classes was progressing. New Two gigantic ancient golems were exchanging blows. Damned power idiots, get lost. A dragon breath that danced in the sky mowed down the ancient golems that were exchanging blows. Furthermore, a gigantic golden wolf that was running on the ground leapt up towards the dragon. This situation that could perfectly be called a party of giant Kaowu was progressing into a huge fierce fight with oscillations and mega volumes that would make goblins throughout the Dark Continent tremble violently. Well, it's pretty much like this. Rather, the South. Geez, why didn't they show that strength when the heroes were here? I thought I was going to get dragged in and die or something. The Demon King's castle. Even though he had a premonition that it would become something like the former site of the Demon King's castle, if it didn't get repaired soon, Demon King Vermudol received Aurel's report there. It was mostly as he predicted, and the culling was being completed. The transition to the new system order was steadily progressing, but what about the West? The Dark Continent's western part. The western part that the hero party had landed at and trampled down before was an outstandingly dungeon-crowded place even in the Dark Continent. They were the dens of the so-called cave magians that were shut-ins that wouldn't take a step outside, but Aurel breathed a sigh and exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. It's the exact picture of peace. They don't even come out from their caves. I suppose it's at the level of only the Bestia having fist fights. In the western part where the fear of when the hero landed there was still firmly rooted, protecting one's body in a dungeon had become the standard. It was even the birthplace of the joke-like saying of if you take a stroll outside, the hero will come. For that reason, they would like to be excused from a status where they would have to stand up and bear the full brunt of the attack if the next hero were to come. That was the common understanding of the Magian of the western part. However, for Vermudol, that was troubling. Honestly speaking, Magian that would give up believing that they can't win against the hero weren't needed. If they were Magian whose heads worked a bit, they would notice that this time, the birth of Vermudol would be the turning point of the continent, and would probably conduct themselves skillfully. However, there wasn't any kind of change that could be seen in the western part. But well, I guess that's not surprising. What are you gonna do? When Aurel threw a question at the throned Vermudol's muttering, Ichika, who was in waiting at his side, answered in his place. It is no problem at all. The problem of the West will surely be settled before long. Aurel showed a question mark on his face at those words. It was because he didn't think that the Western Magian that were obsessed with opportunism and non-aggressive defense would change over time. However, if Ichika is the one saying it, Aurel had no intention of going against it. Well, I guess it's fine you say so. Vermudol laughed while covering his mouth with his hand at Aurel, who expressed his dissatisfaction with a face that looked really hesitant to say anything. Sorry. I didn't explain it to you, did I? Explain what? The western direction, I've taken measures for it. Aurel gave a half-hearted reply to Vermudol's words. He said he had taken measures, but he didn't think that anything could be done about the Magian who didn't get on board even with fame being dangled before them. However, in place of Vermudol, who sank into silence, Ichika opened her mouth. Nina will surely do something about it. As expected, Aurel showed a question mark on his face to the word that he had no recollection of. Both Vermudol and Ichika said no more than that. However, Aurel was only able to understand that something outrageous was probably going to happen in the West. Chapter 09. An intruder? The west side of the Dark Continent. One of the many scattered about dungeons that were there, the Meshrom underground palace. The mage in Meshrom, who was its owner, knitted his eyebrows at his subordinate's report. The goblins are making a fuss, but I could not obtain the essentials. Meshrom proclaimed himself to be a demon king, but having an appearance that an amoeba would probably have if it forcibly took a human shape, there was practically no Magian that would follow him. If there were any, it was pretty much the single G-rank Magian that was currently standing in front of Meshrom. Other than him, there were only goblins and bestia that were gathered and added to his subordinates. The upholstery of the Meshrom underground palace was extravagant, and couldn't be compared to the decaying Demon King's castle. Because of that, and since he only secluded himself underground when the hero invaded, he normally proclaimed himself to be a demon king and only indulged in delicious food and laziness in this palace. There was no way that there would be any following him from the start. Speaking of Meshrom himself, saying things like a true demon king is one that is not understood, or that there are too many that are deceived by other fakes, these are words that the Western Magian would definitely have said at least once to irresponsibly misrepresent themselves. It couldn't be the hero, could it? However, even he knew of the consecutive dungeon raids that had been done when the past hero had invaded. The hero party invaded dungeons that they discovered in the western part starting from the edge, and repeatedly did massive killings and pillaging at the time of that incident, he was seriously frightened. How about the Bestia? They talk better than the goblins. Yes, I headed over there to confirm things earlier, but they still haven't come back. With those words, Meshrom started to aimlessly wander inside the room with an unsettled look. The room they were in now, the throne room, was at the lowest floor of the Meshrom underground palace. If the hero was attacking, they might be satisfied with the treasury that was placed in one of the upper floors for pillage used, and go home. It was something that he had created after hearing that there were Majin that escaped danger by doing that at the time of the past hero's invasion. It was also for the aim of things possibly working out if he were to run away from a secret escape door while they were scavenging for treasure. As he was hypothesizing such a situation, suddenly, he heard the sound of the door of the throne room opening up. Oh. So you've returned, how was it? While trying to preserve as much majesty as he could, Meshrom turned his face towards the door. However, what was there wasn't a Bestia, a maid knight. The subordinate Majin muttered that what appeared was a single young lady. Although she couldn't really be considered small, by no means could her height be said to be average. She had light green, very short hair, and green eyes. She wore a maid uniform that had dark green like that of a dense forest as its basic theme. And then, armor that covered her breast. Having swords on both sides of her waist that were visible, she was that sort of young lady. Seeing the young lady that was making a displeased-looking face for some reason, Meshrom frantically moved his goblin-like diminutive head. Maid knights. They were those whose own destiny was to serve a designated person. Generally different from regular knights, it was a high-grade occupation that was in demand for their skillfulness of performing a great variety of jobs including battle. Naturally, for maid knights, those with high ranks would gather many of them, but, because of that, there were also many wandering maid knights searching for a suitable master for them to serve. It was said that such maid knights would promote themselves to the masters that they recognize as the one. In other words, Meshrom, he arrived at the thought that he himself was worthy of that, Majin Meshrom. Is he here? Because of that, Meshrom answered the young lady maid knight's question with a full-faced smile. That is exactly right. However, I am not a Majin. I am a demon king. Nino's master desires a major cleanup of oversized trash like you. Meshrom and his subordinate Majin froze in place at those words. Master, could it be who is oversized trash? Saying that towards the great demon king Meshrom Summer. The shrinking away subordinate Majin and Meshrom, who was drawing closer to the young lady in anger. After looking at that Meshrom with eyes that looked like she detested him from the bottom of her heart, the young lady informed Meshrom as if she was spitting it out. In the name of Demon King Vermudal, Nino will destroy everyone here. Two curved blades glistened in the young lady's hands. At the same time as that, the subordinate Majin started to run away together with a scream. Moving the throne, he escaped to the escape passage that was underneath it. Oh, oi. Ku, someone get in here. There's an intruder. Meshrom raised his voice. It was for times like this that he had enclosed the skilled Bestia here. They would twist and crush a single lowly maid knight. Believing that, Meshrom shouted out. It's useless. Meshrom trembled at Nino's words. The radiance of the curved swords. And then, her faintly glittering green eyes. The instinct that was inside Meshrom muttered that those were magic eyes. Because if they aren't on standby in some secret room somewhere, then Nino has already destroyed them all. Why, you're lying. Nino doesn't make lies. Besides, too busy. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With the curved swords readied in both hands, Nino stood in front of Meshrom's eyes, whose waist had given out. While looking down on Meshrom with eyes that saw him as trash, Nino muttered, It's because Nino is a hard worker. There is still a lot of cleaning that needs to be done. The curved swords once again sparkled. With one attack, she decapitated his head. With one attack, she tore his torso into 2. With the following series of attacks, she finally chopped that head into pieces. That time was a mere several seconds. Around the time that the throne room was transformed to a pool of blood together with a dirty sound, Nino had already plunged into the escape passage. With this, the cleaning of this place was finished. However, Nino's job still had a lot of things to do remaining. After all, the self-proclaimed demon kings, there are a great amount of them in this western part of the Dark Continent. Chapter 10. If compared to something, it was like the middle of a forest that was dense and grown thick with trees. Or maybe, a maze that was left for several thousand years without a custodian. If a human were to visit this Mal labyrinth, they would probably harbor such an impression. Ivy and plants that cover the stone underground walls. Tree roots that overhang the walls as if to suppress them. In this underground place, that sort of stuff entered Nino's field of view. However, Nino displayed no sort of reaction to that. At most, it was a labyrinth where the Magian used magical power to forcibly apply decorations in order to appease their own preferences. Without saying any reasons that would only add on to the list of likely reasons, she didn't feel the need to even understand. It's an invader? Is it an invader? It's a woman? While raising worthless shouts, 3 goblins jumped out from the crossroad ahead. Wielding rusted iron swords so as to be intimidating, they unanimously shouted things. There was no mistake that those goblins are goblins employed at this Mal labyrinth. Although it was good that they were given iron swords that didn't suit them, maybe they were negligent in the maintenance, or maybe they were unable to understand the method of maintaining them to begin with. It was probably something like that. Then again, even if they had sparkling iron swords, it did not change the goblin's fate. Nino shined the curved swords that were in both of her hands. In the way. Same even if resist. Will be destroyed. She did not stop moving forward. She did not lose any of her walking speed. There was not a speck of hesitation. Nino walked and passed through the gap of the goblins that were shouting, going key. A passing breeze and a twinkling light. Nino thought that they stood in just the right spots. Her right hand and her left hand, she made a small sweep with each of them once. With only that, the heads of the 3 goblins danced in the air. Together with the sound of her curved swords being sheathed into their scabbards, the goblin bodies collapsed to the ground, but Nino didn't have any strong feelings about it. If it's on the level of goblins, since they would without a doubt die if their heads flew, she didn't feel the necessity to go out of her way to turn around and check. The goblins just now came from the right, in that case, it's to the left. While muttering that, Nino turned left at the crossroad. Even if someone were to ask her to explain how she came to that conclusion, Nino was unable to. The words that she muttered just now, they were given nothing more than it felt like that kind of feeling. However, Nino was a young woman that moved while leaving it all to her instinct. It was simply that sort of thing. A stairway. When she made a satisfied-looking smile on her mouth, Nino went down the stairway. The level that she descended to, as expected, it had a view that had no difference from the upper level whatsoever. Then again, even if it had changed, there was no change to Nino's displeased-looking expression. Cots and Nino walked without any intention of hiding her reverberating footsteps. Without paying attention to the surroundings at all, she continued on without minding the ivy and trees that unnaturally interrupted the passages. Because of that, she didn't notice the magic trap that was placed there in order to consign intruders to oblivion. The center of the passage. The moment that Nino tread her foot there, an alarm going be echoed, and spearhead-looking things made from stone came flying towards Nino from both walls all at once. It was a deadly trap meant to entomb those that reached this far. The bestia that learned of its activation with the alarm sound shuffled about and gathered. Another fool was caught up in it. Such an unnatural wall, even I would have thought it was suspicious. Possessing wolf heads and hairy bodies that were similar to wolf fur, the bestia approached the trap while saying such things. Their leather armor and iron swords were, as expected, goods supplied from the master of the Mal labyrinth similar to the ones the goblins had. Clad in those well-maintained equipment, The Bestia arrived at the location while thinking that it was strange that there wasn't the smell of blood, and raised surprised voices. What the heck is that? NN, in the way. Nino's mutter entered the ears of the Bestia, who had expressed befuddled faces. What was there was Nino's figure without a single wound. And then, countless pebbles were scattered about. Even the Bestia understood that she did not dodge the spearheads. However, they were unable to understand what she did. The reason the Bestia assembled was to do nothing more than to dispose of the corpse. It wasn't to look at such an ambiguous spectacle. Because of that, not a single one of them arrived at the thought of drawing their swords. Did you, too? Cut it. With those words, the black-haired Bestia at the lead finally understood what she had done. She cut up the trap. She cut up all of the countless spears that were unleashed at high speed that would normally create situation of one being full of holes. The countless pebbles that were scattered about displayed that it was not a bluff. That was the ruins of the spears. Even if they were told to do the same thing in the same situation, the Bestia shouldn't be able to do it, Orlok. The black-haired wolf Bestia Aulok announced that to Nino. I am, Orlok. You are? Nino. As if crazy about something, Orlok drew near to Nino. The curved swords that were Nino's hands shined. While the other Bestia stepped back out of fear of those, only Orlok drew closer to Nino with unsteady steps. Doing that, he stood right in front of Nino. While the other Bestia gulped with nervousness, Orlok got down to one knee. And then, looking up at Nino, Orlok shouted as if he were delirious with fever. Nino, Nino. I've fallen for you, I love you. Please become my mate. Don't wanna. While the other Bestia solidified from the shocking confession, Nino kicked Orlok's chin up. Orlok went face up just like that, and came down and fell over with a sprawled-out pose. However, when he immediately got up, he clung onto Nino's feet while still on his hands and feet. Why? I don't mean to boast, but I groom my fur with orange juice every day. Even pray, I'll procure a lot of it for you. Even my fur, it's black without a single mix of anything else. Don't wanna. Nino stepped on Orlok that was clinging onto her. The stepped Orlok desperately shouted despite that. Are you worried about the difference in our races? It's all right. It's because I'll murder anyone that has a problem with it. Don't wanna. While being ground and trampled under her foot, Orlok shouted with teary eyes. Then starting from friends. No, even from being acquaintances is fine. Please. Having the word pitiful come to her, Nino finally removed her foot there. Right at that moment, Orlok used all of the strength in his body and got up. So I got you to understand. Nino pointed her finger at Orlok, who was expressing a whole-faced smile on his wolf face. Don't know. But, if you swear loyalty to Demon King Summer, won't destroy you, maybe. If I swear, will you become my mate? Won't. How about friend? Won't. How about acquaintance? There, Nino had her gaze wander about as if worrying over it, and then muttered a few words. Well, that's fine. Although she implied a feeling of it won't become anything more than that though, she answered like that. After Orlok made a fist pump without noticing her real intentions, he bared his ferocious fangs at the other Bestia that was still befuddled. Hey, damn it. You guys also better listen to what my Nino say goo. Being kicked in between the thighs, Orlok crumbled down and started to twitch and tremble. When Nino stepped on Orlok with her foot, she asked the Bestia while still expressing a displeased look. Since it's interesting, maybe Nino will endorse you to Demon King Summer. What will you do? The Bestia murmured. However, they already lost the will to oppose her. A total of 12 Bestia. All of them changed sides as Nino's subordinates. Chapter 11. Bestia. Possessing traits of beasts and having vaguely similar forms and dexterity to people and beastmen, they are Mazoku that boast voracious appetites and eat repulsive things. Unlike the beastmen that possess more pronounced features as humans and only have a portion of features as beasts left behind, Bestia have strong features as beasts. If Orlok were to be used as an example, although he has features that resemble a human in terms of his body, his head was exactly that of a black wolf. A majority of his whole body was covered in black wolf fur, and his power, it even surpassed that of beastmen, and naturally that of humans. They have both a sense of reasoning and intelligence, but their instincts as beasts are strong, and have a tendency to worship the strong. Including others like cat bestia and bear bestia, they are an extraordinarily diverse race. According to one theory, it is said that the mixed parentage of a bestia and a human is the ancestor of beastmen. This theory is unexpectedly deep-seated, and it is said that the beastmen's special skill, the body-strengthening move beastification, is the vestige of that. Now then, those bestia, to the managers of dungeons, they are often employed as good workers. After all, their heads work better than the heads of goblins, they will listen once they are conquered, their fingers are dexterous, and in addition, they are fairly strong. When employing a similar magian, on top of having the possibility of betrayal, the facts that their pride is high and are hard to handle gives birth to distress. Because of that, to magian, the bestia are the foremost race that they want to be saddled with. The high and loyalty bestia have a tendency to prefer the strong. This naturally goes for relationships with their master and friends, but it is also like that in love. Typical bestia will have children with those of the same race, but their preference range is extraordinarily wide, and it is said that there existed one that courted a dragon and was turned to cinders. That itself was an extreme example, but humans and magian, possibly beastmen, are counted in the bestia's general objects of romantic interest. That sort of thing, the ones themselves had intended to keep it a secret among their race, but in fact, it was completely propagated throughout the world. Even in the fairy tales handed down in the human continent, there is a mountain load of content where a bestia fell for a great person and followed them. In other words, the reason that the 12 bestia, including Orlok, followed Nino was included into that sort of situation. And then, right now, at the lowest floor of the Mal Labyrinth, in a place perfect to be designated as a reception hall, Nino and the dungeon's master magian Mal were standing off against each other. Damn you, to think that the bestia would betray me. She was ahead of Nino, who stood with a displeased expression. Mal detestably looked at the delighted face of Orlok and the other bestia. Magian Mal. Her purple hair grew down to her shoulders, and her emerald green eyes had a sharp impression. Having makeup perfectly applied on her face, and wearing a black dyed leather outfit on her beautiful and voluptuous body that not even Ichika, let alone Nino, would be a match for, she was truly overflowing with feminine charm. Since all of the Western magian that Nino defeated up until now were nothing but men, this was her first fight against a female magian. Popularity, none. When Nino muttered that, the bestia behind her made a roar of laughter. A vein became visible on Mal's forehead at the obvious provocation. Hitting the stone floor with the staff she held, Mal shouted, "Don't get carried away, little girl." Whether it was in charm as a woman, or ability as a magian, she had no intention of losing to Nino. If that Orlok bastard was such a lolicon, this sort of thing wouldn't have happened. For Mal, that is what she thought. It was because Orlok had a peculiar preference that it turned into a situation where it seemed like she, who would win on all aspects, had lost. If she hadn't employed such bestia, then such a little girl would have been nothing to her, is what she thought. However, looking at it from Nino's point of view, she couldn't hear that voice as anything but the whining of a loser. Having been created by Demon King Vermudal that she held respect and affection for, being the ideal form of a lady of overflowing charm was common sense to Nino. Because of that, Nino expressed a triumphant smile, and looked down on Mal. "You really are pitiable. But, it's all right." Drawing the two curved swords on her waist, Nino made a declaration. "In the name of Demon King Vermudal, Nino will destroy you after all. Don't underestimate me." With her anger reaching the boiling point, Mal instead became composed and judged the situation. No matter how she looked at it, Nino had a fighting style that had her two curved swords as the core. The bestia that were in wait at her back were of the same level. Because of that, they were no match for Mal. It was because for Mal, who was a rank D Magian, she had the qualification of being the master of this Mal labyrinth that encroached with plants. That arrogance, atone for it with your life. Mal's emerald green eyes sparkled. It was a light green light. The ability to manipulate plants, magic eyes of greenery. The ivy that received the power of Mal's magic eyes of greenery started to move, and tried to restrain the bestia. What's going on? Not knowing that Mal was able to do such a thing, the bestia panicked and tried to cut the ivy with their swords. Mal watched intently at their state with joy. However, she clicked her tongue at Nino, who was cutting up the ivy without a care. However, after seeing that she wasn't moving, she judged that Nino was giving it her all to cut them up, put her magic eyes of greenery at full throttle, and moved the tree roots from underneath the stone floor. The tree roots that acted like thick whips coiled around Nino while making flexible movements, and constricted that small body of hers. Nino didn't let go of her curved blades despite that, but going by the position of her hands, it was impossible for her to cut away the tree roots that were binding her. Looks like it's over. Well, you've made me use my magic eyes of greenery. Making the fact that I showed you the seriousness of a demon king a present for you. Go die. In order to have Nino's limbs get crushed with the tree roots, Mal made her magic eyes of greenery shine. To be crushed. That is how it should have ended up. That should have happened. The tree roots should have made that happen. However, they didn't crush Nino just as Mal commanded them to. Why? Why didn't it turn out like that? Mal's magic eyes of greenery certainly did activate. However, it didn't turn out like that. Mal came to realize the reason for that with a scene that happened right in front of her. Those eyes, it couldn't be. Nino's eyes were shining. They were shining much stronger than Mal's eyes. Enough that everyone in this reception hall became aware of that magnificent green brilliance. That's right, those were magic eyes of greenery. They were magic eyes that possessed enough might to negate the power of Mal's magic eyes. Magian Mal. You are misunderstanding things. Having been gently guided to the floor by the tree roots, Nino informed her, sounding calm. The Magian of the West were misunderstanding things. You are able to assume the title of Demon King. But, you are unable to become the Demon King. Destroying the stone floor, tree roots that could be mistaken for thick tree trunks appeared, and hit Mal really hard. Continuing after that, ivy with thickness that was similar to an adult's arm constrained Mal from all directions, and constricted her while breaking her whole body. Management and rapid growth of plants. That was the true ability that the magic eyes of greenery possessed. The fact that weak magic eyes that simply manipulated them wouldn't be a match for that, is something that Mal didn't realize up until she died. A Magian wouldn't become a Demon King. The Magian of the West didn't know even this truth. And then, there was already no need for them to know it. It was because the Magian of the West that claimed themselves to be Demon Kings, were completely destroyed with this Mal's death. Guess we should go home. Yes, Ansan. Responding to Nino, who said that sounding bored, the bestia that adored her shouted simultaneously. That Ansan thing, stop it. With a discontented look, Nino walked towards the surface. But, with a face that seemed like she had just come up with a prank, she turned around to the bestia that chased after her in a rush. But. For the black-haired no-good maid that is at the Demon King's castle, it's all right to call her the Maid Summer, no-good Maid Summer, you know? Damiad, is that her name? She didn't reply to Orlok's words. Just what kind of face would Ichika, who acts like the #1 close aide at the Demon King's castle, make? Just by thinking about that, Nino ended up having a cheerful feeling. Chapter 12. The Demon King's Castle. In that place that was close to becoming a historic ruin that boasted in having good ventilation, Ichika and Nino were glaring at each other. No, it wasn't something as cute as them glaring at each other, but they were glaring each other down. the expressionless Ichika and the displeased-looking Nino. From the two that glared with the throned Vermudal in between them, an intimidating air that felt like sparks would start flying hung in the air. Having called Ichika Damiad's summer without a single doubt, the pitiable bestia under Orlok that went down from Ichika's slaps across their faces was scattered about here and there in the throne room. The fact that they chanted Damiad in unison was the start of their quarrel this time. So, the one that taught those dogs a worthless trick was you, wasn't it, Nino? There are no falsehoods in their words. Nino thinks that the whereabouts of the responsibility is on you, Ichika. It is possible for me to perfectly respond to all demands. Please don't put me together with you who is specialized in only one section of performance and preference and is oriented towards maniacs. The newer one being perfect is the providence of the world. In other words, it is Nino that is the true perfect one. They were like this in general. Oral ran away the moment he heard the Deinda maid, no good maid, and the magic-operated armors acted as if it was of no concern of theirs. Even for Vermudal, since he used up plenty of magical power and was tired, he didn't want to get involved with anything troublesome. So long as it didn't turn into a situation where the castle would be broken any more than this, he intended to watchfully wait. Incidentally, he also didn't want to untactfully speak up then have his preferences put up for question. However, if he were to keep silent, Ichika and Nino would eventually seek a judgment from Vermudal. Even if he were to say that both of them were cute, it was undeniable that Majin wouldn't yield in contests related to pride. With that being the case, it would be better to offer up a different topic ahead of them and make the conversation undecided. By the way, Nino. What, Demon King Summer? When she readily removed her gaze from Ichika, Nino touched upon Vermudal's hand that was on the armrest. Just as Vermudal controlled Ichika, who tried to flick that away, with his other hand, Ichika instead ended up tightly grabbing that hand, in other words. While breathing a sigh at the fact that Ichika and Nino were once again glaring at each other, Vermudal pointed at the bestia that was scattered about in the throne room with his gaze. Those guys over there, is it all right to take it that they wish to serve me? That is fine. Among the bestia that still weren't moving at all, Vermudal used his status confirmation magic on the black-furred wolf bestia. Name, Orlok. Race, bestia. Rank, D. Occupation, swordsman. Equipment, iron sword. Leather armor. Technical skills, Wild Fang C. Soul of a beast demon. He's surprisingly. Vermudal confirmed that he was much more usable than the goblin from before. If he were to even pledge his allegiance to him, then there was no mistake that he would be an even better pawn than Ogre and the others. And then, above all, he had the potential to become even stronger hidden within him. The soul of a beast demon that was included in the technical skills, it was something that would raise Orlok's abilities, as well as a symbol that Orlok would be able to surpass the limits of the bestia and become stronger. For example, the gold wolf that was in the south of the Dark Continent, that is a case where a Majin was transformed from a bestia. From a Majin to a Maju, in other words, from a completely human form to a beast form, having it possible to fight while freely changing their own form, they are Majin that boast extraordinary abilities that are useful not only in covert activities but also in battle. The potential to become like that was hidden within Orlok. Of course, Vermudal was able to forcibly press it to be awakened, but, at the very least, now wasn't the time to do that. Yup, they look like they'll be of use. You did well, Nino. It is because Nino is competent. Nino said that while expressly sending a suggestive gaze to Ichika. With strength being put into Ichika's hand that was wrapped around Vermudal's hand, Vermudal broke into a cold sweat. The situation wasn't changing for the better at all. Though things would have gone in a direction where things were somehow left unsettled if Orlok and the others were awake, since they were knocked out by Ichika's slaps, there was nothing that could be done. Maybe he should just order the two of them to carry Orlok and the others away. Just as he was thinking that, one of the magic-operated armors ascended the stairway and entered the throne room. I have a report. The magic-operated armor that made a bow of a retainer before the throne had taken a look at Vermudol's situation, but he immediately lowered his head and took a reporting position. Ah, come now, you two, separate. Seeing Ichika and Nino let go of his hands with reluctant looks and going into waiting at both of his sides, Vermudol felt relief while urging a continuation of the report. So, what is this report? There are audience applications for you, Demon King Summer. They respectively claim themselves to be the Northern Representative, the Eastern Representative, and the Southern Representative. So they've finally come, is what Vermudol thought. Since Nino crushed the Western part, it was only natural that the Western Representative wouldn't come. Since the South was doing things considerably flashily, he expected that this would be done with the timing of the Southern conclusion being decided. In other words, now was that timing. I understand. Lead them here. I have received your command. The magic-operated armor said that and withdrew. It was only natural, but the Magian didn't come just to make their greetings. They had come to size up Vermudol, the Demon King. If he did not live up to their judgments, the Magians would probably turn their fangs to Vermudol without hesitation. Nino, go find Auril. At Vermudol's words, Nino rushed out from the throne room. Ichika, go pile the bestia up over around there. Yes. Like this, the still-fainted bestia were thrown down into a corner of the throne room. Here, we go, I guess it's time to start some Demon King work. Chapter 13. Before the throne that Vermudol was sitting in, 3 Magian were lined up. One was a female Magian with long blonde hair. On top of her clothes that had white as the basic theme, she wore a pendant with a yellow magic stone fitted into it. Not carrying any weapon-like weapons, it could be inferred that mainly used either hand-to-hand combat or magic. Another one of them was a Magian with short silver hair. He had light blue metal armor and a large sword that was around his height. Vermudol thought that this one was clearly a swordsman. The last one was a muscular giant man. He had light brown disheveled hair and an ample grown beard. Suiting the durable-looking clothes that he wore well, he had the appearance like that of a woodsman. As one would expect, he didn't carry a weapon, but he was the most mysterious man. Vermudol understood that the 3 of them were suitably powerful people just by looking at them. However, at the same time, he could tell that they were quite the ruffians. Excluding the female Magian, the threatening pressure from the other 2 that was pointed towards Vermudol wasn't normal. Welcome. I am Vermudol. Without claiming to be the Demon King deliberately, Vermudol introduced himself. Seeing that, the swordsman surreptitiously moved his eyebrows, and the female Magian took one step forward. I am Fainal, a Magian of the East. This is prompt, but there is something I wish to ask of you, Vermudol Dono. What might that be? It is whether the rumors of this occasion are the truth or not. If it is in regards to the establishment of the 4 cardinal direction generals, then it is the truth. Fainal made a short nod to Vermudol. And then, as if being next in line after her, the muscular man took a step forward. I am Raikta. Was it all right for the selection criterion to be based on strength? Swearing allegiance to the Demon King is also included, I suppose. I see. Incidentally, I am the South's strongest. At those words, Vermudol raised a voice of admiration. He had heard from Auril that the southern area had a huge decisive battle of Kaewu, but the man before him had an appearance that was no different from normal Magian. In other words, it seems that the man before him that introduced himself as Raikta had the possibility that he had an appearance that was different from what he appeared to be. So, how about you? Vermudol turned his eyes towards the last person, the swordsman. That swordsman opened his mouth while fixing his eyes on Vermudol. According to what I have heard, I have learned by hearsay that there are 2 marks on the person worthy of being the Demon King. I would like to ask you to demonstrate them. 2 marks? Vermudol went I see and understood. Fainal and Raekta, although their appearances are completely different, they are the stereotypical muscle-brained Mazoku. However, it would seem that this swordsman isn't like that. Yes. One of them is that it is said that the Demon King and the hero are able to confirm other people's status even without a reveal crystal. Name, Altio. Race, Majin. Rank, S. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Equipment, Light Burying Sword Oral. Armor of Frozen Soil. Technical skill, Light Resistance, Counterattack Avoid Freeze-B. Heart of Absolute Zero G. That's right, Altio. It would seem that you possess very incredible equipment. So you have seen it. Yeah. I don't know if it was all of it, but I can see most of it. Or could it be that you are showing it to me? Without a doubt, the light resistance and the void freeze are effects of his armor. He was able to understand that the technical skill called Heart of Absolute Zero was the source of Altio's composure. Well then, the other one. Having immediately regained his composure, Altio took a crystal ball-looking thing from a bag. Reveal crystal, huh? I see. Seeing the thing that Altio pulled out, Fainal nodded, looking as if she understood what he was doing. If you are the Demon King, this thing will project a clear distinction from the swindling Majin. I would like to confirm whether or not you are the Demon King with this. The reveal crystal. That was the magic item that possessed the ability to project a person's status. Because it possessed an effect similar to the status-confirming magic that the hero and the Demon King use, it is also something widely used regardless of being used by either humans or Majin. That's fine. Hand that over here. So it is all right. Saying that, Altio presented the reveal crystal out to Vermudal. It's fine. If it will make you consent with that. Standing up from the throne, Vermudal took the reveal crystal from the hands of Altio, who remained still, and put his consciousness into it as if he was silently praying. When he did that, his status emerged inside of the crystal. Name, Vermudal. Race, Demon King. Rank, SSS. Occupation, Magician. Equipment, Ring of Sorcery. The other Demon King's clothing. Details, unknown. Race, Demon King. The three Mazoku fixed their eyes on what was displayed. The astonished faced Altio. The satisfied faced Fainal. The greatly interested-looking faced Raekta. The Demon King had his race itself listed as Demon King. The reason why it was pointless no matter how much one proclaimed themselves to be the Demon King was found in this area. However, because this was a fact that is known only to a portion of Mazoku, it could be said that it couldn't be helped that self-proclaimed Demon Kings like those of the Western area would become a repeated occurrence. So, are you satisfied? When he returned the reveal crystal to Altio, the three Mazoku lined up as if they repelled into it and took retainer bows. There was no margin for doubt. With more than 120 years having passed since Demon King Gramphir perished, the true Demon King has returned to this dark continent. I shall formally make myself introduction. I am Fainal. I am a Majin of the East. I am Raekta. The South's strongest, no, excluding Demon King Summer, I might be the strongest in the continent. Next to Fainal, who was glaring at Raekta, Altio also started his self-introduction. I am Altio. A Majin of the North. Demon King Vermudal Summer, I ask for your forgiveness, for my various rude actions. Don't worry about it, Altio. I don't hate guys with good heads on their shoulders. When he said that, Vermudal made a faint smile as he sat back down on the throne. Finally, the beginning order was completed. The Dark Continent is vast, and it would take too much time for Vermudal himself to subjugate it. As long as there wasn't a guarantee that the hero or whatever wouldn't appear during that time, he needed to advance things quickly. It was for this reason that the 4 cardinal direction commanders were arranged. By doing a culling, it was a selection of strong Mazoku that would obey him. And then, It would also prepare the subordinates that would become pawns that were the 4 cardinal direction commanders. In other words, plans for a new Demon King army. There was no need for the Mazoku that Gramphia, who had been defeated by the hero in the past, had created. As long as Mazoku could be created by Vermudal, a majority of them were meaningless. What he wanted was only the handful that possessed extremely high ability. I would like to have you all work as commanders of the new Demon King army. Dark emotions swirled within Vermudal. That's right, this was a cleaning as well as a replacement. The old things would be purged, and new things would be created. He wasn't of mankind but of the Mazoku. It was because he was a Demon King and not just a king that this was a feasible reckless action. Vermudal quietly took that one step forward. Chapter 14. The Eastern Commander Fainal, the Southern Commander Raikta, the Northern Commander Alchio. The 3 people that received titles that would make them the rulers of their respective regions from Vermudal had surrounded the Potato Nobe with Vermudal. Even if it was called Potato Nobe, it was just the usual potato soup put into a large hot pot that was carved out of stone. The pot was handmade by Ichika, and even the desk was just pieces of crumbled stone walls piled on top of each other. However, customs of dinner meetings such as this generally didn't exist among the Mazoku to begin with. When offered the dinner meeting as if it were just a suggestion, Fainal and Alchio didn't know how they should respond and were bewildered. Since only Raikta was a happy-go-lucky fellow, he filled up plenty on the potatoes. The salt soup is pretty good, Demon King Summer. UN. But as expected, I'm getting a bit tired of it. I did have the goblins start on agriculture though. Ah, so that was your doing, Demon King Summer. When coming to the Demon King's castle from the Dark Continent's southern area, there was the need to pass through Ogre's goblin community that Vermudal had directly suppressed. There, Raikta saw fields that were growing something, and the figures of goblins restlessly moving around. Ichika had discovered some wild Nilgiri tea, you see. I ended up having them try out growing it since it has high fertility. Ah, it's because that stuff grows anywhere. Even the goblins should be able to grow it. Nilgiri tea. That was a vegetable similar to the so-called daikon. The section where the roots have a crisp texture and is juicy even when raw, and is also delicious when simmered and eaten while freshly cooked. Furthermore, there were several medical efficacies in the leaves, and is extensively eaten among the humans. Nilgiri tea is that sort of all-purpose vegetable. Having an ephemeral way of life is what the traditional Majin did, but there were also other areas where the gourmet food culture such as this that the previous Demon King Gramphia had brought about was deep-seated and had remained. The human slaves that had once existed have already died out, but the remains of the fields that they cultivated had grown wild. Also, the recipes were of the things that remained as well, and it was from there that Fainal and Alchio had made meals. They had, but the fact that they were fundamentally feral children didn't change for the most part. This was also the case for other industries. There was a tendency to depend on a portion of hobbyists that immersed themselves in things like attire and blacksmithing for the production and supply of various things. The Mazoku nature of becoming strong individually that ran within them was catastrophic. To begin with, the notion of the thing called family was extraordinarily thin among Mazoku. This was a hazardous trait as a species, and there were also spots that need to be settled. Vermudal saw that this thorough individualism of the Mazoku is what invited defeat the last time. Because of that, to first arrange the subordinate Demon King army was also the first step of cultural living. After rebuilding the organization, he would introduce communal living and culture, as well as the concept of politics. He would reform the present situation that had degenerated even further from the time of Gramphia that only took things. But there was no mistake that that would definitely raise the strength of the Mazoku species as a whole, I see. Hearing Vermudal's explanation, Alchio nodded. Certainly, even Alchio relied upon a portion of hobbyists for things such as his equipment. Therefore, if that sort of cultural livelihood were to be arranged and things such as blacksmithing were to spread about in the Dark Continent in general, it would be convenient even for Alchio, and he was even able to understand that it was connected to strengthening the Mazoku as a whole. However, the Metalio are allies to humanity. Even if we were to train Bestia in blacksmithing, it would take a considerable amount of time. Metalio, aka the Ore-Man race. That was the name of the race that excelled in the mining and manufacturing of metal and possessed bodies that were small yet tough. At the time of the previous war, they supplied a large amount of famous arms to humanity, including the hero. Not just that, it was said that there was even the figure of a Metalio among the hero's comrades that marched into the Dark Continent. Yeah. I've taken that into consideration. When Vermudal snapped his fingers, Ichika, who had disappeared before anyone knew it, had come along to the throne room bringing along a single man. His height was shorter than average. Although his build was horizontally wide, he had a physique where his body was covered in tenacious muscles that wouldn't lose to even to Rachter's muscles. He had an amply grown beard, and strong eyes that had no intention of losing. In that man's hands, he carried a single sword. This man is? Fainal's question was reasonable. When Vermudal stood up and stood next to the man, he answered with a cheerfulness as if he were introducing a friend. He is Tekohagen, a Norm. The Norm opposed the Metalio. No, they are a race I created for the sake of winning. Create a race? Fainal and the others shuddered at those words. Certainly, that was possible for the Demon King. However, for Fainal and the others that were born after the sorting of Mazoku was established, they weren't familiar with the idea of creating an entire race. Now that he mentioned it, they understood that it was possible if it was the Demon King doing it, but being unable to arrive at that way of thinking to begin with, they had naturally removed it from the options. Because of this, they were surprised, and once again realized it. That this man called Vermudal was without a doubt the Demon King. Tekohagen, take care of the explanation. Certainly. Tekohagen drew the sword and displayed it. It was a one-handed sword, a type of sword that was called a long sword. The sword blade was steel blue, and reflected light and gave a dull shine. However, it was impressive how it would sometimes shine in red with just the right amount of light. This was made with metal where iron and blood metal were mixed together at a ratio of 8:2. It is named blood iron, but I believe that it would be adequately fit for use even as the raw material for magic swords. The one that reacted to those words was Altgeo, who also used a sword himself. It would be best to understand by likening a magic sword as the sword version of a magic wand. Magicians would use a wand as a catalyst to use magic, and swordsmen would use swords for the sake of directly attacking. This is the common sense of this world. However, in the case of being able to use both magic and the sword, a sword or a wand, it was surprisingly difficult to make a decision on which one to choose. First, with a normal sword, it would melt from being unable to endure the invocation of magic. On the other hand, if a wand is held, the physical attacks that were obtained through great pains can't be used. There were rings that could be used as catalysts for magic, but when compared to wands, their might was low. Therefore, the best choice would be magic swords, but magic swords are difficult to produce, and technical strength higher than the standard is required. Tekohagen said that was created. Isn't that good? Is mine also made with this? No, blood metal isn't suitable for your strength, Demon King Summer. It will take a bit more time. I leave it to you. Tekohagen exited the room, and Ichika was in waiting at Vermudal's side. Vermudal handed the blood iron sword that he held in his hand over to Ichika, turned to the three generals, and showed a smile. Well, I suppose the situation is just as you can see, Fainal. Yes, Demon King Summer. Vermudal nodded at Fainal, who had stood up and took a saluting posture. I command you, who is the Eastern General. I would like for you to make use of the fertile soil of the Dark Continent's eastern area, and contribute to the food supply policies. I have received your command, Demon King Summer. For Southern General Richter, I leave the command of the Norm and mine development, as well as the production of all sorts of arms that will accompany that to you. Leave it to me. When the two confirmed that they consented, Vermudel turned to the remaining Alcio. Northern General Alcio. I leave the economic policies to you. I command you to perform minting of coinage in cooperation with Reikta, and to rebuild the foundation of Mazoku society. I gratefully accept. Alcio understood the meaning and significance of Vermudel's words. The northern area of the Dark Continent wasn't suited for production activities. In addition, Alcio was the one among the three that could calmly make decisions about things, and he understood that it was because of this trait that was generally not much like how Mazoku are that he was appointed this position. However, Demon King Summer. What'll we do about military affairs? Although leadership will fundamentally be left to the respective generals, the strategic portion will be left to the Western General, whose land was the site of where the previous hero had invaded. And then, the center will supervise the four areas and be the standpoint that dispatches instructions. Reikta knitted his brows at that reply. There wasn't anyone of that caliber that was able to do that in the West. The fact that that was the consensus of opinion of the 3-4 cardinal generals and not just Reikta could be adequately understood from the expressions of the other two. Maybe because he had taken those reactions into account, Vermudel showed an ill-natured smile on his face. I have prepared a capable person perfect for the job, it should be about time for him to be coming by though. As if to respond to Vermudel's words, a transfer magic formation expanded next to him. A cylinder of light rose from the magic circle that was rotating together with light, and once it settled down before long, a single man was standing at that spot. Did I keep you waiting? No, I didn't mind it. When Vermudel said that, he turned a smiling face to Reikta and the others. Let me introduce him. He is the Western General, Sancred. Chapter 15. Western General Sancred. Fainal looked at the man that was introduced as such. His height was taller than Vermudel. He had somewhat short golden hair and blue eyes. His well-proportioned body was covered in simple dark blue garments. The armor that he wore on top of that was plain. However, she could tell that an extremely high density of magical power was needed into both his clothes and armor. He wasn't carrying a weapon, but his muscles allowed her to guess that he was a swordsman. He was considerably strong. That was Fainal's impression of Sancred from what she saw. Western General Sancred. Alcio looked at the man that was introduced as such. The man called Sancred was befitting as a swordsman. He could not find any openings that looked like openings, and he could tell that he had taken a place where he could protect Vermudel. Despite that, he probably had a high level as a magician as well. In that case, his combat style is most likely that of a magic swordsman. However, Alcio didn't know of a swordsman at this level. In that case, this is probably a new Magian created by the hands of the Demon King. That is Alcio's impression of Sancred from what he saw. Western General Sancred. Reikta did not take his eyes off of the man that was introduced as such. Strong. He could tell that with just a single glance. However, that didn't matter a single bit. Seeing the man called Sancred, there were two emotions that boiled up within Reikta. It was fear that shook his soul. It was joy similar to adoration. Reikta knew of those emotions. Reikta recalled those emotions. Before, there was someone that made Reikta fear them. There was someone that, no matter how many times they were knocked down, would stand back up and challenge him again and again. And then, there was someone that broke through everything that Reikta threw out at him from the front. There was someone that carried hope, and wielded despair. Reikta, he knew. He knew of someone that possessed brilliant eyes similar to Sancred's. Eyes that contained every feeling, and hid infinite compassion and unbreakable courage within them. Those eyes, Reikta knew of them. Those eyes, Reikta could never forget them. There was no way he could forget the relief and humiliation that he had once ignored. The hero. Fainal and Alcio reacted to Reikta's mutter. Reikta rushed out before the two's eyes could grasp him. He gathered magical power together with his boiling and raging emotions into his still open right hand. That right hand shined to the point that it was dazzling. Without even taking a stance, Sancred calmly stared at Richter. Ru-oo. He shouted. He even forgot that Vermudal was right beside Sancred. He didn't even notice that Sancred held Ichika, who was about to rush out, back. In order to tear Sancred limb from limb, Richter swung his hand down. Attack guard. And was repelled by Sancred's barrier that unfolded, and stepped a few steps back. However, Richter didn't stop with just that. There was no way he would stop. The impulse that aroused Richter made his sense of reason scatter away, and whispered to him to blow away the whole Demon King's castle. Richter was about to abandon his form as a Magian, but Richter. He sensed an overwhelming pressure that blew away even that impulse. No, it wasn't just Richter. Everything that existed in the Demon King's castle sensed that overpowering pressure. The place was filled with the will of a ruler which froze up senses, made the atmosphere tremble, and made anything and everything fall prostrate. Richter, he saw it. Vermudal's eyes, that shined red. With just that, Richter resigned himself to death. He could tell that everything that composed himself as a veiled dragon, which purported themselves as being the ones closest to the Demon King, was trying to abandon his existence. Kneeling down behind Richter, Fainal and Alcio broke out into a cold sweat. That just now was a brilliance similar to the magic eyes of coercion. However, it wasn't as refined as Gramfia's magic eyes of coercion. If Vermudal were to be a Demon King for even an instant, then he should possess the same magic eyes as Gramfia, who was also a Demon King. This meant that Vermudal probably isn't able to use that power completely. Thinking about it in reverse, there is this much might despite that. If this is the case, if it is with this Demon King, it would be possible to overthrow the hero this time. Thinking about it that far, Alcio raised his head as if it had snapped up. Demon King Summer, who is that man called Sancred? Even if Richter was a Magian of the belligerent south, it was hard to believe that he was stupid enough to be indiscriminate of the place. Above all, Richter muttered the word hero. Yeah. I was thinking of introducing him in full detail from here on, but, geez, Richter, I would probably break if you rage about. Sorry, I'll be careful. When Richter, who was staggering to standing up, answered with that, Alcio and Fainal returned to being near him. You went too far, King. There must have been a much more peaceful method. Finally, Sancred opened his mouth. There wasn't. Richter is the champion of the South's great giant monster battle, you know? If things were to continue at that rate, I would have lost my place to sleep from tonight onwards. Even so, if you only choose the easiest method, there will be no future. That was a strange spectacle in a certain meaning. Sancred, who was being received with an attitude as if he were an equal by Demon King Vermudal, who was behind the overwhelming pressure just now, was crossing over the settled limits undaunted. When he interrupted that Sancred seeming like he was annoyed by him, Vermudal once again turned back towards Alcio and the others. And so, Alcio, could you lend the reveal crystal from before to this guy? Why, yes. Having given up on talking, Alcio took out the reveal crystal, stood up, and handed it over to the approaching Sancred. Thank you, I am the Northern General, Alcio. Is that so? I'll be in your care. Alcio had his maliciousness taken out by Sancred, who slightly raised the ends of his mouth and smiled. It was a smile that had no trace of maliciousness, which was unlike that of a Magian's smile. It had been quite a long time since something like that was turned towards him. So, it's fine if I just pray silently to this, right? When he said that, Sancred put his consciousness into the reveal crystal. Before long, his status rose to the surface in the crystal. Name, Sancred. Race, Magian. Rank, SSS. Occupation, hero. Equipment, magic swordsman clothes. Magic swordsman armor. Technical skill, hero's power B. Demon god's divine protection D. A Magian. A hero? Vermudol expressed a dark smile to the three surprised four cardinal generals. That's right. The Mizoku's hope turned into a Meijin hero, that is the Western General Sancred. That is something that the previous Demon King Gramphia had not come up with. It was because he was under the impression that the hero was an existence that was allowed only to humanity. However, there was no way for him to come up with this idea. It was because Vermudol was sent in by the demon god and was an irregular that somewhat deviated from the rule of this world of Rheinfilia that he had arrived to this conclusion. The Meijin hero Sancred. Carrying a multitude of wishes and opening up the future, the hope of the Mizoku. The news of the birth of the hero Sancred, and then the official arrangement of the four cardinal generals, together with surprise and great joy, was widely spread throughout the Dark Continent. Chapter 16. It was an infinite darkness. No matter how far one went, there was no end. No matter how long one waited, there was no dawn. There was one spot where there was light. A throne that floated within the darkness only there. A dark clump that had the shape of a person sat on that throne. It == S shining red eyes. They asserted that it wasn't just some darkness or a type of shadow. Then again, it wasn't like that was its true form. But it wasn't like it had a true form. It became like this after abdicating its right and responsibility to establish its form. That was all. That thing that had abdicated even its name, it was something called the Demon God. Demon God. The summit of all demons. The creator of all demons. The enemy of all good. The enemy of all evil. The tolerator of all good. The tolerator of all evil. The one who affirms all contradictions. The one who transcends all logic. In this place where the past and the future mixed together, the demon god danced happily. Ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. A smiling face appropriate of that little girl form. A sweet voice appropriate of that little girl form. She spun around. Tan, she walked with light steps. The best, really the best. You are the best, Vermudol. Clad in a sweetness that would make all that saw her smile, and clad in a madness that would make all that saw her break, the demon god danced. I didn't think that you would wish for the hero. Fufafu, you are a child that does the absurd. Being the demon king, Vermudol had the power to create Mizoku. However, the creation of the hero surpassed that sphere of action. The hero was something outside of the normal way of things. They were not born naturally, and would always appear with some sort of reason as the cause. They would either be some sort of mutation, or maybe be some sort of element from another world. Containing the element of being from another world, Vermudol only possessed the key. However, he was unable to create the hero with just that. Unbelievable, unbelievable. To think that he would move my heart. I reflexively lent him my strength. Smiling. Sneering. The demon god laughed. The demon god's steps resounded in the soundless space. But you know, Vermudol. Rheinfilia's stupid goddess, unlike me, she isn't gentle, you know. The demon god danced a dance that had no definite beginning or end. Fufafu, ah, how fun. I wonder how long it's been since I've had this much fun? There was no one to answer those words. Everything lost its meaning, within this space. Within that infinite darkness. The demon god, she looked somewhere that wasn't here. It was a place that wasn't here. It was a time that wasn't now. What those eyes perceived was a single young man that lived in the world that Vermudol was once in Ozura Yuki. In a dazzling place, Ozura Yuki opened his eyes. He remembered as far back as having rushed out in front of a truck when he tried to save a girl. The memories after that weren't definite, but he was relieved when it seemed that he was alive. No, you have already died. The one that told Yuki that was a mysterious voice that would relieve all those that heard it. Maybe it was because of that. Yuki accepted the fact that he had died without any sense of discomfort. I see, so I've died. Yes, however, the brilliance of your life, that beauty, I know of it. It was not a meaningless death, is what the voice said. The owner of the voice gently touched Yuki's head, who was sitting down like he was in gym class. Having beautiful golden hair and eyes blue like the deep ocean. What covered their magnificent body was a silver gown that emitted a radiance of purity. A woman that expressed a smile that seemed like it was the embodiment of all of the love in the world. She was the goddess that watched over Reem Philia. The guardian deity Philia. The goddess that was called such made a single proposition to Yuki. Would you like to try walking a new life in this world? That was a contract for reincarnation. A ceremony of protection for the sake of birthing a new hero in Reem Philia. The goddess Philia nodded at the answer that was spoken from Yuki's mouth. A place that wasn't here. A time that wasn't from here. All while not realizing that the demon god was peering into that scene from the world of the past. Fufafu, hey, Vermudal. It would seem that the human side's hero is close to being birthed, you know? What'll you do? I wonder what you will do. The demon god danced. She knew that her voice wouldn't reach Vermudal. However, she had no intention for it to reach him. The demon god danced. With a smile like that of a child eagerly waiting for the continuation of a picture book. Ah, wait a second. Suddenly, the demon god stopped dancing. She put her index finger on her chin, and displayed a lovely pondering behavior. Come to think of it, there shouldn't have been anything for him to be searching for in the Dark Continent. Going UN, the demon god displayed an appearance of her worrying over something. It's because I was doing nothing but assisting with the hero matter, is what she muttered. Well, whatever. This much will be material worth watching. When she said that and convinced herself, the demon god snapped her fingers. As for what had happened with that, only the demon god knows. Chapter 17. Production and consumption. The transaction between those two, when the concept of currency is included, is when the basis of economic activity is completed. It was a foundation of human society, and although it was faint, it was a concept that existed even in the Dark Continent. To establish that on a large scale would bring about a change that wasn't small within the Mozoku society that had strong aspects of individualism. It was linked not to domination, but to the promotion of the relationship called interaction. And then, at the same time, the environmental improvement that was related to the manual labor that would become the source of the economic activity was also progressing. Vermudal himself, although he lived in that sort of world before reincarnating, didn't know anything but the basics. However, even despite that, he was able to bring about plenty of change. To begin with, the relationship of employer and employee had been arranged in places like dungeons up until now. That agreement that had been simply used between individuals, between tribes, would be spread throughout the Dark Continent, coordinated, and intermediated. An existence that would do that was needed. In the center area of the Dark Continent, close to the Demon King's castle, the guild headquarters was created. The Adventurers Guild, the Merchants Guild, and the Blacksmiths Guild that existed in the human continent were used as references. In various places of the Dark Continent where the manufacturing and development of various products had started, there was a need for manpower, and at the same time, even the Mozoku that had grown tired of their decadent lifestyles had displayed strong interest in participating in the new society. Next person. A black cat bestiar hit the counter with their finger. The one that came up to that counter was a single norm. Where's your registration card? The norm male silently pulled out a single card, and tossed it onto the counter. This thing that looked like a scrap lumber was a guild card. In the past, when they were on the verge of turning the tables on the humans that invaded the Dark Continent, those humans possessed articles of unknown use, and this was something based on that article. Discovering those things whose use was unknown for many years in the Demon King's castle, Vermudal saw that they were registration cards for the Adventurers Guild, and that became the impetus for this development. Vermudal was praised with things like as expected of the Demon King, but for the person himself, he thought this really is like it's something from a fantasy setting and only made an unserious observation. In any case, this guild card, it had the name and race, and was even able to check their status, making it a truly convenient resource. For example, the card that was thrown down onto the counter just now was something like this. Name, Maul. Race, Norm. Rank, D. Level, 34. Occupation, Mine Supervisor. Equipment, Large Blood Iron Hammer. Mining Clothes. Technical Skills, Mining B. Smithing C. This was all that was recorded on the surface, but actually, by using it together with the reveal crystal, it was possible to confirm various recorded matters. It was possible to confirm a log of accepted jobs as well. Yes, Maul-san. What is your business for visiting this time? It's a request for the recruitment of personnel. Rank is irrelevant, and as for race, as long as they can work diligently, it doesn't matter. The job content is being an ore miner at a new mine that just started in the south. The reward will be 4 large silver coins paid daily. However, the limit will be 1 month, and if they continue to work after that, it will be 2 large silver coins. The value of the currency in the Dark Continent is regulated as follows. In regards to Earth's Japan, 10 yen equals 1 small copper coin, 100 yen equals 1 large copper coin, 1,000 yen equals 1 small silver coin, 10,000 yen equals 1 large silver coin, and then 100,000 yen equals 1 small gold coin, and 1 million yen equals 1 large gold coin. It was a considerably rough and simple decision, but Mazoku had many meatheads in general, and if a decision that was too minute were chosen, it was inevitable that things around the goblin's intelligence level would become unable to do calculations. At any rate, a daily wage of 4 large silver coins is a considerably sweet job. For the market price of such physical labor, examples were the farm work in the east that had daily wages of 1 silver coin, and even the mining in the south was only 2 large silver coins. When considering those, this job had a considerably high salary, and it could be judged that urgency was required. And the number of people needed is. It's better to have as many as possible. At any rate, I'm in a hurry. The black cat Bestia made an inquisitive face at the sullen-faced Maul. Every place is in a hurry though. Is there some sort of reason? That's right, except for the West's defense unit, every site was wanting manpower. On top of the fact that developments and services were advancing at a quick pace, the Demon King's castle's repair work was also of relatively high priority. It ain't just some sort of reason. Maul whispered to the black cat Bestia with a lowered voice. That rumored thing that Demon King Summer is searching for, Holy Silver, I've discovered a mining prospect of it. Holy Silver. That was the name of a metal that Mazoku had unpleasant memories of. Its conductivity of magical power was exceedingly high, and it was also easy to process. On top of that, it boasted strength superior to steel weapons and armor, and is the famed metal that the hero's party's equipment was made from. It only existed in lands that were blessed, and was exceedingly rare. At the very least, it was said that it wouldn't be produced in the Dark Continent, and was a metal that symbolized humanity's side. I see. In that case, that means. Yeah. If it gets started on in full scale, it'll become so busy that no one will have eyes on the other mines. The black cat Bestia nodded and received the application from Maul. It was hard to believe that Holy Silver would be produced from the Dark Continent, but the level was different from the idle gossip of goblins. I have certainly received your request. Still, your luck is awfully good. The black cat Bestia said that from the bottom of their heart. However, Maul made a complicated facial expression. Why, yeah, well, I'm counting on you. While the Bestia made a curious-looking face, Maul left the guild. As a matter of fact, his luck being good, it wasn't a story that could be left off with just that. The mountain that Maul was surveying for the purpose of developing it as a mine, it originally should have been a geological location that possessed traits of being a mine that would produce a lot of blood metal in the Dark Continent. However, in just one night, Maul slept after finishing the survey, and in the next morning, the geological features that should have been thoroughly investigated had turned into something that Maul didn't know of. Of course, that was something that was impossible from Maul's experience. However, it was something that had presently occurred. Is this also Demon King Summer's power? Maul shook that thought that came to his mind out from his head. It was most likely pointless to think about it, and probably no one would believe him even if he were to talk about it. The only thing that Maul could do was make the maximum use of this situation that was most likely just good fortune. That was all that he could do. Chapter 18. A white-walled castle without any cloudiness. Those who saw this place would probably appraise it as such. Those that lived in the town that spread out in the land around the castle, they would look up at the castle every day, and would refresh their loyalty to the owner of that castle. It was because they understood that if it weren't for the owner of that castle, the development of this country would have been unlikely. The name of the country was the Zadok Kingdom. That was the name that Vermudal, who was the Demon King as well as the country's king, had given it. Vermudal, the Demon King that brought about a prosperity that the era of the previous Demon King Gramphia couldn't even compare to. Within the development and prosperity, they tried to naturally bury the pain and resentment of the former era's wars. It's not like it's been forgotten, but it's because there are a lot of the guys of the new generation. As Vermudal looked down on the castle town, Auril called out to him from behind. The Zadok Kingdom, which continued to develop, although it was a country, it's not like it was interacting with other countries, with the human continent. At present, they didn't even try. However, that could be said for the human side as well. Looking at it from their point of view, since the Dark Continent was nothing but the Demon King's ruined, cursed land, there was no reason to approach it. To begin with, since it was an isolated region that could geographically be called the end of the world, there weren't any whimsical sailors that would go out of their way to approach it. Yeah. It's because if we can cover everything in this country, there is no need to go out of our way to invade the other continent. Well, that's true, but normally, you would be aiming for much higher. Much higher. In other words, that meant world domination, which would aim for even more prosperity. The former Demon King Gramphia planned for world domination, made various races slaves in that process, and brought various things into the Dark Continent. As a result, although the Dark Continent experienced a bit of development, at the same time, it plunged into a long era of wars that would last more than a century. After that, Gramphia was defeated by the hero Yuya and his companions. It's probably possible to explain it as Gramphia's ambition had invited his demise. But the biggest cause of defeat was the fact that negligent in the development of his own country, that is what Vermudal thought. Leadership by means of systematization. The power of a group. That was originally the wisdom of humans, and was something that Mazoku, who had a heavy tendency for individualism, didn't have. However, if it was now where a similar structure was introduced, at the very least, it would end without stepping on the same rut as last time. That's right. Learning from reflection, they would advance to the next step. What Vermudal was doing, that nothing more than that. Be that as it may, just by doing that, the Dark Continent, the Zadok Kingdom, would continue to develop. In that case, they would need to move on to the next stage. Auril. What is it, Demon King Summer? Turning around to Auril, who was standing at his back, Vermudal informed him. For a short while, I will be leaving this country. Demon King Summer. The one that responded to those words was Ichika, who was in wait in a slightly distant spot. Defensive measures had been arranged, and the imprudent fellows that would aim for the seat of Demon King had been purged. Why would there be a need to go out of his way to leave the country? Both Ichika and Auril were unable to understand. May I ask for the reason? Even if there aren't any seeds of danger here, there are seeds of danger outside. I will do something about those. Outside, in other words, it was about the humans' continent. Before, the hero and the others invaded from there. Even if there was no reason for him to invade them from this side, there might be a reason for them to invade here from their side. After having developed this much, that would be all the more of a reason. If that was the case, war would be unavoidable. In order to prevent that, he would anticipate that possibility and crush it. The measures for that were important. In that case, I will. Vermudal got the better of the volunteering Ichika. You can't. Ichika, I need you to stay here and act as my substitute. However. I will take Nino along. Ichika tightly grasped her fist, looking vexed by those words, but she immediately returned to being expressionless and nodded. I understand. Ichika. I am leaving you behind because I trust you. Vermudal said that with a wry smile mixed in. That's right. It wasn't something like him bringing Nino because he liked her better or anything. It was simply an argument of Nino being a muscle brain while Ichika could make calm decisions. To tell the truth, after those two, there were some candidates that he thought of, but, since they weren't suited for the role this time, he excluded them at an early stage. Take care of the country while I'm not around. I understand, please leave it to me. Vermudal nodded at Ichika, who was pinching the hems of her skirt and bowing. For the sake of the Dark Kingdom's peace, he would step into human territory. Plunging in without any sort of information was nothing but dangerous, but there was no choice but to do so. That is because that was Vermudal's duty as a king. Chapter 19. The Shataya Continent. That is what the continent that is purported as human territory in this world. From the Dark Continent, it is the continent on the other side of the raging ocean that is interposed between the two continents called the Farthest End Sea. To the west, there is the St. Altlis Kingdom where the former hero Yuya was summoned, and whose faith is in the god of life Philia. To the east, there is the Canal Kingdom where the great sage Turia came from, and whose faith is in god of light Radalg. To the south, there is the Gil Forest Kingdom where the warrior Juno came from, and whose faith is in the god of water Aclea and the god of wind Worm. To the north, there is the Scylla's Empire where the Blademaster Duke came from, and whose faith is in the god of earth Atlagus and the god of fire Agnum. These four countries keep each other in check, however, on the surface, they have pledged a perpetual peace. The existence of Mazoku was a big reason for them not having gone to war with each other. Goblins, Bestia, Amoeba. And then the human-type Mazoku that possess huge builds and head horns, ogres. Human-type Mazoku that possess bodies with a black luster and wings like that of a bat, Alva. And then, Majin. These Mazoku that exist in the Shataya continent are not under the control of the Demon King, and exist as they like with their own chain of command and ecosystems. Because of that, in the era of the former hero Yuya, there was a being in this Shataya continent that claimed to be the Demon King. And then, even now, these Mazoku run rampant in various places of the continent, and are intimidating countries here and there. In particular, the ecosystem of the Alva are a mystery, and are Mazoku said to know a move to teleport through air after suddenly appearing. And then, they have a wicked nature of hating all other lifeforms regardless of whether they are humans or Mazoku. Therefore, it is said that towns and villages that are targeted by Alva have a high probability of perishing. Gao-jigwa. A grating scream resounded, and the Alva spread out its wings. The 10-odd balls of flame that were created determined that the three people before it were the targets. You. Oh, oi oi. That guy ain't the Demon King. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Whatever, just get back. The ones that were standing as if they were responsible for protecting the village's entrance from the Alva were 3 men and women. One of them was a black-haired and red-eyed man that wore a black robe and held a silver staff. Another one had very short, light green hair and green eyes. She was a young girl that wore maid clothes that had a deep green like that of a deep forest as the basic tone and steel blue breast armor. The last one was a man that had dark brown hair and similarly brown eyes, and possessed sturdy metal armor and long sword. The black-haired man held his staff out before him and focused his spirit. Magic Guard Aqua. The balls of fire that the Alva fired exploded one after the other on the blue, transparent barrier that had been deployed. The fire magical power and the water magical power clashed, and both the balls of fire and the blue barrier vanished. And then, aiming for that momentary gap, the Alva spread out its wings and flew close to the ground at high speed. First, it would kill the bothersome magician. That reasonable thought was stopped together with surprise when it confirmed the sight of the displeased face of the green young girl that had appeared in front of it. The green young girl made the curved swords in both of her hands flash, and she slashed at the Alva. Having jumped up right before she hit it and evading her, the Alva had its wings shot through by arrows of ice that had come flying in, and it fell to the ground. However, that was also for an instant. Immediately managing its magical power, the Alva once again flew to the sky and regained its strength, but in that small amount of time where its posture had been destroyed, the green young girl had poured a countless number of slashes on the Alva's back. G-ah-ah-ah. The green young girl that bore a displeased expression at the scream that could burst one's ears did not stop her hands despite that. With this, it's the end. When the blow of the young girl's curved swords decapitated the Alva's head, the Alva's black body turned into small particles and vanished. Incredible, Nino-chan, you really are impressive. The brown-haired man muttered that, and sent a feverish gaze towards the young girl that was sheathing her curved swords into their scabbards at her waist. When he sighed after seeing that brown-haired man, the black-haired man patted the head of the young girl Nino, who had ran up to him. Good job, Nino. Nino did her best. That's right, this young girl was the Magian and Maid Knight Nino. And the black-haired magician was the Demon King Vermudal. Using a bit of magical means, they are on the Shuttire continent as human adventurers. Shion Dono, you've defeated that Mizoku, haven't you? The villagers that were hiding inside of their houses came out one by one when the sounds of battle had settled down. What rose to their faces were looks of joy. This is truly great. If you all weren't here, who knows what would have happened to us? No, it was only a coincidence, but it's great that we were able to deal with it. Vermudal, who was introducing himself as Shion, expressed a smile. Shion and Nino, and then the brown-haired swordsman Reynold, a total of 3 people, had originally come at the request of the guild to exterminate a Maju, a blood bear, that was loitering about in the vicinity of this village. What appeared here by chance was the earlier Alva. To think that an Alva, which is said to be an underling of the Demon King, would appear in a place like this, could it be that the revival of the Demon King is close? That sort of thing is unlikely. It's probably just by chance. Far from a revival, he himself in front of the person was the Demon King, but of course, he wouldn't say that. He understood this when he infiltrated as an adventurer, but it seemed that the tendency of connecting ominous events to the Demon King that humans had was stronger than he imagined. In particular, it seemed that things like the increased activity of monsters was immediately connected to the Demon King. Naturally, that was an extreme false accusation, and it would be unbearable if they were invade the Dark Continent which was in the middle of its revival and development with that sort of reason. Therefore, while he was studying the culture of the Shuttire continent, he decided that he would crush such monsters from any points that he could find. Something like the Demon King's revival is unlikely, since he is already here. While muttering that in his mind, Shion turned a smiling face towards the village headman so as to give him a peace of mind. From the village headman's point of view, it was heard as a wise saying of the village's reliable savior. That's true, if it is you, Shion Dono, saying it, then it must be. Yes, both the Blood Bear and the Alva are no longer here. You can be at ease. Shion said that while emphasizing on the words at ease. He didn't know where the rumors were spreading out from. It was intolerable for the rumor of the Demon King's revival being close to be spread. Hey, more importantly, Shion. Shouldn't we go back already? Yeah, we should. If we go back now, we should reach the neighboring town by evening. This man called Reynold was nothing more than a party member that temporarily joined them. Going around the continent, Shion and Nino gathered information on the Shuttire continent and its culture like this as they visited various places. Shuttire continent, St. Altlis Kingdom. Possessing the Great Altlis Temple and the Edius Adventurer School, It is one of the continent's 4 great nations. That place was the location that Xion and Nino were currently at. Chapter 20. Name, Xion. Race, human. Rank, SSS. Level, 238. Occupation, magician. Equipment, holy silver staff. Ring of sorcery. Black robe. Technical skill, Chantless S. Name, Nino. Race, human. Rank, SS. Level, 487. Occupation, Maid Knight. Equipment, holy silver curved blade. Holy silver curved blade. Maid Knight armor. Maid Knight clothes. Technical skill, dual wield S. Sword dance S. Shapeless wings D. Street. Atlas Kingdom's capital city, Edius. At the side of the door of the Adventurers Guild, seeing the Adventurers card that displayed the status, Xion breathed a sigh. At the time of coming to humanity's territory, he put several disguises on his status so that they wouldn't be suspicious. For example, he made it so that his race would be displayed as human, and he concealed several of his technical skills with a magical trick. Even his equipment, he prepared things made of holy silver so that it wouldn't be suspicious. However, only his level was something that he couldn't disguise. This thing called level was originally a numerical value calculated from a status called experience points. Level 1 is when 100 experience points are achieved, level 2 is 200 experience points, 300 is level 3, and the level is raised at every 100 notch. The greatest value on these experience points greatly differ depending on the person. For example, there are humans that get notified the greatest value of their experience points is around level 40. This is also called the talent limit, and putting aside the portion of exceptions, it is a numerical that cannot be changed in one's lifetime. Experience points are an approximation of that human's strength, but it isn't rare for the difference in level to be buried by the person's own hard work. There is even an adventurer with a talent limit of level 30 having the ability to win insta-level 70 adventurer. In Edius Adventurers Guild, the average rank was E, and the average level was around 40. When it came to the self-proclaimed elite that possessed confidence in their own talent, their rank was either C or D, and their level was around 50-60. Even when looking from it internationally, this could be said to be on the higher side. When it came to rank B or above, although it's an uncommon talent, it's at a level where they could be considered geniuses. Now then, taking that into account, take a look at the status of these two. First, there is non-standard rank SSS Magician Xion. Possessing an S-rank Chantless technical skill, his level is also extraordinarily high. The fact that he is SSS rank meant that he would become even stronger from here on. Next is the SS rank Maid Knight Nino. On top of this also being non-standard, even her level was piercingly high. And then, it seems that even her technical skills are magnificent. The dual-wield technical skill which is required for dual wielders, and then the sword dance which made consecutive attacks uninterruptible. Furthermore, the formless wings which more or less let her obtain the ability to battle in the air. That's right. These two are outstanding talents. They were originally two of the top class even in the Dark Continent, which had a lot of strong people, but since the people around them had their own considerable strength, it could be helped that his perception of what was typical had gone askew. And then, the fact that he hadn't even imagined what he would do if his unapproachable title of Demon King was picked up was also a mistake. The cause that invited the mistake was the fact that he didn't have much experience of being observed that much in the world he previously existed in. Xion Summer, let us go quickly. Right. While breathing a sigh, Xion opened the door of the Adventurers Guild. The structure of this Adventurers Guild was similar to the guild that Xion had designed in the Dark Continent. First, the front counter at the back. Staff members were stationed at reception desks which were separated into acceptance, information, and consultation desks, and it was possible to provide support throughout the day with a shift system. Next, The notice board with papers that had requests written on them posted onto it. Requests that could be received freely, things that were urgently needed, and things that widely recruited with various reasons, they were posted here. When they first arrived here, Xion made a small laugh at how his idea of how the so-called guild would have this kind of feeling had actually turned out how he had imagined. No matter how many times he came here, he liked the atmosphere of the place that was admired in his previous world. Though, his current self wasn't a human. Xion. So you've come back. Seeing the black-haired man that came through the door, the inside of the Adventurers Guild was astir. Even the staff members and the adventurers they were talking to at the counter turned their heads as if they were in a rush. Would it be better if we come back at night? It is the same no matter what time it is. Nodding at Nino's words, Xion breathed a sigh. It wasn't like they weren't welcomed. In fact, it turned out like this because they were welcomed. Xion breathed his nth sigh today at this fact. Chapter 21. Oi, Xion, you've come at just the right time. A request that's to your liking has come up. Xion, I've heard an interesting story. Won't you come with me after this? Xion-san, I want to borrow your strength. At the same time they entered the guild, Xion and Nino were simultaneously surrounded by the adventurers. They were receiving too much attention in a good way. Although there were a few unclear points in his personal history, he was a magician that possessed talent that was second to none. And accompanying him was a maid knight of exceptional ability. It was quite a substantial reaction even when the two of them had first appeared in this guild. After all, two people that possessed unprecedented ability and talent, even if one looked throughout the entire country, let alone the Adventurers Guild, had appeared at once. Furthermore, their appearances weren't bad, and even the equipment that they possessed were first-class goods. There was an uproar as to just who in the world they were. Though, if it was just that, the interest would probably fade immediately. It was because those that indulged in their talent and weapons and then died from it wasn't uncommon. Those that did that would generally boast about it, and die without knowing their place. However, Xion and Nino weren't like that. The requests they accepted mainly subjugation-type requests that went against monsters. They even willingly accepted the ones that others avoided, and would always come back after splendidly resolving them. Those actions that could be seen as noble were more than enough to gather their trust. Of course, Xion didn't have even a fragment of that sort of aim. If monsters acted violently and amplified damages, then no good rumors would circulate. In other words, people that would elevate the Demon King as the cause would probably come out in great numbers, and they would probably say things like there's no mistake that the Demon King has revived or it's because of the Demon King. In that case, as the Demon King himself, that wasn't something he could endure. Therefore, he only had to crush them before that happened. Even in his original objective of carrying out intelligence gathering, the social status of an adventurer was optimum position. Because of that, being called things like noble or a hero was extraordinarily troubling, but looking at it from the surrounding people's point of view, Xion was noble adventurer that couldn't just ignore people suffering from monsters, held enough caliber to be recognized by a maid knight as her master, and was undoubtedly a young man with abundant promise that possessed talent of a record high rank SSS. On top of that, since his appearance wasn't bad, there were a lot of female adventurers that thought of calling dibs on him at once. Furthermore, there were extraordinarily many people that schemed to have themselves accepted into their party or get the two of them into their own party. The result of that was situations like the current one. Yeah, for the time being, could you let us through? When Xion said that, the crowd of people that surrounded the two immediately split and created a path. Thank you. Xion and Nino walked to the counter at the back. Compared to the acceptance counter that already had people lined up at it, the counter dedicated to reports was empty as always. Xion made a gentle greeting to the staff member that was sitting there. Hello. I've come to make a report, a goblin extermination a subjugation report. At the beginning of the Adventurers Guild's founding, there was an extraordinary dispute as to how to prove the report of achieving this request. With a personal statement, there would be no evidence. With the method of cutting off a portion of the target as subjugation proof, on top of the death rate rising due to always worrying about that in the middle of battle, there was also the question of preservation methods, and voices of objection from staff members didn't cease. And so, due to the card development that the Magic Association performed, the waves of magical power that was inherent to creatures would be recorded in the card, and the method of measuring the number subjugated through that was proposed and adopted. This was something that is used even on the occasion of registering one's race on the card, so it boasted considerable accuracy. That being said, since Xion and Nino were actually falsifying their race, it wasn't absolute, but in this regard, it would be pitiable to blame the Magic Association for it. Well then, please give me your cards. When the female staff member received the cards that Xion and Nino handed over, she placed them on a reveal crystal. When she did, there was a mechanism that displayed their respective subjugated number on the crystal. Let's see, Xion-san has 37 goblins and Nino-san has 62 goblins, yup, there's no mistake. The female staff member said that with a smiling face while the dog ears on her head twitched and moved. Being a beastman, her characteristic as an animal was only her ears, and the rest of her mostly wasn't any different from a human. Well then, since the subjugation verification has been performed, I will be resetting the subjugation number. Subjugation number reset. This is also a step meant to measure the subjugation number reliably. At the beginning, there was the idea of leaving it as is and adding to it, but to avoid the labor of recording it and making calculations, it turned into the current system. Now then, the reward is 6 large silver coins. Honestly, I think that it's a job that doesn't match the profits, but you've really helped us out. No, I don't mind. It'd be troubling if it was left alone and the damages were amplified after all. The goblins of the Shutire continent had high fertility. Said to increase by 5 in one day, it would be extremely dangerous to leave them alone. Therefore, although they are subjugation targets of maximum priority, there are many cases where the client is a small village, and is famous for having a high probability of being a job that doesn't match its reward. The ones that say that is pretty much only you, Xion-san. Nino noticed that the female staff member was turning a tender smile that was different from a business smile at Xion, went in between Xion and the counter, and forcibly kept Xion away from the counter. The job is over. Let's go. A whole lot of nominated requests addressed to Xion-san have come in. If you are interested, please try accepting them. The staff member leaned out from the counter and held out some documents. After Nino grabbed those, she went out of the Adventurers Guild while still forcefully pushing Xion. This was also a scene that happened as usual, and was also one of the reasons why Xion didn't receive the excessive appeal from the female adventurers. Having been pushed out from the Adventurers Guild, Xion looked up at the clear weather. A sky that couldn't be seen in the always overcast dark continent. Even bluer than the one that he should have seen even in his previous world, it was a sky that he thought of as beautiful. When he looked up at the blue sky as if yearning for it, the toll of a bell indicating that it was noon resounded from the direction of Edius Adventurer School. It went Ringo N, Ringo N. As if responding to that light toll of the bell, Nino's stomach rumbled with a coo sound. I guess we can buy something from a cart. What would be good? Anything other than potato and salt soup is fine. Right. While having such a conversation, Xion and Nino walked towards the business street where the number of people was increasing. Chapter 22. Hofu Haifu. Talk after you swallow. Delicious. Is that so? What was in Xion and Nino's hands was skewer grilled sora bird. It was something simple that was seasoned with salt, but it was one of the staple menu choices for eating while walking. Incidentally, the sora bird is a typical livestock in the Shutire continent, but they didn't live in the Dark Continent. To begin with, it isn't just limited to sora birds, the animals treated as livestock in the Shutire continent don't really exist in the Dark Continent. Since the weakest animals are the thorn-horned deer and the charging wild boars which could kick goblins about without hesitation, it could be said that it couldn't be helped that the culture of animal husbandry didn't grow. I wonder if we can promote this sort of thing back home as well. There might be merit in attempting to. When she ate up the skewer while saying that, Nina wandered over to a drink cart. Speaking of drinks, it would normally be well water, but there were also a great number of carts that offered the juice of squeezed, chilled fruits. It is said that recently, a product that of fruit juice called Olay, which mixed fruit juice and cow milk and was introduced just a few years ago, was quite popular. It seems that some company had started selling it, but since there were stocking and preserving problems, it wasn't something that an ordinary merchant could sell, and it seems that it pretty much turned into a monopolized market. However, since it didn't circulate as far as the small street stall that Nina went to, she bought normal apple juice in the end. That was delicious. When she returned the wooden bowl to the female owner of the cart, Nina returned to the waiting Xion. Sorry to keep you waiting. What should we do today after this? Making the royal capital as the base for absorbing the culture was good, but the outcome wasn't all that favorable. Or rather, there was nothing to use as a base reference. A big cause for that was the fact that there was too big of a difference between the foodstuffs and raw materials, and the climate and people. For example, the reason why there weren't any carriages in the Dark Continent is because there simply weren't any animals that would submissively pull a wagon, and because Mozoku have a nature where they will almost always start a fist fight if they are placed together in a small place for a long time. Culture is born under the pressure of necessity, and without that, there would be no change even if a century has passed. That's just how it is. And since there is something convenient like magic, that is all the more reason. It doesn't look like we'll get many results. Probably. Thus, even after coming to humanity's territory, except for the small disasters and the filthy cross-national things, it was exact picture of peace. Even the making a fuss and calling every little thing that comes up as the Demon King's doing, it has a feeling like it's just the changing of the season in a certain way. Possibly, even if Xion's group didn't go out of their way to crush them like this, wouldn't things work out somehow? That is how he started to feel. Nonetheless, their reason for being here like this was in order to investigate the cause for why things turned to war during the previous Demon King Gramfia's era, and to pinch that sprout if the need to had risen, but there was just no progress. What was transmitted down in the Dark Continent was only stories of the humans coming to invade. However, after trying to investigate in human territory like this, it turned into a story of having happened after the Mozoku's invasion had become fierce. It's possible that to think that both sides only had the convenient parts for them remaining. But, he learned that in the human territory, the Demon King didn't specify Gramfia. Gramfia was the great Demon King, and it seems that there existed Demon King Shuklas here in the Shutaya continent. It seems that the hero was summoned from another world in order to oppose him. When that happened, it felt as if the Dark Continent got dragged into being invaded by the hero, but to the bitter end, the excuse that humanity's side had was to restore peace to the world by defeating the great Demon King who was the root of all evil. Xion naturally did not know what Gramfia had thought of, and he didn't have any evidence to make a judgment on whether Gramfia had actually created the one that would become Demon King Shuklas and had him try to occupy the Shutaya continent or not. However, if the cause for the hero's invasion of the Dark Continent was due to the Mozoku side, as long as Xion had no interest in invading humanity's side, it would mean there was no reason to remain here. However, even if that were the case, there was one reason for why he couldn't leave. The Alva. Just what in the world are those? Alva. An unidentifiable creature that appeared in an unexpected place and at an unexpected moment. It was a Mozoku that wasn't even sure if it was a proper life form. It resembled Meijin, however, when he looked at it with status-confirmed magic, the race was Alva, and was likely a being that could be guessed to be a species of Mozoku. This Alva, it was actually a Mozoku that didn't exist when Gramfia was alive. On the contrary, it is a creature that doesn't even exist in the Dark Continent, but there was no way that the humans would know about such a thing. From the humanity side's point of view, it seems that it said that they are Mozoku that Gramfia's curse had given birth to, but for Shion, who was the current demon king Vermudol, there was something that he couldn't quite understand. Although they were called Mozoku, the Mozoku have races, and even exist under distinct ecosystems. If they are killed, they leave corpses, and it's even possible to make them go extinct. Mozoku that would disappear like mist if they are defeated or have unclear ecosystems and residences like the Alva shouldn't exist. If this point is taken into account, the Alva are existences that go beyond the limits of being such creatures, and there should be some sort of cause that makes it possible. He was thinking that he would like to crush them as much as possible, but it was just one of the reasons to remain in the Shutaya continent. Incidentally, this is something that Shion didn't know, but today was the entrance ceremony day of the Edius Adventurer School. This was a year where a large number of promising and extremely talented new students were enrolling, and they could be said to be the finest even after looking back over the past several decades. And then, the fact that among them, there was the son of a baron house who, despite breaking the highest recorded grade in the entrance examinations, was ranked third in enrollment rankings due to a power game of the fellow houses, was also something that Shion didn't know. Chapter 23. Alva, If they were to do a full-fledged investigation, there was a limit with the method of gathering rumors that they had used up until now. Just exactly where and when did they start appearing? Just how far has research on them progressed? Did some sort of law exist for them? And then, one more thing. Just why did the humans know of the Dark Continent's existence? Shion thought that if he was going to do research, then he wanted to research everything. However, books that had that sort of things written down weren't sold in the town's bookstore. The library. If one was researching something, that word would probably be the first thing to come to mind. However, a library that a member of the general public could enter did not exist in the Shutaya continent. The reasons for that were simple, and one of them was for the purpose of protecting bookstores. The other reason was, because it wasn't needed. The things that could be bought at bookstores were pretty much simple books such as The Legend of the Hero, and were fundamentally oriented towards nobles. Since paper was expensive, books, which were a bundle of paper, were even more expensive. And since pointlessly extravagant binding was preferred, the price increased even further. Merely, it wasn't like one couldn't live their life without it. If one wanted to hear The Legend of the Hero, the minstrels at bars and restaurants would sing of it regardless of the time of day. Even if one couldn't read or write, there were plenty of possible jobs, and if one wanted to learn how to read and write, they would require a private school or a private tutor. In other words, books were a luxury item, and a facility that would go out of its way to gather and arrange such things for the sake of the general public did not exist. This went even more when it came to the technical books that Vermudol wanted to read, and only existed in places that were oriented towards those that were anxious about the country's future and that could be securely deposited and managed. For example, the Royal Palace's archives. For example, the Chivalric Order's archives. For example, the Temple's archives. For example, the Adventurer School's archives. Naturally, there was no way they would simply show it to him just from him visiting. Books are assets. Therefore, unless there was trust, it was reasonable to be turned away at the front door. Unfortunately, Shion didn't have any connections anywhere. And if he didn't have any connections, he had no choice but to make them trust him. And to make them trust him, he needed a referral from a person that the other party trusted. And to get that referral, connections were needed. It was truly an unproductive loop, but there was no helping that this was the reality of it. In that case, what should he do? First, the royal palace is impossible. He didn't have any acquaintances with royalty. Next is the chivalric order. Many of the knights were people with a lot of pride, and Shion, who was a mere adventurer, didn't have any acquaintances among them. Next is the temple. Since their tendency of Mozoku must be destroyed is especially strong, he didn't want to approach them all that much. He didn't have that much of a concern about it, but If by some chance there was someone that could see through to his disguised true identity, it would be even more troublesome. Finally, the Adventurer School. As a matter of fact, Xion was thinking that this place might be the one with the highest probability of negotiations going well. The fact that he didn't have any acquaintances within it was the same as the other places, but the Edius Adventurer School is fundamentally a school to train adventurers. Fundamentally, what that meant was that it does training for things other than being an adventurer, but generally speaking, it is a place with the least feeling of refusal for the occupation called adventurer. Of course, they probably won't easily show their archives to a mere adventurer. But Xion and Nino were famous people in a good way. If they could trust that, or there might be a possibility that they will at least hear them out. Thinking that, Xion walked towards the Edius Adventurer School together with Nino. School, a fistfight, a collapsing school building. Well, that would probably happen if we were to put one at our place. The establishment of an educational institution was a splendid sign of civilization, but whether or not it would suit the Dark Continent was another problem. To begin with, an educational institution represented with a school is formed under the pressure of necessity, and the Edius Adventurer School was established because it was a necessity. The Edius Adventurer School is a school that exists in the capital city of the St. Altlis Kingdom, Edius. Although it is labeled as an adventurer school, in reality, it is a place for nurturing humans that would fight for the sake of the St. Altlis Kingdom. The careers of commoner graduates, many of them would be adventurers or mercenaries, and in the case of nobles, it was the kingdom's chivalric order. And if that were too difficult, they would also become adventurers. And due to their abilities, there were also those that affiliated with the Magic Association as magicians. Receiving support from the country in its entirety, the established Edius Adventurer School made sending splendid characters able to become the hero Yuuya's successor out into the world its educational objective. Can we not destroy that? You can't. Also, don't speak badly of the hero here. I know that. Yes, it was for that reason that within the splendid steel main gate, there was a statue of the hero Yuuya heroically standing in the main square. The hero Yuuya. The hero summoned from another world that once defeated the demon king Gramphia. Xion, he guessed that they were most likely from the same place, that they were both Japanese. That being said, since it would be said that he was from an glittering country of God and such, if a minstrel were to sing about him, he couldn't hold any confidence as to whether that were actually true or not. When Xion stood in front of the main gate while thinking such things, maybe because he was judged to be a suspicious person, a man that seemed to be a staff member approached him. Excuse me, but aren't you Xion the adventurer? Certainly I am Xion, but I do not know if I am the Xion that you assuming. When he made banter like that, the staff member made a slightly displeased expression, and sent his gaze towards Nino, who was at Xion's side. I see, that is true. Well then, are you the SSS rank adventurer, Xion Dono? It would be fine to make banter here once again, but thinking that there wouldn't be any particular meaning to it, Xion nodded his head. When he did, the staff member showed a relieved-looking face. Ah, this is surely Philia Summer's guidance as well, Xion Dono. I would like to make an urgent commission to you. A commission? When the staff member shook his head vertically, he said this. I would like for you to make a small speech at the school entrance ceremony. Why is he saying such a bothersome thing so abruptly? Thinking that, the reason why Xion warped his face a bit was, it could probably be said to be something that couldn't be helped. Chapter 24. The Edius Adventurer School's school entrance ceremony. That was counted as one of the important events even throughout the entire St. Altlis Kingdom. The sons of nobles, the knight and soldier cadets, and then the adventurers in the making that would carry the country's future. Making sure that they would be raised healthily, and raised to be strong and proper, that would be to the country's benefit, and was a significant concern for supporting the country's foundation. And then, looking at it from the students' and their parents' point of view, entry to the adventurer school, it could be a noble's accomplishment, or it could be a means for a commoner's upstart. Although he is a person from another world, he wasn't a noble, so in other words, in the Edius Adventurous school that made the hero Yuya, who was a commoner, the target to aim for, it proclaimed equality in the school in general. However, in reality, a great number of problems occur due to the sons and daughters of nobles, and even on the school's side, it has an aspect of being considerate or giving favorable treatment to the nobles. In regards to this, the cause of it was due to the fact that there weren't only a few people that would say that since the hero Yuya was praised for his accomplishment and became a noble after defeating the Demon King, the hero was originally someone with qualities worthy of being a noble, or that it was because he was destined to be a noble that he was worthy of being the hero, things that implicated the destiny of a noble. That being said, there was no doubt in the fact that it was an educational institution of greatest authority within the country that made a huge turnout of famed adventurers and knights. The school entrance ceremony of that Edius Adventurous School was a grand event where nobles and knights would come to watch their own children appear in their hour of triumph, and where even the king would make his appearance. Therefore, there was absolutely no way it was a ceremony where it was all right for an adventurer that just happened to be passing by to make a small address. May I have your reason? The staff member moved his eyebrows with a flinch at Shion's reasonable question. Actually, the guest doing the address, the plan was for the Zequel to be doing it, but, various things had happened and Zequel, if he remembered correctly, that should have been a famous adventurer from the Gil Forest Kingdom, which was said to be a country of warriors. Well, it's embarrassing to say this, but Zequel had previously come here to study from abroad, and we had invited him through that relationship, but, there were various things. With those words, Shion got the idea. The Gil Forest Kingdom is a country that possessed its own culture and precepts. Having things that can't be understood when seen by another country, things that would be polite being considered impolite, such things where being considerate of face in associations between countries had to happen, and moreover, when it came to high-ranking people, they would become oversensitive to that sort of stuff. It seemed that the warrior Juno, who was a member of the hero party and whose origin is the Gil Forest Kingdom, was a person who relatively didn't mind such things, but this probably meant that Zequel wasn't like that. Seeing as how this man called out to Shion at this point, they might have either told Zequel off and got him mad just before the event, or maybe he had just left. After all, there is no etiquette to give back to someone that committed impoliteness, far from it. This was a country where one was allowed to give punishment to someone that injured their pride. In other words, it was an assembly of overly serious, straight-laced people. Though, that being the culture of the Gil Forest Kingdom nobles, or maybe the warriors, and that not being the case for the commoners could also be a trait of the Gil Forest Kingdom. However, is it really all right for me to make a speech in place of such a person? Yes, yes. When speaking of you, Shion, you're the hot topic of being rank SSS. There is absolutely no problem. Much better than some poor substitute. Even if the level was impossible, maybe he should have disguised his rank. As Shion thought about that idea that he didn't think of even in his wildest dreams, the staff member talked as he liked, and in the end, he spoke gratitude to the gods. I wonder what would happen if I were to say I am the Demon King Vermudal, right here. Just as Shion was thinking that, the staff member seemed to have finally noticed that Shion looked like he wasn't all that interested, and the excitement from just now vanished, and he made a very serious expression. So in regards to that, if possible, I would like for you to come right away, but about the negotiations for the reward, please talk with accounting afterwards and if it's money, then I don't need it. Shion said that, and interrupted the staff member's words. This was a chance. If I could receive permission to browse your archives, then that address or whatever, I will do it. The archives, is it? Yes, if it is that, then I believe that it can be arranged, but Shion raised the ends of his mouth and showed a smile at the staff member who seemed like he was about to say, why would you want something like that? In order to go higher as an adventurer, knowledge is necessary, that is simply all to it. When he recited that, the staff member nodded as if in agreement. Saying something like as expected, "Your frame of mind is different," he then seemed like he noticed something, and suddenly started to panic. That's right, there isn't any more time. Let us hurry up and go. It won't be a problem if you just express something like a bit of support for the new students. While being told don't say anything too difficult with a sarcastic laugh, Shion and Nino were led by the staff member, and proceeded to the academy's large auditorium. Although the Demon King has perished, it doesn't mean that the Mazoku menace has disappeared after all. That is where the meaning of our school comes in, but this year is especially excellent. The thoroughly good-humored staff member didn't notice at all that Nino had made a kick at the hero Yuya statue right when they passed by it. That Shion was making surprisingly cooled-down eyes. That the man that was going to make an address in front of the students and leaders of the country from here on, that the famous adventurer Shion, was the new Demon King Vermudol, there was no way he should notice. This year is especially excellent, that must mean, there's a hero cadet, isn't there? Yes, that is exactly it. A hero cadet, that is a wonderful expression. The staff member, he really wasn't noticing. That the one that the knight cadets admired, the maid knight Nino, the Demon King's close aide, was looking at him with eyes as if she were looking at trash. That the one that the young adventurer seedlings admired, the adventurer Shion, the Demon King, was expressing a dark smile. The man that turned around towards the auditorium stage wing where the school's entrance ceremony had just started, he didn't notice. That the one that he himself invited over was the greatest enemy to themselves. Chapter 25. The eldest son of the Stagius Baron House, Cain Stagius, looked at the young man on stage. At the adventurer introduced as Shion and was currently famous in the royal capital. It seemed that he was someone known even among the lined-up new students and guests, as the assembly hall was engulfing commotion together with his entry on stage. Looking at it from the view of the commoner students that aspired to be adventurers, he was literally what they aspired to be. However, when it came to the sons and daughters of nobles, there were some somewhat complicated feelings. Some of them thought of him as a commoner that simply got carried away, while others thought that he would become a noble before long due to the destiny of a noble. In any case, there were none in this hideous adventurer school that did not know of Shion. Famous adventurers were targets of aspiration, and quick-witted stores had started selling Shion's portrait. Incidentally, Shion himself had learned of it and was at his wits' end, and Nino secretly bought one. Shion, huh? For Cain himself, this was his first time seeing Shion. However, just by seeing him, he could tell that he was a considerably strong adventurer. Hey, Cain. Who do you think is stronger between that person and Basil-san? The one that said that and poked Cain with an elbow was his childhood friend Sharon. Pure curiosity surfaced on the face of the girl that asked that while swinging her deep blue hair. The one called Basil was Cain's grandfather, as well as Cain's teacher of the sword. Basil's sword, it was part of the St. Altlis Kingdom chivalric order style, and was the so-called hard sword of the orthodox school. If it's a contest of the sword, then Ji-chan is stronger. HN. Without noticing that Cain said that after limiting the conditions, Sharon nodded. That's right, if it was a contest of the sword, that would undoubtedly be true. However, Shion was a magician, and actually bringing him into close combat would be considerably difficult. Cutting him down before he puts up attack guard. If one were to do that, they would probably win. However, that is just what one would think. For example, if one were to actually fight against Shion, the young lady that stood in wait behind him would definitely get in the way. Since her weapon was taken into custody right now, he couldn't tell what her battle style was, but there was no mistake that she was a maid knight which boasted of high fighting strength. However, Cain erased that thought. It was because he thought that even just getting close to Shion would be considerably difficult to accomplish in the first place. Well, there's no way we'd fight against that person. I guess that's true too. If anything, we're in a position of going to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Gotta make sure we don't drop out of class. While having that sort of frivolous talk, Cain gazed at Shion's group leave the stage. Thank you very much for today. Ma N, you really saved us. No, it was no problem. More importantly, about the archives. Yes, yes. I shall guide to the library. Xion and Nino followed after the staff member who was being in the best mood he has been today. Good grief. As Xion walked while breathing a sigh, Nino pulled on the cuff of his robe. There are several particularly ardent gazes. Hostile ones as well. Well, that is how society is over here. The hostile gazes are undoubtedly from some of the nobles. Mankind's territory has a face of that sort of social status absolutism. He wouldn't say that the darkness territory doesn't have that sort of face, but, with the exception of the Demon King, there were places where one could make ends meet through a complete merit system. At the time that Xion established the 4 cardinal generals, and with how he didn't finally establish the social positions other than theirs, he feared the adverse effects of such principles of social position. If that sort of thing were allowed, there was no doubt that things would turn into a situation similar to how the Dark Continent's western area once was. The hero surely isn't something so easy that he could win in that sort of situation. As long as Vermudal was the Demon King, he couldn't possibly forget about the hero problem. It was because of this that he was moving so that a chance for the hero to come invade wouldn't be created, but he also needed to make preparations to be able to repel him in the unlikely event that he does come. It was because he had no intention of perishing to the hero. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here is the library that our school is proud of. The library that the staff member guided us to was a massive stone building that existed relatively close to the center of the school. The front door of it was open, and people that looked like guards stood on each side of it. For now, I will hand you this guest card. Later on, we will send someone to you for a formal talk. All right, understood. Handing over the card that glinted a dull bronze color, the staff member left. While looking at what was in Xion's hand, Nino muttered, for now. Formal. It's probably something they want to leave behind so that they will be able to use us from now on. Taking along Nino, who went Fune and nodded looking disinterested, Xion entered the library. Maybe because of the conversation just now, the guards made a simple check of the card that was in Xion's hand and opened the way. When they passed through the entrance like that, the smell of books characteristic of libraries hung in the air. For Xion, that was somehow nostalgic, and was a calming aroma, so much paper. They are books. It's because there weren't any over there. Inside of the library, it was crowded with lined-up bookshelves that were filled with books. At the center of the first floor, there were desks and chairs, and at the end, there was a counter where the library staff members were, and on the second and third floors that could be seen from the atrium, massive book collections could also be seen on them. He didn't know how many books in here would help him achieve his objective. However, Xion thought that he would be able to pass the time here quite enjoyably. Nino is kinda bored. The words of Nino, who had already lost interest, was something that he decided to pretend that he didn't hear for the time being. It was because from here on, for a short while, it was Xion's time of supreme bliss. Chapter 26. Translator, Manga 0205. How Nephos Albania's eyes became rooted on that young lady on the path that continued to the academy's courtyard was quite natural. She had a height that wasn't exactly small, but by no means could be said to be average. She had light green, very short hair, and green eyes. She wore a maid outfit that had a deep green like that of a deep forest as the basic tone. And then, armor that covered her chest. She wasn't holding a weapon, but there was no mistake that she was a maid knight. He wasn't interested in the gossip of the lower classes, but Nephos did remember that she waited at the back of that adventurer called Xion. However, the reason why that man is currently getting carried away is because he himself had yet made his own existence known to the world, and he was confident that if he had, then he himself would inevitably become the talk of the town. Being the son of a duke house, to Nephos, this was a done deal, and due to his thorough education as a noble, his enlarged pride made that sort of thinking take shape. It was for this reason that Nephos received a shock from seeing the young maid knight woman that was before his eyes. He himself had various articles suitable for his high-class lineage. The best weapons, the best armor, the best educational environment, the best attendants. Bestowed with all of that, he was even enrolled in this academy as the top student. However, he did not have a maid knight. Said to obey the one they acknowledge as their own master, the best attendant. Said to not obey someone if they were not pleased with them, even if they were a king, the proud ones. They were unobtainable even with the Albania Duke House's power. Because of this, when that maid knight entered his field of vision, it couldn't be helped that Nephos became unable to take his eyes off of her. Why was a maid knight in a place like this? As a matter of fact, it was because Xion was concentrating on books and wouldn't tend to her, but Nephos didn't know about those circumstances. In any case, he understood that the one that he thought would be best attendant to accompany himself had seemed to have suddenly looked at a pebble or something for some reason. Oi, you. Nephos called out to the young maid knight woman that was chasing after a fluttering yellow butterfly. Even that young woman should naturally turn around to his own words, which should be taken as the maximum priority above all else. However, what actually happened was that she passed by in front of Nephos without noticing him at all. Nephos became speechless at that unbelievable behavior. However, he repressed his anger with the composure of one that stands above others. Pushing up his well-maintained blue hair, he slowly gave an order with a loud voice. That maid knight over there. Stop. Calling out to her like that, finally, the young maid knight woman suddenly stopped her feet. Turning around without hiding her displeased-looking expression, the young woman replied to Nephos with a likewise displeased-sounding voice. What? Nino is currently busy with chasing after that fluttery thing. Fluttery? It's probably about that butterfly that she was chasing before, is what Nephos thought. He felt irritation at the young woman that didn't know that his own words should take priority over something like that. However, rethinking that if she were to know about his business with her and that she would then naturally fall prostrate to him and be delighted, Nephos expressed a smile and made an announcement to the young woman. Obey me. I will give you whatever you desire. Don't wanna. With an immediate reply, Nino searched for the butterfly that flew off somewhere, and let her gaze wander about the air. Talk, done. Bye-bye. Oh, oi. Who do you think I am? No one had ever tried to refuse him up until now. Those were magic words that would make anyone obey him if he said them. With those words crushed so easily, Nephos panicked and tried to grab Nino's shoulder. He tried to grab her, however, he was smoothly avoided. Nino looked at Nephos with eyes as if she were looking at something worthless. You are just a human. Bye-bye. After saying that, Nino turned around and searched for the butterfly. Aiming at her back, Nephos' attendant that was waiting on him placed a hand on the sword at his waist. What the attendant did in place of the dumbfounded Nephos was something that was natural. Social status was absolute, and to denounce a noble as just a human, that was blasphemy, similar to saying that they had a commoner's social standing. Thinking that she was a maid knight that was at the level of somewhat being gossiped about, and moreover, since she was an unarmed opponent, she would not be a match for himself. After considering the position of his master from hereafter, the attendant judged that she should be cut down. For these reasons, the man drew his sword, and slashed at Nino. He swung his steel sword up from the lower left to the upper right. With just that, she would raise a blood splatter and fall. That's how it should have been. Just before the slash from behind her happened, Nino turned around, and kicked the attendant's hand upwards. Having the hand that gripped the sword kicked, the man groaned and dropped the sword. The man gripped his hand and glared at Nino. Nino glared back at him while still keeping a displeased expression, and then breathed a sigh. It is good that Nino didn't keep a weapon. Gah! Having his small pride provoked, the man groaned from being told that. However, that wasn't from understanding the difference in strength. He was simply enraged from being shamed in front of his master. Stop it, all gas. Why, Yes. Abiding by Nephos' command, the attendant called Allgas picked up his sword and sheathed it into its scabbard. Nino, was it? Nino is Nino. Still need something? I am Nephos. Nephos Albania. Is that so? Bye-bye. Without showing any interest, Nino chased after a butterfly. While hatefully looking at her appearance from behind, Allgas called out to Nephos, "Is that all right? If you just give me the order, then I will kill her immediately," is what Allgas was about to say, but Nephos got the better of him. "Investigate the matters concerning her master." Yes, sir. While chasing after Nino's appearance from behind with his eyes, Nephos made a small mutter. Nino. Nino, huh? The fact that an emotion similar to joy lurked within that mutter was something that Nephos himself had not yet noticed. The fact that that emotion that he felt for the first time was the start of something called obsession was something that Nephos had not yet noticed. Chapter 27. The Eastern Courtyard at lunchtime was a popular gathering spot for the students of the Aedius Adventurer School. It had a verdant carpet of grass, and was dotted with many trees. They would have lunch or take a nap in the shade of those trees. Compared to the Western Courtyard where there would be frequent uproars about duels, it was truly a tranquil and peaceful space. Even to Qualia Lewisdale, who held a sweetly bundled bento, and her friends, that wasn't an exception. But Qualia noticed a strangeness at that place, and stopped her feet. For some reason, it was noisier than usual. That was her first impression. When she tried surveying the courtyard, people were gathered at one place, and she could tell that they were murmuring. Could it be, is it, a duel? At the friend that looked up at her with a worried look, Qualia showed a slightly hesitant look, but she shook her head sideways and denied it. It doesn't have that sort of impression. There wasn't an aspect of wild enthusiasm characteristic of duels, and the ambience itself was calm. Despite all that, it was a fact that an atmosphere that wasn't normal was wafting about for some reason. That's right, for example. It was similar to the gaze that the friend next to Qualia always sent to Qualia. It was a gaze due to her being the daughter of the head priest of the Great Altlis Temple. It was an ambience where feelings of something like having vague admiration, and something like finding it hard to approach, and yet wanting to be friendly despite all that were all mixed together. Qualia had become sensitive to that air of mixed self-interest, and then, right now, she could sense something similar to that. Could it be a new student? Qualia remembered that a lecturer said a rumor that this year's new students were excellent across the board. The problem child of the Albania Duke House, and the spear princess of the Nekros Duke House, and furthermore, the prided prodigy of the Stagius Baron House, truly a variety of great members were gathered. Thinking that it was already about time that for the school entrance ceremony to have ended, Qualia guessed that one of those rumored person was there. Gaining a bit of interest, Qualia approached the crowd of people. Leading her friends, the ones that other humans would call her followers, when the people gathered noticed that Qualia was approaching, together with a stir, they expressed smiles that could be seen as being servile, and opened up a path. While lamenting over that aspect, Qualia turned her eyes towards the heart of the disturbance. It was, underneath a single tree, there, what was sleeping as if rolled into a ball, was a single young girl. She had light green, very short hair, a maid outfit that had a deep green like that of a deep forest as the basic tone, and then, armor that covered her chest. Without a doubt, that was a feature of the maid knights that she had heard about in stories. Come to think of it, if I remember correctly, there was a rumor of a maid knight among the new students. Could it be this girl? A young girl among the followers muttered that, and Qualia thought about it. Called the best attendants, it is said that although maid knights are desired by numerous powerful or influential people, they are not swayed by that sort of power or authority itself. It is said that those who are chosen by those women who chose their own master usually possess some sort of talent. To be chosen by a maid knight, just like the stories left behind about how the former hero Yulia and other great men were chosen by maid knights, was a great honor, and nobles and knights with a lot of pride desperately wanted information on maid knights. For these reasons, she was surprised by the young maid knight woman that was before her eyes. Mew, moo. The young maid knight woman was sound asleep, looking very comfortable. An appearance that looked like she was full of openings at first glance. However, Quelia was immediately able to understand that was in fact not the case. A distance of 3 steps, she had confidence that if she were to approach to that distance, then that girl would jump to her feet. No, she wasn't sure as to whether or not she was sleeping to begin with. As for why, it was because the young girl reacted to Quelia, who had stepped into that distance despite all of that, and had opened her half-open eyes. Her opened green eyes. Seeing those, Quelia was a bit surprised. They were an excessively beautiful green, reminiscent of the magnificence of the great Geel forest, with a brilliance like that of a gem. Those eyes opened up, and gazed at Quelia. Hello. Have you awoken? While shaking off a pulling sensation, Quelia said that and smiled. However, maybe because she had just woken up, the young lady didn't answer. After slowly raising her body up, she made a small stretch. Her appearance of muttering Munya Munya and looking sleepy was reminiscent of an unfettered cat. You, Quelia once again called out to her. She would reply back if she called out to her. When Quelia felt confusion from the situation that greatly differed from that which was commonplace to her, Nino surveyed the area with a displeased-looking expression. Noticing that all of the gazes of the people in the surrounding area were turned towards herself, Nino deepened her displeasure, and it was then that she noticed Quelia, who had called out to her. What? No, it wasn't like I had any particular business with you. Quelia was surprised by the response that she had never received up until now. To her, the act of her calling out to someone was an act that would delight the other party. That was caused by Quelia's position, but there shouldn't be anyone that would point that out, and all of the people that were called out to by Quelia were delighted to have a connection with her. Because of that, Quelia called out to her even without any sort of business with her. However, looking at Nino, she wasn't happy or anything. Is that so? Bye-bye. After saying that, Nino got up and made a stern glare at the surroundings. With just that, the crowd ran away like dispersing spiderlings. Humans that wanted to learn the face of a maid knight whose displeasure was incurred, there weren't any here. Like that, Nino stood up. Thinking that it was about to return to Shion's side, she noticed the small roar of her stomach growling. After sleeping well, she got hungry. While nodding at that desire that was reasonable to herself, Nino tried to head to where Shion was when a voice that sounded a bit flustered was made. You, What? As if to ask if she still had some kind of business with her, Nino turned around to Quelia. While her long, cherry blossom-colored hair swayed, Quelia held out and showed the bundle that she was carrying. If you don't mind, would you like to have lunch together with us? Nino doesn't have anything, you know. While implicitly demanding her own portion for lunch, Nino stared at Quelia. Chapter 28. Oya? Where is your companion? Being called out to like that, Shion finally raised his face up from the book. After immersing himself in matters to be checked in the library, it seemed that quite a bit of time had passed. After being brought back to reality, and pressing on his forehead to suppress the faint headache due to having kept up his maximum concentration, Shion confirmed the current situation. NN? When he surveyed the area, Nino's figure certainly wasn't there. At the very least, that green figure that stood out was not in the vicinity that his eyes could reach. She had most likely gotten bored and went wandering about somewhere. If this were about a normal girl, then this would be a scene where he would worry about her, but Shion couldn't imagine an opponent that could somehow be able to handle Nino. If there was someone able to handle her, there should have been damage to the point that the vicinity would go into an uproar, and the fact that things hadn't reached up to that point meant that she was all right. She isn't here, is she? Well, she's probably somewhere around here. Is that so? Shion looked at the woman that easily nodded in agreement. Having long silver hair that was collected into buns on both sides of her head, and beautiful golden eyes that matched it, she was a woman that overall possessed a sharp and intellectual impression. Her long pointed ears were also a characteristic of the long-lived race called the Sylphid. Wearing clothes that were shaped similar to a so-called business suit, the woman picked up one of the books that were stacked up in front of Xion. Titled The Hero Report, it was a book that glorified the hero's achievements and praised them. Compared to its scarce amount of information, much of it was the author's guesses, and those were also overly biased in the hero glorification. Though, since most of the books connected to the hero were like that, this one had the meaning of being especially biased. Do you have an interest in the hero? Well, as much as anyone else. Not as much as the author of this book though. The Sylphid woman made a wry smile at Xion's words. This book certainly goes far. I decided to buy it after hearing the title, but when it goes this far, it enters the level of a religion. It did have the impression of saying the best hero summer that I could think of, didn't it? I believe that is a perfectly fitting phrase. After nodding with Xion's words that he muttered, the Sylphid woman placed the book back on the desk. There are many people that get blinded by the hero Yuya's achievements, and end up acting without thinking. It would seem that that is not the case for you though. I wonder about that? I went nuts just a little while ago though. Surely you jest. What you had wasn't about the contents, but the eyes of a person that had fallen in love with books. Being told that, Xion was at a loss for words. Certainly, even in his previous world, he liked the sensation of turning the pages of books, and it was a fact that he was intoxicated by the sensation of the books that he hadn't felt in so long. While he practically didn't find any books in regards to the Alva, there was no mistake that he immersed himself in books under the pretense of understanding the hero. Even the books that did nothing but praise the hero, if he thought of those details as a fairy tale or a light novel, he could pleasantly read them. He was thinking that he would definitely try and restore the archives once he returned to the Dark Continent. However, not wanting to honestly recognize that, Xion averted his eyes. More importantly, did you need something? When she expressed a faint smile at the obvious topic change, the Sylphid woman nodded. Yes, there is someone that has come to receive you. May I ask you to come with me? That isn't a problem. Luity Ligers. Please call me Luity. Luity said that and held out her hand. Xion stood up from the chair and shook her hand. When he did, Luity, together with an impish smile, firmly gripped Xion's hand back. "NN? Now then, why don't we get going?" Xion became flustered and tried to pull away from Luity's hand as she had started walking just like that. Wait, what do you intend to do?" "I don't intend on doing anything. It's just that since I had heard that Xion Dono was an unfettered person, I thought that I would make it so that you cannot run away." As if being persuaded by Luity, who tugged and pulled him with a strong enough force that it made him wonder just where was that strength coming from in that slender body of hers, Xion left the library. "I won't run away. So please let go." When he frantically shook her hand off, Luity breathed a sigh with a disappointed-looking face. "There's nothing wrong with it, is there? It isn't good at all. What'll you do if rumors start to spread?" Xion was more or less aware that he himself stood out. If it was made known that he was walking while holding hands with a woman, the surroundings might make a fuss over it. If there were rumors, this woman called Luity would get hurt. For things to turn out like that was clearly a problem. Even though I don't mind. While pouting her lips and looking dissatisfied, Luity walked and guided Xion. Entering a building called the Staff Member Building, they climbed a staircase while the gazes of immensely curious staff members stabbed into him. If it turned into a rumor that I was intimate with the famed Xion Dono, I'm sure that our budget and donations would increase. I'm sure that it wouldn't be that simple. No, the owner of the Steel Fish Store has had his sales increase and is quite pleased, you know. While calling to mind the face that could be mistaken for that of a bandit of the owner of the restaurant that he often visited, Xion breathed a sigh. I think that a restaurant and school administration are different though. The principles are the same. In the end, there is the aspect where the presence or absence of a celebrity concerned with it decides its worth. Certainly, he couldn't say that schools that turned out many well-known people or schools that had the added value of having a long history didn't have a tendency to be preferred over an anonymous school. Of course, even if it was natural that there wouldn't be any meaning to it if it didn't have a suitable foundation, but even Xion couldn't deny that merit itself. Even in his former world, Xion was thoroughly made to dance by that phrase. It is an honor to have you understand that. Now then, we have arrived. Being told that, Xion looked up at the door that was before him. The staff member building, top floor. On a plate that was placed on all of the rooms that the division used, the words Board Chairman Room was written. Welcome to my room. It is a pleasure to have you, Xion Dono. When she said that, Luity Ligers, reintroduced as the Edius Adventurer School Board Chairman, expressed an impish smile. Chapter 29. Certainly, I did hear that someone would come to receive me. Did I surprise you? Yes, in various ways. Moving her long ears in a playful manner, Luity made a click sound, and opened the lock on the Board Chairman room. That was evidence that she at the very least had possessed the authority to open this place up, and was proof that she was the owner of this room, in other words, the Board Chairman. Now then, please come in. The inside of the room that he was ushered into, it was covered in upholstery that made him think that this really was the room of a Board Chairman. Overall white and clean walls. Large windows produced from polished crystals. A fluffy carpet that covered the entire floor. Sofas and a table apparently meant for guests. A magnificent desk and chair that appeared to be for official business use installed at the back. And beyond that, there was a door that led into another room. Considering the size of the segments used on the first floor, this room had roughly about 4 segments worth of that floor. Whoops, inside of there is my home.
You can't go in there, okay?
You live here? Yes, ever since the establishment of the school. I see, is what Xion thought. If it was one of the long-lived Sylphid, it wouldn't be strange for her to have been alive around the time that the hero Yuya was alive. In a certain meaning, a living witness of history, she could be called that. And so, what business might the Board Chairman have to personally come and see me for? Well, first, please have a seat on the sofa. When she encouraged Xion, who was looking around at the furnishings, to do that, Luity also sat herself down on another sofa. Luity poured water from a crystal pitcher that was there, and placed it in front of Xion. After gazing at that action, Xion returned his gaze to Luity and once again asked his question. So, I will ask this once more, but what business might the Board Chairman have to personally come and see me for? Wouldn't it be fine if we didn't rush to the conclusion so quickly? I am in a hurry. It's because I've left behind a companion that has a nature of not being able to stay in one place for long. Going and nodding, Luity then made a friendly smile. That's right, he had left Nino behind without knowing where it was that she went to. Even if he wasn't worried about her getting injured, he was greatly worried about her injuring others. It wouldn't be strange for her to get into a battle situation at any moment, is what Xion thought. Let alone it not being strange, as a matter of fact, she had already gotten into a situation once where she made her opponent draw his sword on top of repelling him. In addition to that, she had come into contact with key figure candidates for the future one after another. In that case, there's no other choice, is there? Well then, let us talk from the conclusion. Yes, if you would. Xion made a nod at Luity, who had said that sounding a bit disappointed. Xion Dono, I would like to ask for you to have a good association with my school from now on. That will depend on the form of association that you are specifically seeking. For example, if was a talk about being a lecturer, that was out of the question. He didn't have time for such a thing, and he had no interest in teaching humans. Let's see, do you know about the treatment of the student after the school entrance ceremony? At the time of enrollment, the students of the Edius Adventurer School would automatically be registered as adventurers and be issued adventurer cards. Being both adventurers and students, while receiving certain restrictions and blessings, they would be accept requests in the form of training. For the restrictions, more specifically, there were restrictions on the locations of the requests, on the number of days that they could be on duty, and on the difficulty. It would be a problem if they were gone for a long period of time, and it would also be a problem if they were to train in requests that were too dangerous. And then, the blessing that the students received was support. They would be supplied with aid and goods from the Adventurers Guild. And then, they would be introduced to the school's recommended adventurers, and then receive that adventurers' cooperation. It was a cordial support structure that caused it to be insulted as playing adventurer, but since it was possible to accept requests with a relatively high difficulty depending on the student's desire to improve, it produced results that weren't bad as a means of nurturing them. I see. Hearing that explanation, Shion nodded. Things like practice, a tutorial, or occupational experience. In other words, they were making the students do that sort of thing. While building up their confidence in a safe and controlled area, it also had the meaning of giving the students a chance to think about their own aptitudes. After hearing that much, Shion also knew what was being sought from him. In other words, you're asking me to be one of those school-recommended adventurers? Yes, that is exactly it. Seeing Luity nod with a smile, Shion pondered over it. Honestly, he didn't really want to accept. He didn't want to train people who might become enemies in the future, is one of the reasons. However, above all, by becoming one of those recommended adventurers, he would be bound to the royal capital, and that was the most troubling thing for him. For the present time, he had no intention of taking root in the royal capital. Maintaining a carefree lifestyle where he could immediately go to another country, or maybe even immediately return to the Dark Continent whenever he liked was important, so he didn't really want to create any ties of obligation. Of course, I won't ask you to stay in the vicinity of the royal capital the whole time just because you accepted this negotiation, you know? Maybe because she sensed what was making Shion reluctant to accept, Luity leaned forward and said that. It's fine if you act as you normally would. This person is someone you can rely on, it's something like an authorization from the school saying that. Even if you say that. I would like to be excused from being busily occupied with accompanying students every day though. I would be happy if you'd accept jobs that were easy and fun like normal though. Shion clicked his tongue in his mind at how Luity sunk her body into the sofa and made a wry smile. Certainly, adventurers had that sort of aspect to them. Accepting requests was a job, as well as a means of obtaining fame. Being too reluctant to take jobs where rewards and fame could easily be obtained, that was the same as saying that they had an objective other than accumulating those. Is there some sort of reason why you cannot accept? Luity asked that, looking as if it were nothing. While receiving her gaze as she made clearly probing eyes, Shion frantically cycled through his thoughts. Chapter 30. I have an objective. After a bit of silence, Shion began to talk. As long as he didn't know what intentions this sylphid called Luity had, he had no choice but to cope in a way that wouldn't be a lie. An objective, is it? Yes. May I ask what it is? Shion nodded, and told her about the objective that he had originally came here for. To explain the mystery of the Alva. For that sake, it would be best for me to have as much time dedicated to tea as possible. The Alva. The humanoid Mazoku that possessed bodies with a black luster and wings like that of a bat. Said to carry an airspace transfer technique body, they are actually able to use attack magic as well. And then, they are heterogeneous Mazoku that detest all other life forms without exception. Having not existed in Demon King Gramphia's era, it was unclear as to where they were born from. And then, it seemed that they were unable to understand the language shared by almost all of the races. And yet, despite that, their intelligence was most likely high. Even for Shion, who had actually met with them, that was all he knew about them. Going by the details of the past, it was certain that if they were to be left alone, they would be something that brings about harm to the Dark Continent, to the Zadark Kingdom. Even if he had no results in anything else, this was something that he needed to do something about as much as possible. The Alva, is it? Yes, even my coming here today was because that was my original objective. Is that so? Luity pondered over it. That look of hers, rather than looking as if she were trying to ascertain the authenticity of Shion's words, it felt as if she was thinking was about something else. Covering her mouth with her hand, Luity would sometimes let her gaze wander about in the air. After a bit of time, Luity met her gaze with Shion's gaze. Shion Dono, what do you think of the Alva? Shion was reminded of his own recognition of the Alva by the sudden question. If he were to simply say how he thought of them, the word annoyance would be an accurate answer. The Alva also had an appearance that was easily understood to be evil and induced fear. With them also having severe behavior, they were famous as being one of the symbols of fear in the Shuttire continent. Shion knew nothing about them, but it was a fact that they were said to be the Demon King's advanced detachment and that they were taking actions that would assent to that. Despite being existences that are such extreme annoyances, both their ecology and their habitats are unknown even now. Even though they were treated as a species of Mazoku, it looked as if they were out of place even among those Mazoku. They are something that I just cannot understand. That is all I can say about them right now. An enemy of mankind, wouldn't that framework apply to them? If the Alva's attack targets were only humans, then it would probably be enough to call them that. That's right, the targets that the Alva attack aren't limited to only humans. They massacre domestic animals, birds, and even insects. In the villages and towns that the Alva have attacked, not a single one remained. It would seem that they are out to kill things other than humans as well. That's true. It was there that Luity once again started to ponder. In that silence, Shion also said no more. Shion had said the minimum of what he should talk about, and he had no intention of proactively providing information. Shion Dono. After her silence, Luity once again returned her gaze towards Shion. He could tell that there was a will stronger than before that filled her eyes. As I thought, our discussion from before, won't you please accept it? Before Shion could try to open his mouth, Luity spoke her next words. In exchange, we will give you an official admission permit to the school, and we will cooperate in your Alva investigation. An investigation collaboration. Yes. The Alva are a serious problem. Shion Dono, if you were to make a move, then even for the school's side, it will be extremely lucrative in the progress of the situation. Therefore, I believe that the information exchange from now on should be done in detail. I see. She knows how to talk, is what Shion thought. In the end, the things that Shion would have to do would do nothing but increase. Then again, he didn't hate her boldness to brazenly present that as a reward. More importantly, if he were to complicate things more than this, there was the possibility that she would harbor unnecessary suspicion. The current Shion should simply stick to the position of being an adventurer that is concerned over the Alva problem. If that was the case, then it was clear that it would be for the best if he were to accept this school's backup system even if it was just on the surface. It's fine if that's the case. However, you don't mind if my own circumstances take priority, right? Yes, of course. Shion Dono, even your name alone has value after all. Saying that, Luity pulled 2 cards out from her pocket. Those cards that were about the same size as the Adventurer card were exclusive use cards for the Edia's Adventurer School's authorized people. There were 2 cards, one for Shion and one for Nino. Our names were already on the list of referees that was handed to the guild anyway, right? You understand very well. Shion made a wry smile at Luity, who said that with a nonchalant face. There was no mistake that she intended to bring things to this state in the end, even if Shion didn't bring up the topic of the Alva. Even how Shion brought up the talk about the Alva with the intent of using them as a way to decline her, those might have instead become nothing more than him giving her bait. You're an outrageous person. I haven't lived for a long time just for show after all. I see, so there was no way a greenhorn like me could be an opponent for you. Luoty expressed an impish smile towards Xion, who had thrown himself back onto the sofa. Fufu, it will be a pleasure to be working with you from now on, Xion Dono. Yeah, I don't know how much we'll be associating with each other though. Showing his reluctance to do this as much as possible, Xion breathed a sigh. Chapter 31. What are you doing? That should be my line though. Being told that by the displeased-looking Nino, Xion breathed a sigh. At the time he was walking through the campus hallways, Xion came across Nino by chance. There were some of the school's female students around Nino. Ara, is this person Xion-san? Nino nodded at the female student's words, and dashed to Xion's side. Finally found him. Xion turned his gaze towards the female student that looked at Nino while expressing a smile. Long, airy, and wavy cherry blossom-colored hair. Blue eyes that had the brilliance of the deep sea, with looks that gave a gentle impression. She had a bearing that, although dainty, made one feel her strong will. It was clear that she possessed something different from Ichika and Nino, or Fainal, or maybe the women that possessed the strength of steel like the women adventurers. That being said, she had an ambience that was clearly different from the ones that the women found throughout the town possessed. If what they had could be called charm, then the female student that stood in front of Xion possessed an intense charm. You, it would seem that Nino has been in your care. Thank you. No, we were also able to spend an enjoyable time with her. Noticing that he was staring at her, Xion averted his eyes from the female student. Having noticed that, Nino tightly wrapped her arms around Xion's waist to hug him. Well then, we shall excuse ourselves here. Yes, send my regards to your father. Hearing Luoty reply to the leaving female student like that, Xion asked a question. Her father? Yes, her father is the head priest Dono of the Great Altlis Temple, after all. I see. The Great Altlis Temple, if he remembered correctly, should be the temple that believed in the god of life Philia. It is said that the god of life Philia, who governs the stream of souls, is a beautiful goddess. Come to think of it, the one that performed the hero summoning was also. Yes, borrowing Philia Summer's great power, the summoning ritual was performed at the Great Altlis Temple. Summoning, goddess. Xion remembered about before he was born in this world. If he remembered correctly, that had the appearance of a young girl. However, that was different. A goddess clad in a white silver gown that purifies all impurity. As expected, you are well informed. Luoty nodded, looking as if she were impressed, then looked up at the sky that could be seen from the hallway. The god of light, Radulg. The god of darkness, Dagulas. The god of fire, Agnum. The god of water, Aclea. The god of wind, Worm. The god of earth, Atlagus. Including the god of life Philia, these were the gods of the land of Reem Philia. All living things received blessings from these gods and were born into this world. In the St. Altlis kingdom, they specially observe Philia, but that is derived from the fact that humans had strongly received Philia's blessing in particular. The degree of strength of the god's divine protection varies according to race. Being a sylphid, Luoty strongly received the god of wind Worm's divine protection. The divine protection is also influenced by the person's own aptitude for magic. In Luoty's case, wind magic was her specialty. Even among humans, there are rare occurrences where people that have a strong divine protection from a god other than Philia exist, and then become specialists on that path. And then, Mizoku also received the divine protection of various gods. Xion Dono, I have heard that you are magnificent in any attribute of magic. It is likely that you have Philia's divine protection, or maybe, you might be loved by all of the gods. Well now, I wonder about that. Xion expressed an ambiguous smile at Luoty's words. Xion knew that that wasn't the case. Xion was aware that if he were to have a god's divine protection, then it would be that of the demon god. That dark little girl. That existence that constructed Vermudol. Something that wasn't spoken of even in the myths of Reimphilia. Xion didn't know if he was loved by that god or not though. And so, what will you be doing from now on for today? For the time being, I was thinking of visiting the Adventurers Guild. To the guild, I see. Is there something wrong with that? When Xion asked that after feeling a bit anxious about Luoti's attitude that seemed like she was holding something in her mouth, Luoti denied that with a smile. Nope. I was just thinking that Xion Dono is a hard worker is all. Xion is an amazing person. Yes, that's true, isn't it? Xion tilted his head while looking at Luoti and Nino, who had come to a mysterious mutual understanding. With the school entrance ceremony having ended, the campus was quiet, and only the figures of students could be sporadically seen in the courtyard that was in the sunlight. It sure is peaceful. Yes. While turning her eyes towards the students, Luoti smiled a gentle smile. That is surely a heart of love that she is turning towards the students, is what Xion thought. It would be nice if this peace could continue on forever though. It will continue. The students that laughed in the warm sunlight. The smiling faces overflowing with dreams and aspirations of the youths that would surely go down various paths before long. While looking at that, Xion replied to Luoti. I'm sure that everyone desires that. At the very least, as long as he existed as the Demon King, he would show everyone that it would. Xion tightly clenched his fists. Chapter 32. The road headed from the Edius Adventurers School to the Adventurers Guild. Nino continuously looked up at Xion's face as he walked along it. Her usually displeased-looking face stayed as it was, however, she walked next to Xion without saying anything. Nino wasn't eloquent by nature, but for this girl who would say whatever she wanted to say without any reserve to bring about this kind of atmosphere was rare. At first, Xion thought about whether or not he wanted to talk to her about how he was deep in talk with Luoti, but he suddenly noticed that Nino's eyes, which he had looked down at, were tinged with a serious look. They were eyes different from the usual Nino who would say that she didn't care about things that she didn't care about. Seeing that, Xion was suddenly assailed by anxiety. What's wrong? As Xion asked that and awaited a response, Nino muttered a few words. Were you influenced? Nino muttered while looking up at Xion, who was making a face that said that he didn't understand what she meant. Your appearances are similar, and words could get through. That's why you felt sympathy. That is. Xion understood the meaning of Nino's words, but Xion wasn't human. Xion was the king of the Mazoku, the demon king Vermudal. Everything in this territory of mankind was built upon the destruction of the previous demon king Granthia. The peace they desired did not include the peace of the Mazoku. Both Xion and Nino, who were only pretending to be humans, were not included within that either. It is impossible, is what Nino thinks. That is why Nino dared to choose bitter words. Before Xion would hold expectations and get hurt. So that it would be all right even if he didn't hold on to something like hope, I still have a hand to play. Nino does not think so. But, if that is what Xion Summer desires. They are different living creatures where only words are communicated. When Nino was going around killing the Magian of the West, there were things that made her feel that. Self-preservation, small filthy pride, and then lust for power. Without lending her ears to any of that, Nino tore all of that up with her swords. Since she understood that it would be better by doing that, she did so. However, what about the territory of mankind? In this Shutire continent, there was large strife with 4 large countries at the center of it all, and there was strife even within those countries. And then, most likely, that sort of stuff was surging even within the school from earlier. In that case, there was no longer anything that could be done about them. Nino thought that that was surely a disease that would spread to all that were in the territory of mankind, and the Magian that once existed in the West seemed to have received that influence. That is why it was better to not have come here in the first place. For Nino, she did not want to leave Xion in this rotten and poisonous continent. Even so, Xion desired this. That is why Nino was here. She was here like this, even if she understood that mankind was corrupt. Nino jumped. While silent, while without a sound, she disappeared from sight in an instant. She had jumped. Before the owner of the gaze noticed, Nino was already at his back. She had suddenly vanished. While being unable to understand it as anything but that, the ruffian crumbled down. Hi. In a dim alley, Nino's green eyes illuminated in a faint light, and shined. The number of idiots that turned their filthy hostility towards Xion was 3. The number remaining was 2. In an instant, she apprehended another one. There was no need for something like hostility there. There was no fool that would scatter about bloodlust when cleaning garbage. There was no need for something like an edged tool here. It was enough to just tie them up a bit. Did someone put you up to this? The man that was tied up by a small young girl that was much smaller than himself made a pathetic scream. Nino clicked her tongue, packed with displeasure at that sound that was similar to a goblin begging for its life. Obediently answering is recommended. Nino isn't gentle after all. You are. Oh, oi, you bastard. The tied-up man desperately shouted at the remaining one that left him behind and ran away. You've got it wrong, that guy, everything is that guy's fault. He told us to threaten you a bit. Nino sighed at the words that she had often heard since they had come to the Shutire continent. When she threw the struggling and disgraceful man into the alley, she made a kick to his stomach, leaving behind the man that had spit up a filthy soup and fainted. When Nino turned around to leave the back alley, she saw Xion, who had noticed Nino's absence, rushing over. What's wrong, Nino? When she entwined her own arms around Xion's arm as he had a panicked look on his face, Nino answered that it was nothing and dragged Xion back to the street they were on before. Nino is a transcendently beautiful girl after all. Nino was simply hit on by a fool that didn't know his place. Is that so? That's right. Nino is different from some no-good maid that pretends to be a beautiful girl. Don't say that to Ichika, got it? Nino won't tell her that you were reminded of Ichika when you heard the words no-good maid. Seeing Xion's speechless face, Nino made a thin smile. No, listen here. Nino, that is. It is all right. Nino is here at Xion Summer's side after all. That's not what I meant, see. While looking at Xion breathe a deep sigh after realizing that it was the usual Nino's joking around, Nino had a thought. For Nino, she did not understand half of what Xion was thinking about. She thought that it would be fine if all humans were destroyed and thrown into the farthest ends of the seas. But Xion did not desire that. Although she did not know the reason why he was like that, if that was what Xion desired, Nino thought that that was surely the correct action. The great demon king, Vermudal. And then, right now, he was simply Xion. A Xion that was only for Nino. Chapter 33. It sure is noisy, isn't it? It was in front of the Adventurers Guild entrance. Having arrived there, Xion and Nino heard some hustle and bustle. Incidentally, the place called the Adventurers Guild is usually noisy by nature. On top of there being many ruffians, depending on the situation, it was location where preparatory meetings for jobs that risked people's lives. Something like a day where it isn't noisy basically did not exist. But, even if that is the case, it was too noisy, is what Xion thought. No, rather than noisy, rowdy would probably be more suited to describe it. Voices that were younger than usual could be greatly heard coming from inside of the Adventurers Guild. Even heartwarming laughter could be heard mixed in with the men and women. No matter how one thought of it, it was different from the usual Adventurers Guild. It was different, but Xion had an idea of what was going on. The schools, new students, huh? That's right. Today was the day of the Edius Adventurer School entrance ceremony. On this day, adventurer cards for school student use were distributed by the school to the enrolled students. That was something that was meant to be used under various pretenses such as battle practice and dungeon practice, but it also permitted students to actually try and accept requests as a way to earn extra money. There were also safe requests from the school services inside of the school, but naturally there were requests aimed for the students at the Adventurers Guild as well. These requests aimed for the students had the condition that it would be no problem if even young students were to take them, and indicated that the retaining fee was cheaper than the market price. The request makers would follow those specifications at the time of making the request, but since urgent requests and dangerous requests were impossible under these specifications, when speaking of common requests aimed for students, they had become requests with low danger levels such as medicinal plant gathering and simple vermin extermination. It was because students that had youthful vigor and a strong desire to improve themselves immediately came to accept requests after their enrollment that the Adventurers Guild was overflowing with people like this. However, that wasn't the only reason why the guild was crammed with students. Of course, there was also the reason of wanting to have a taste of the real atmosphere as soon as possible, but above all, it was because of the existence of school-recommended adventurers. It fell in the category of a so-called occupation experience, but this was what Xion had pushed onto him by Luity just a little while ago. By taking requests together with active adventurers that the school designated and recommended, and whose personality and ability were better than average, it would create a chance to learn many things, such as their way of fighting and how to deal with people, which could not be studied if it weren't practiced with that sort of pretense. It was a system where the role of being a lecturer to the students is cleverly pressed onto active adventurers. From the students' point of view, if they had a normal ambition of being an adventurer, it was a chance to create connections for the future. If they had an ambition of being a knight, they might be able to meet with people that would be helpful for their own future. Even if they had an ambition of being a magician, they might be able to create a relationship with people that they could count on to be their guard. It was possible to make an application request to travel together with the school's appointment form for recommended adventurers like that, but busy adventurers had few chances to properly look at such things. And so, the students that were a bit smarter had come to the Adventurers Guild to directly negotiate themselves. It would be good if they found someone that had their hands free. That is why, using the documents that were distributed by the school, they had driven into their heads who and where the recommended adventurers were from, and what kind of face and what kind of person the adventurers were, so that they could recognize them with a glance. And then, even the school predicted that it would become a particularly fierce competition this year. Every year, the recommended adventurers would be announced in the middle of the school entrance ceremony. This time, on top of the announcement being done after the school entrance ceremony, right when they tried announcing it, the duo of the rumored rank SSS adventurer Xion and rank SS Nino were promoted as recommended adventurers. It wasn't like they had done any magnificent activities, but they definitely had the ability to easily complete difficult jobs, and were known to have sincere personalities and a sincere way of working. Their abilities were rumored to be top class, and they were the adventurer duo that are currently the talk of the town. When it came to a party of recommended adventurers that were still young and full of promise, wanting to make a connection with them was a natural mentality for the students to have. Moreover, since they appeared in the school entrance ceremony speech, they were definitely in town, so they should come to the Adventurers Guild as well. So it was also only natural that the guild would be overflowing with students lying in wait for them. Nino. What? Let's run away while we haven't been discovered yet. Right. They would run away before they get jostled around. It was only natural that they would think that way. When they turned their backs to the Adventurers Guild, which was packed with energetic students, Xion and Nino slipped into a back street and broke into a run. Chapter 34. Good grief. Several minutes after going through the back street, coming out onto a street lined with old-fashioned buildings, Xion breathed a sigh. When compared to the showy townscape of the main street, it was a place that had an old-fashioned impression. That place, which could be called retro when talked about in a good way, was left behind since the royal capital's development, an area that is nicknamed the slums. When speaking of slums, there would be an outlaw-ish ambience where crime overflowed, but unlike that sort of dark side, It was a proper place where soldier patrols were neatly performed. Yo, Shion. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, we had just finished a request. I see. In that case, how about contributing to my sales with those warm pockets of yours? The one that immediately called out to Shion was the shopkeeper of the Corinth Arms store. It was a slightly misfortunate arms store that dealt in good quality steel weapons and armor, but had better sales in the cooking kitchen knives that it created on the side. Sorry, but there isn't any need for more than 2 kitchen knives in a 2-person journey. Like I said, Tilda, we're an arms store. Then all the more reason for me to not need anything. Having that dialogue that they always have, Shion passed the arms store. Oh, why if it isn't Shion? We just got a stock of dried sweet potatoes. Don't want potatoes. Nino made a completely displeased face at the proprietress of the Enum grocery store that called out to them next. Dried potatoes are an ideal food not only for adventurers but for travelers as well. Possessing a moderate chewy texture and sweetness, it was delicious whether it was eaten as is or roasted. Without being bulky, it was a best-selling food for its price and convenient portability. However, to Nino, because she had eaten Ichika's cooking that was full of potatoes in the Dark Continent, she had a rejection for potatoes. The potatoes that Ichika raised and the dried sweet potatoes here were potatoes of different variety, but that didn't really matter. They're really good though. They're dried Geel Forest Kingdom grown potatoes after all. The depth of taste is different from the rest, you know. The Geel Forest Kingdom, where they live together with nature, was famous for their food being delicious. It is said that it was due to the divine protection of the god of water Aclea and of the god of wind Worm, but there was also the aspect of it becoming a kind of brand. It is big enough that there are cases where fake goods are sold at nasty stores, but the Enum grocery store was a sincere store that wouldn't do that sort of thing. I do trust the taste, but it's expensive, right? Incidentally, the typical dried sweet potatoes would be 10 pieces in a cloth bag for about 4 large copper coins. The price would go up and down depending on the quality, but for the cheap ones, it would be about 2 large copper coins for the same amount of dried sweet potatoes. That's right. For 10 pieces, it'd be 6 large copper coins. 6 coins? Are you serious? If it was genuinely Geel Forest Kingdom made, it would sell for 1 small silver coin in a store on the main street. It was because they had that much flavor and quality, and also because they had a faint magical power recovery effect. Could it be? Is there a question about its quality? Don't say such rude things, you shitty brat. After clicking her tongue, the proprietress poked Shion's forehead. It's 'cause I replenished my stock with a large quantity of them. You get it now, right? Certainly, it was a trader's common practice to drive a bargain on the price when replenishing stock with a large quantity. It's fine if that is the case, but... then you should buy some jerky as an apology for your earlier rude comment. It's a product of the Canal Kingdom, so the quality isn't all that good though. Jerky was also one of the portable foods. When compared to dried sweet potatoes, they both took time to make, but the price was suited to their relative popularity. Furthermore, it was food that is difficult to choose between since the flavor would be very different depending on the product. It wasn't like its animal husbandry was prosperous, but when it came to Canal Kingdom products, it was a fairly delicate story. What kind of meat is it? At the very least, it isn't large rat meat. Please give me a break. In suspicious stores, meat that was questionable as to whether it was all right to eat was usually mixed in. Being cautious around jerky that is a bit too cheap is something that all beginning adventurers learn at the start. Well, there's no need to worry. The taste isn't very good, but it's proper meat. Like I said, what kind of meat is it? After buying up some food, Shion and Nino started walking towards their inn. There were a lot of good inns on the main street, but their whereabouts would be exposed right away if they were to stay in a place like that, and would become troublesome in many ways. They wanted to be excused from getting dragged into pointless difficulties. Come to think of it, The water pouches. It is about time for the effect to run out. NN, well, I guess we'll buy some at the inn. Xian replied like that to Nino's words. Whenever travelers talked about water pouches, it was about water pouches that had purification magic cast upon them. Water pouches were indispensable for the sake of carrying drinking water, but water wasn't suited for being carried on long trips. Furthermore, there was the burden of there being no guarantee that drinking water could be easily obtained at the destination. And so, what was useful was water pouches that had magic called purification cast upon them. During the time this magic was cast upon it, it would constantly purify the water inside, and maintain its fresh state. Moreover, it would purify the contents even if it was poisoned water. However, because there was a limit to its effect, there was a need to buy replacements at a regular interval. It was about time to buy replacements for the water pouches that Xian and Nino possessed. Anticipating that sort of demand, purification water pouches were generally sold at inns. Is there anything else that we need? NN, can't think of anything. Me neither. While having that sort of conversation, Xian and Nino arrived in front of a store that had, the Steelfish Store, written on it. This store, which was a stone building that had a steel signboard imitating a fish hung upon it, was a restaurant on the first floor, and was an inn on the second floor. It was an inn in the slums that they chose because they wanted to avoid any excess trouble, but recently, the number of customers began to grow. Xian wanted to say that it wasn't because they themselves were making use of the store, but after remembering Luoti's words, there was a part of him that found it hard to say that. Welcome, wait, Xian and Nino. Welcome back. Ah, what's this? There aren't any people today. Is this place finally going out of business? We're still in the middle of preparing for the night. The one that called out to Xian and Nino as they entered the store that had no people was the poster girl for the Steelfish Store, Carol. Carol, the only daughter of the Metallio shopkeeper that wandered in from the Scylla's Empire, maybe because she was half human, had a petite build but had a height that was taller than the typical Metallio woman, and her appearance was very young. Seeming to have little hope for any more growth than this, it was something unfortunate for her. It was said that after she was courted by men with peculiar tastes in the past, the shopkeeper, who was her father, would send those men flying close to the roof. Xian was not subject to that interest, but maybe because he took that sort of attitude with her, Carol talked with him with an attitude like they were long-time friends. I'll just leave it at that. Geez, Xian. After exchanging that joke that they always have, Xian walked further inside. What came out from that area that connected to the kitchen was a man that had similar small stature yet had a splendid physique where he could be mistaken for a warrior or something. His face that looked like he was a warrior with a long battle history or a bandit did not look like Carol's face at all. Ooh, Garrod. My room is available, right? Course. I wouldn't rent that room that's been deeply dyed with your frail stench out to anyone else. You sure know how to talk bad. It's thanks to me that your sales increased, right? That's right. If you didn't do at least that much, there wouldn't much value to keep in your here. The two of them were staring each other down, but this was something like a greeting for them. The Metallio, many of whom are miners and blacksmiths, are hot-blooded, and are a race where friendship starts from a fight, is a slogan of theirs. Since the shopkeeper would personally and physically kick out customers that he didn't like, the Steelfish Store was a restaurant that served alcohol where fights between guests rarely happened. There weren't many people that would want to fight with strangers knowing that there was the danger of being sent flying by the shopkeeper and being sent off to a healing establishment. More importantly, 2 water pouches. You have them, right? Sure do. That'll be 1 large silver coin. I won't go even a single small copper coin less. While staring each other down, the two of them exchanged the silver coin and water pouches. Naturally, they didn't forget to click their tongues at each other. They acted like this, but how it wasn't like they hated each other was a complicated aspect of their relationship. Well then, here. There's no telling how long we'll be staying after all. even though you still got some time remaining from the last time you paid. You sure are a worrywart. Taking a light peek at the contents of the pouch that Xion tossed him, Garrod tossed the pouch to the back of the place. After taking the key that was tossed back in exchange, Xion climbed up the stairway. The time for food is the same as usual. Yeah. Well then, see you later. Xion made a half-hearted response to Garrod's words, and Nino waved her hand. The place that could be called their base since they started their activities with the royal capital as the center. That was here, the Steel Fish Store. Chapter 35. In the beginning, the god of earth Atlagus created the land. The god of fire Agnum bestowed the power of fire to the land. The god of water Aclea created streams of water on the land. The god of wind Worm bestowed great winds to the sky. Day and night were born at the hands of the god of light Radalg and the god of darkness Dagulars. Upon this completed land, the god of life Philia sowed the seeds of life. Like this, the former first life, humans were born. Upon these pure humans, the gods bestowed their blessings. With this, emotions were born within humans. At the same time, life other than humans was born. This was the origin of Rem Philia. So it is said. Well, this is myth that is handed down in this country. The second floor of the Steel Fish Store. At the edge of that room, Xion had Nino listen to the contents that he had investigated today. After lying down on the bed with a look that seemed like she didn't care, Nino turned only her gaze at Xion while still lying face up on the bed. The one that created Nino was Xion Summer. Pretty much. While on that topic, the one that created Xion was the demon god. With this point, it was disconnected from creation myth of Rem Philia. The god is Philia who created life of Rem Philia and managed the flow of life. If she one-sidedly supported humans enough that she would even lend her power in the hero summoning, then it felt as if she did care about the flow of Mazoku lives so long as they were somehow handled. After all, even Mazoku, with the exception of some special cases, were a part of the workings of life in the lands of Rem Philia. Or, could it be that there was some sort of rule to make it not possible to interfere with that? Even though gods exist, inconsistencies are generated in the myth. Or maybe, were the parts that humans couldn't understand settled with those inconsistencies? According to the latest interpretation in Mankind's territory, Mazoku were defined as traitors who opposed the gods, and said that the inferior seeds of life were the Mazoku. Inferior, huh? Xion breathed a sigh, thinking that since this kind of interpretation was allowed to slide, the voices of the people of the temple saying that the Mazoku should be destroyed would surely become louder. Furthermore, the hero's existence ended up reinforcing the temple's assertion. According to the legend of the hero, in order to oppose the invasion of the demon king Shuklas, the priests of the great Altlis temple sought salvation from the god of life Philia and prayed. Answering their prayers, Philia guided a strong life from another world here. A young man by the name of Yuya Kusanagi stood up for the sake of the people and went on a journey to defeat the demon king. And then, together with his comrades and his sacred sword that was charged with the power of the gods, the hero Yuya eliminated the demon king Shuklas. Additionally, after also eliminating the great demon king Gramphia, who was the root of all evil, he brought peace to the world. Moo. It was fine that it had gone that far, but no matter where he investigated, the details of how the hero Yuya learned of the Dark Continent and Gramphia weren't written anywhere. However, the Mazoku of the Dark Continent differed in every aspect when compared to the Mazoku of the Shutire Continent. This wasn't simply about strength, but after having the differences in the chain of command and ecology made apparent, Xion had that interpretation. In that case, one possibility had arisen. It was the possibility that Mazoku themselves were created in the Shutire Continent, namely, the demon king Shuklas might have been a genuine demon king. As evidence to reinforce that idea, there was the existence of status confirmation magic. That which only the hero and the demon king could use, there was no reason why the hero would not use it against the demon king. In that case, the hero Yuya should have known as to whether or not demon king Shuklas was truly a demon king. On top of that, Shuklas probably told him as the Demon King. And then, there was mystery about the Mazoku that exist only in the Shutai continent and not in the Dark Continent. If the Demon King that created them was different, then that sort of disparity is understandable. But, if that is the case, a different problem comes up. But this was another thing that doesn't seem like it could be solved with Shion's current knowledge. Hey! NN? Shion Summer, what do you want to do? Shion's thoughts were interrupted by Nino's abrupt words that called out to him. What did he want to do? Naturally, it was to avoid war. He didn't want any obstructions to the Dark Continent's growth to happen. However, what did he want to do after that? After its growth would be. Even after going around the royal capital like this, there was no information on the hero summoning. However, he might appear in time. Would he be able to reach an effective countermeasure by that time? He thought about it. As the Demon King Vermudal, what would he be able to do for the sake of the Mazoku? If things can somehow be managed without having to be involved with humans, then that would be fine. It would be fine if he focused only on the Dark Continent's domestic affairs. However, his instincts whispered that it would be no good like that. He needed to know the reason why Gramphia was destroyed. He needed to know the truth of the hero's legend. He needed to unravel the mystery of the Alva. If he didn't do that, then the hero would most likely come once again. I want to know the truth. Once you know it, will something change? It might not change. Even if he knows the truth, there might be nothing that will change. The hero might appear and he would have to fight against him in the end. Even if that was the case, that wasn't a reason for him to sit around and wait for it to happen. The demon god said it. He was to perish to the hero, and if he desired anything more than that, it would depend on himself. In that case, there was definitely a means to avoid the word's conclusion, "It'll be no good if I do this." Nino stared intently at Shion as he muttered that. While still having her usual displeased face, with a voice that would clearly reach Shion's ears, Nino replied to Shion's words. Then, Nino will comply with that. Nino will clear the path that Shion Summer wishes to go down, and will always be your support. Yeah, thank you, Nino. Nino's face went a bit red at the thanks that he said from the bottom of his heart. However, in the next instant, she noticed the footsteps of someone ascending the staircase, and jumped up from the bed. Chapter 36. The sound of ascending the staircase. Nino listened carefully to that sound. The sound, there were two of them. One of them was a strong, yet light sound. The other one was a light sound that seemed hesitant. There is one man. And one woman. Most likely, they were students. They probably determined that we were staying at the steel fish store, is what Nino guessed. What will we do? Well, since it seemed that Luity also knew we were staying here, it isn't strange that they would come here. Shion sighed at the sound of the door being knocked on. Who is it? I am Kane Stagius of the Stagius Baron House. May I take it that this is the room of the adventurer Shion Dono? Would you go home if I said that it isn't? While Shion teased him like that, he instructed Nino to their luggage into some place suitable with his gaze. If the other party was someone high in pride, they would either be indignant or go back with this. It would be easier if they went back, but if they flew into a rage, it would become a reason to beat them down. However, the reaction of the person on the other side of the door called Kane wasn't like that. We would go back if that really were true, but we were entrusted with a letter from the headmaster. The headmaster, with Luity's face coming to his mind, Shion pressed down on his own forehead. While thinking that someone truly troublesome had set her eyes on him, he opened the door. The one that stood there was a man that possessed golden hair and blue eyes. With features that seemed to be at the valley between being a young boy and a young man, he had skin that possessed a delicateness like that of a woman, and beautiful slit eyes that increased his charm. Even looking at him from Shion's point of view, that appearance of his could be judged as beautiful. Next to that Kane was a similarly beautiful blue-haired young girl. So, where is that letter? At Shion's words, Kane presented a single sealed letter. The magical power that was charged into the sealing wax was proof that it was from Luity herself. Xion tore that off, and took out the letter that was inside. The contents were a request directly from Luity. According to the letter, it seems that an appeal for rescue of a town that was at a distance of about 7 days from the royal capital had reached the royal capital. It appeared that it was confirmed that an ogre was near the town, and that missing persons had begun to appear. The appeal for rescue that was sent to the local feudal lord was dismissed by saying to abandon the town. Having no other choice, the town's messenger visited the royal capital, but being unable to get anyone to respond to him, he had no choice but to depend on the Adventurers Guild. And so, the details of all of that entered Luity's ears, and then went to me. Is that it? Will you go? As Nino asked if she should gather their luggage, Xion went silent for a bit, and then lightly waved his hand for her to stop. The problem is after this. It's written that if I were to accept this, then I should ask the students that brought me this letter if they intended to accompany us. What's the meaning of that? Even if it was to get experience in the battlefield, an ogre extermination is way too heavy. Ogres. They were humanoid Mazoku that have gigantic builds and horns on their heads. Their power and resilience easily surpass not just humans but even beastmen and the Metallio. They had an understanding of their own abilities, and had the intelligence to handle weapons. Exterminating ogres which are even able to personally produce iron weapons was something too much to handle even for experienced adventurers. If a group of them were to be discovered, they would become a target for an army to subjugate. They were monsters that were that dangerous. This was not a request that should allow students to join in on. I will go and have a talk with Luity, so go on home. I will go with you. Then I will too. Oi. It seemed that being told to go home stimulated their pride. Xion lamented. He was troubled over he could persuade them. I believe that even I have a good amount of skill. We won't be a burden. Even if you tell me that, where are your adventurer cards? Seeing the adventurer cards that were presented to him, Xion knitted his eyebrows. Name, Cain Stagius. Race, human. Rank, S. Level, 32. Occupation, Edius Adventurer School Student. Equipment, Hard Sword Tilnock. School Uniform. Technical Skill, God of Life's Divine Protection S. Name, Sharon Tiano. Race, human. Rank, C. Level, 25. Occupation, Edius Adventurer School Student. Equipment, Blue Orb Staff. School Uniform. Technical Skill, God of Water's Divine Protection E. A God's Divine Protection, I see, that alone is reason enough to be recommended, huh? A God's Divine Protection. That is a technical skill possessed by those that are particularly loved by a god. Because there are few that possess divine protection, the details about it haven't been made clear. However, it is an exceedingly capable technical skill that contains various effects, or so it is said. For Cain to own an S level of that, he must be considerably loved by the god of life Philia. The word hero crossed his mind in an instant, but he immediately shook that off. The Cain that was right before his eyes was clearly an inhabitant of this world. Although possessors of divine protection are very rare, there would be no end if he were to be suspicious of each and every one of them. Besides, if he remembered correctly, the head priest of the Great Altlis Temple should have possessed an SS-level divine protection. Something like S isn't much at all. After persuading himself like that, Xion returned the cards to the students. It would seem, you are quite loved by the gods, aren't you? Yeah, I have also gone down the path of a priest. Level 32. It was proof that he had acquired a good amount of experience. It was too high for a student, but it probably also meant that he wasn't a mere son of a noble. I will ask you one more time. Please take us with you. Xion breathed a sigh in his mind from seeing Cain sincerely lower his head. It was because he understood that this man was an honest type of noble. A noble that lower his head to Xion, who was acting as a commoner. There was no one harder to handle than them. Looking at how high his level is, he should be quite used to the fighting scene. There was the possibility that they would follow along even if he refused them. There's no other choice, is there? The number of troublesome things increased once again. Thinking that, Xion once again breathed a deep sigh in his mind. Chapter 37. In that case, go and immediately make preparations for departure. When Xion said that, Nino pulled out the luggage that was crammed in the back, and started packing. The maid that was also a knight, the maid knight was experienced with this sort of thing. Towards Cain and Sharon, who were looking at Nino's skillful movements as if they were admiring her, Xion cleared his throat once. Immediately made your preparations, and then gather in the restaurant below. Don't forget to bring purification-type tools. Ah, yes. After seeing Cain and Sharon off as they left in a fluster, Xion sunk himself into a sea of thoughts. What he needed to think of was their means of travel first. A carriage probably wouldn't go as far as their destination. If ogres have come out, there should be a self-restraint claim from the stagecoach union. By some chance, they might bring them to a nearby town, but there was the problem of what to do after that. There was the hand of buying horses, but buying them, riding them, then tossing them away was something that he didn't want to do on an emotional level. As for going on foot, the problem of time would be big. For example, if the opponents were a group of goblins, the town should be able to hold out until they arrived if the town scale was large enough. However, when it came to ogres, that wouldn't work. There was the fear that the walls that protect the town would be destroyed and that the town would annihilated. Moreover, Xion had a thought. The feudal lord's response was incomprehensible. It would be one thing if it were a village, but to abandon a town, that is a statement that brings the feudal lord's nature into question. If he had that sort of response for only a single ogre, it wouldn't just be an uproar about incompetence. Even if it was an atrocious ogre, if a feudal lord-scale army were to be dispatched, the extermination should be simple. However, what if it wasn't just one? If there were several of them, the circumstances would surely be different. In that case, there was no telling how much time would be left for the town. For there to have been enough leeway to send out a request, most likely the town hasn't targeted until that point. However, there was no telling how long that would last. It would be out of the question if they arrived but the town was annihilated. Of course, he wouldn't feel anger for that itself. In the end, Xion was a demon king, and he wouldn't be sad about something that would weaken the human strength. However, if damages on the scale of a town being ruined were to come out, the influences given to human society would be large. He wouldn't be able to stand cries of the Demon King's revival created due to needless anxiety. Preparations are done. Xion closed his thoughts from Nino's words that came from behind him. Ah, yeah? Thank you. NN. After Xion said that and then placed his hand on Nino's head, she narrowed her eyes looking delighted. So, what shall we do? Let's see, it will probably take a while until their preparations are in order. I guess we'll have a meal until then. Preparations for a journey weren't things that could be quickly put in order. After Xion and Nino carried the gathered luggage on their backs, they descended the staircase. Xion. Are you leaving already? The poster girl Carol, who was moving about and ready for the peak of congestion, detected Xion and Nino and raised a surprised voice. On the first floor of the steel fish store, many good smells were already started to waft about. Yeah, we got an urgent request, you see. And here I thought that you would be able to take things slowly for at least today. Sorry about that. Xion replied with a wry smile to Carol, who was pouting and looking a bit dissatisfied. That being said, Carol naturally understood. Adventurers were that sort of people. They would suddenly leave at any time. And they would suddenly come back at any time. And then, there would also be talks heard that they had suddenly become deceased people. Being the poster girl of an adventurer's inn, that was something that Carol always experienced. Because of that, she would associate with them while leaving a degree of distance in between, but the regular customer called Xion, who seemed like wouldn't die so easily, had destroyed the wall to that Carol's heart before she knew it. "You'll at least eat a meal, right? Will it be your treat, Carol?" "Ah ha ha, no, no. It's included in your in-charges." After they had that frivolous talk, Garrett's voice could be heard from the kitchen. "Hey, Carol. Here's the portion of food for Xion's group." Why? Running off to the kitchen, Carol once again came back, and Nino's eyes sparkled in an easy-to-understand way at the cuisine that Carol carried with her. Today's menu was something where marole bird was fried in oil. In addition, there was plenty of lettuce salad. There was vegetable scrap soup, and hard bread. And then, there was 3 slices of Ringo, apple. Delicious. "Nino, the Ringo is for dessert, you know? Ringos are the most delicious when freshly cut." As she happily ate the Ringo slices, Nino's gaze flowed onto Xion's Ringo slices. There weren't any Ringos in the Dark Continent. There was a fruit similar to Ringos called ringil, but when compared to a Ringo, there wasn't any sweetness, and the sourness was strong. Speaking about it further, if anything, it was a product closer to being a medicinal plant. It seemed that Nino had made this Ringo her favorite food, and put it on her list of things to bring back to the Dark Continent. "I see. In that case, it can't be helped, huh?" Can't be helped. That is why Nino is willing to bring salvation to Xion Summer's Ringo slices that won't be immediately eaten. After Xion silently pushed his Ringo slices to her, Nino immediately started to munch on them. On the other hand, Xion found the deep-fried marole bird to be his favorite among the food given to them. It was simply cuisine that was only fried in oil, but maybe because it was high-grade bird meat, it had a juicy texture and deliciousness. Moreover, how it was deep-fried food that couldn't be eaten at their destination, where many of the dishes were boiled food and flame-broiled food, appealed to Xion's heart even further. Carrying the food to his mouth with a fork, he carefully enjoyed the flavor. The deliciousness that spread throughout his mouth brought an indescribable happiness to Xion. By eating it by alternating with the fresh and crispy lettuce salad, he would never get tired of it. "As expected of you, Garrett. I find it hard to understand why this hasn't become a craze up until now. Customers have been coming here up until now. You're a rude bastard." Xion and Garrett hit each other with that sort of frivolous talk. Simply put, it was because gorgeous and magnificent cooking was the preference in the royal capital, but if one were an adventurer, there were probably many that instead preferred cooking like that from the Steel Fish store. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Looking like it was done in a rush, the doors of the Steel Fish store were opened. The time that Kane and Sharon, who had put their preparations for the adventure into order, came bursting in was right when Xion thrust his fork into his 3rd piece of karaga, and when Nino had asked Carol for another helping of Ringos. Chapter 38. Yeah. That was surprisingly fast. When Xion and Nino said that, Sharon showed her face from behind the out-of-breath Kane. Actually, right from the beginning, we had made the minimum preparations. Sharon. That's supposed to be a secret. For the time being, Xion pretended like he didn't hear that. At most, it was decided by Luiti's advanced preparations. She probably had them prepare with the assumption that Xion would accept. "Have you already eaten dinner?" No. "In that case, let's have a meal while we do the strategy meeting." When Xion hit the table with his finger, Kane and Sharon looked at each other. It seemed that they were a bit worried about what they should do, but they carried their luggage and came to the table that Xion and Nino were sitting at. Well then, is portions for 2 people good enough?" Carol asked that with a smile to Kane and Sharon, who were restlessly looking around looking for something. Yes, Auto sa n. An additional 2 people's portions. Sharon made a puzzled face at Carol, who called out to the kitchen. That just now was? If it's about a menu, there isn't one." Xion said that, and then brought some lettuce to his mouth. What the two of them were looking for was a menu for the cuisine. That was something that was commonplace in high-class stores like the ones on the main street, but there weren't any menus in stores aimed for commoners that were in the back streets like this. The cuisine made from the shopkeeper's whim, and the ingredients of that day were that day's menu. Having it said like that might make it sound irresponsible, but there was a part of it where it couldn't be helped. When it comes to small stores, offering the same menu every day would be difficult in securing ingredients, as well as the point of preserving them. Using up ingredients while they are in season is part of the basics, and there was no leeway to do pointless disposal. Going further, the price of ingredients also change every day. Even the marole bird that was put out today, the price might suddenly jump up even more tomorrow, and if the price of oil were to go up, the meal wouldn't be deep-fried food, but might be grilled or boiled food. Because of that, in stores like this would use things like one person's portion like just now, or something light or a lot, and use a method of ordering that relied on feeling. In a certain meaning, it is something that a store where maintaining a fixed quality is linked to their service can't do, and is also one of their opposing points. Even how it was possible to ask for another helping of Ringos like Nino had done earlier, that was a way of asking that was possible because there was no menu. I see. While Kane was assenting to Shion's explanation, Carol was steadily lining up plates with Kane and Sharon's portions. In the Steel Fish store, whose motto was always offer freshly made food, although it would take some time, it wouldn't prepare food in advance. Seeing the deep-fried marole bird that released the fragrant aroma of fried food, Sharon leaked out an impressed voice while holding down her mouth with her hand. Now then, it's fine while you're eating, so let's have a talk. Placing his wooden spoon down on the table, Shion looked at Kane and Sharon, who were sitting in front of him. First, about this job, I am thinking that the enemy is most likely several ogres. Kane and Sharon kept silent and nodded at the words that Shion threw out. Seeing their reactions, Shion thought that it was just as he expected. It appears that you have heard the story from Loti to a certain extent, with that prediction included. Unlike Kane, who was showing on a small bit of unrest, Sharon was flustered in an easy-to-understand way. While thinking that Sharon had a cuteness to her as a student, Shion continued talking. If the circumstances are just as they are written on the request application, the situation probably isn't that urgent. Was attacked by an ogre. If that was the situation, then they wouldn't have had the spare time to put out a request. This was different from going against goblins and secluding themselves away. If they were attacked by an ogre which could easily destroy something at the level of a simple wall, there is always only two paths to go down. Either fight, or run. Barricading oneself up against an ogre, that was an impossible story unless it was in a castle. Therefore, the situation where it was only discovered at present, it could be said that it was a step before that. That being said, this doesn't mean that we can travel there at leisure. What was needed was a means of travel. Also, it had to be as fast as possible. The situation could easily change at any moment. It was perfectly possible that a single pebble thrown on a whim could turn the situation into the worst possible outcome. In that case, there is no problem. Kane answered like that to the words that Shion threw out. After placing the fork that poked into a piece of fried food onto the plate, he turned a smile overflowing in confidence at him. If it's about transportation, then I've prepared something that will conform to the conditions that you seek at the highest level. The conditions that he sought. That was to be fast. To carry 4 people and their luggage. And going even further, to not have a problem with going to the place where the ogres were loitering. After Shion confirmed those, Kane nodded that it was no problem, just like he did before. What in the world did you prepare? You didn't rent out an armored carriage, did you? Thinking of the horses and carriage covered with steel, and calling to mind something that could be called a tank, Shion asked that. He said that with the meaning that anything was possible if it was Kane who was the son of a baron house doing it, but Kane's answer went even further above that. Negotiating with the headmaster, I borrowed an earthworm. Chapter 39. Earthworm. It was gigantic, multi-legged type bug that possesses a hard shell that has a purple shine. Let alone a horse, it possesses a large build that surpasses even a bear, and can sprint with great speed even in a desert. At one point, it was classified as a monster, but nowadays, it seems that a portion of dilettantes use them as a means of transport. That much, Xion knew. Certainly, if it's with that, we could get there quickly, couldn't we? Earthworms were, at any rate, fast. Those multiple legs move with uncommon speed, and can travel on any sort of bad roads. If it was a place that it decided to go through, an earthworm would immediately try to go through it. Whether it was a narrow mountain path where one misstep would lead to falling into the abyss, or a narrow hole, that is how they were. When there is a mistake in controlling it, the earthworm would easily desert the riders, but if it could be controlled, there was no means of transport more reliable than this. An earthworm's shell is harder than poorly built armor, and its full-power sprint that is on the verge of being considered running wildly is said to be incredible to the point that both goblins and bandits would fall into a state of panic and run away. The problem was, the controlling of it was extremely difficult. Unless that was settled, it was out of the question. I don't really get it, but wouldn't it be fine if we just sent those ogres flying with it? Going like Du-En. Nino turned exasperated eyes at Sharon's words. The ogres go Du-En, the town goes Du-En, the walls and houses collapse, and then roaring screams. Well, that isn't an impossible story. While hitting his hand on Nino's head with the meaning of leave it at that, Xion made a wry smile. That's right, it wasn't an impossible story. If there was a mistake in the control of the earthworm, it could seriously end up like that. It would be a catastrophe if it turned out like that. Putting aside students like Cain and Sharon, Xion and Nino technically had positions as adventurers that were the talk of the town. Moreover, their true identities were the Demon King and his attendant. He didn't want to make a legend with an unnecessary mistake. I won't object to the idea of using earthworms itself. But there's nothing we can do with it unless we can steer it, you know? It was there that Sharon timidly raised her hand. Although her body trembled when the gazes simultaneously turned towards her, Sharon spoke out her opinion. It was thinking, wouldn't it be fine if we got Headmaster Sensei to move it for us? Get Luigi too? Or rather, by borrowing an earthworm, could it be? Yes, it seems that the headmaster herself is taking it to the royal capital main gate. Say that earlier, are the words that Xion held back from saying. He didn't know what that sylphid woman would say later if they kept her waiting. In that case, let's head over there immediately. When Xion stood up, Nino also stood up immediately. Have a safe trip, Tilda. Yeah, we'll be going. Xion made a short reply to Carol's cheerful words. Carol was dark in various ways when they had first come here, but she's become quite cheerful, is what he thought. According to Garrett, it seemed to be thanks to Xion and Nino, but Xion himself didn't particularly happen to know that. It's night, huh? Looking up at the blue moon that was suspended in the sky, Xion then returned his gaze forward. Stores in the slums were basically open even at night. The shopkeepers themselves would sleep, and leave it to the shop assistants. That part, even for the stores on the main street, were the same anywhere if it was aimed towards adventurers. In order to answer to the demands of adventurers which would go out on a journey or come back from a journey at any time and at any place, or maybe in order to become their favorite store, being open at any time was an essential condition. That is why, even now, the inside of the town shined with the light of stores and magic lights that were lit at regular intervals, so unless one was deep in a side road, there weren't any dark places. That being said, since there were problems such as labor costs even in loading magical power into the magic lights, it was pretty much only the royal capital that was bright even at night. As Xion was thinking about that sort of thing, Cain breathed a sigh. There really is a lot of people, isn't there? Did you arrive at the royal capital just recently? Yes. It's because my and Sharon's hometown was more of a rural area. After Xion made a suitable nod at that answer, Cain once again faced forward and started walking. Certainly, If it was the son of a baron house, he would live in his own hometown, and it was probably a fact that it was a more rural area than the royal capital. Having no interest any more than that, Xion didn't feel any particular need to ask anything else. Why were you chosen? Huh? However, when Nino asked that to Sharon, Xion thought I see. It was about making student go on a dangerous request. Xion thought of that as being nothing but having troublesome things being pushed onto him. However, a reason why Cain and Sharon were chosen should naturally exist. Even if he were to cross-examine Luity, who was probably waiting for them, he didn't think that he would hear a good answer from her, so it could be said that asking that of Sharon, who looked like she was loose-tongued, now was correct. This is only a guess, but I think it might be because of Cain. Because of Cain? When Xion turned his eyes towards Cain, who was walking at the lead, Cain scratched his head looking like he was troubled. He couldn't see his facial expression, but he could see that he was a bit shaken. Cain, he did something amazing during the practical skill examination, and it seems that the examiner sensei's went into an uproar. Something amazing, huh? No, I made a mistake in the magic's adjustments. And I accidentally went full power. For the time being, Xion nodded looking like he could understand at Cain, who said that looking embarrassed. That was a story that he feels like he heard somewhere, that is what he thought. He couldn't remember what it was at all, but, thinking that it was no use if he couldn't remember it, Xion decided to be satisfied with that answer. In any case, it probably ended up with Luity having an eye on him because of that. I can see the main gate. Ahead of Cain, as he said, that was the royal capital's enormous main gate. It was a wall created by laying up white stones, and a steel gate. Soldiers that were placed there for the sake of not letting suspicious people in were busily moving about. Among the merchant carriages and guards that were coming and going, they could tell that there was some gigantic thing that dully shined purple. It can be known with a glance, huh? So true. That thing that was at the end of Xion and Nino's gazes, there was most likely no mistake that it was Luity's earthworm. That silver hair that was bundled into buns on both sides of her head was clearly Luity. She wasn't wearing her suit from this afternoon, but cloth clothes and silver armor, though it felt like she wanted to say some kind of joke. How she carried a bow on her back was surely also some sort of mistake. You sure did take your sweet time. Once you get on, we will depart. Having properly prepared traveling clothes, Luity declared that once she confirmed Xion and the others' figures. Chapter 40. Why are you raring to go? With the situation answering his predictions, Xion held his head in his hand and hung it down. Maybe because it was unexpected even for Cain and Sharon, their eyes went round. Nino was the only one that seemed to be composed. That being said, Cain and Sharon's reaction could be said to be understandable. When they thought that a driver for them would be dispatched, they prepared their armaments for the adventure and looked forward to meeting them. But it wasn't someone like a classmate. It was the board chairman who was the top of the Edius Adventurers School. Her participating in a student's adventure as part of the transportation had never been heard of before. Headmaster, are you going to be coming along? Cain Kun. I am not a headmaster, I am a board chairman. Also, since this is outside of office hours, be sure to call me Luity-san. With the headmas, no, I mean, with Luity-san around, she'll be a tremendous strength, won't she, Cain? For some reason, seeing the peaceful atmosphere of the three of them, Xion got a headache. So, Luity, why are you coming along? There's no real why to it. I just don't want the earthworm that I'm renting out to get involved in a terrible accident. That was a reasonable reason. In other words, at the moment Cain and Sharon had the talk about earthworms with Luity, it was probably already decided that it would be like this in Luity's mind. Thinking that, Xion noticed something. Hold on a second. Cain, did you know that Luity possessed an earthworm? No, when Luity-san came to us with this matter, we heard about it in the middle of the conversation. I see, I get it now. They were clearly guided into it. Luity probably guided the flow of her conversation with Cain and Sharon so that it would go in that direction. In a way where she herself didn't say that she would be coming along, and in a form where she was asked by Cain and Sharon's side, that's the direction she made it go. And then, most likely, there was no mistake that she planned on coming along for some sort of reason from the beginning. That's what Xion thought. Thinking about the contents of the request, it was hard even for Xion to refuse her. Naturally, it would be fine for him to refuse her, but there was no reason to refuse. With her not breaking her appearance as a good-willed cooperative worker right to the very end, she was actually an opponent that was hard to deal with. So, you use the bow. When Xion sent his gaze towards the bow that Luity carried on her back, Luity nodded. Yes, I often go out on the scene even now, you know. Since Xion vaguely had a mental image of her using magic, he felt that she actually used that instead. He could tell the truth if he were to use status confirmation magic, but if he were to use it, he might be sensed with the movement of magical power. Thinking that it would be safer to abstain from unnecessary things, he held his curiosity down and controlled himself. In any case, let's go. Come on, get on. Seeing Luity pat her hand down, Cain and Sharon looked flustered and rushed over to the earthworm. Xion looked up at the earthworm once again. It was a gigantic insect that possessed a carapace that shined purple as the light of the town shined upon it. Something that seemed like a carriage box was installed on its back. It was a truly splendid box, but he couldn't see as far as the interior from here. It seemed that a short rope ladder was used to climb into that box, and it was impressive how it hung from the box. Still, I see, to think that we would be getting on a box similar to a carriage. If it were to be pulled and transported by an earthworm, it would certainly get into a terrible accident after all. While somehow coming into agreement with this, Xion and Nino also got on board the earthworm. Inside of the box that they climbed the rope ladder into, it was decorated in a way that could be described as high class. Spongy cushions. Dark brown couches. The place suitable for the coachman's seat that was connected from there was covered in a circle with a transparent window that was made of polished crystal or something, and ensured a wide field of vision. What was in front of that coachman's seat was a sphere that emitted a faint radiance. With this magic sphere, I can connect my will with the earthworm. The last one to get on board the earthworm was Luity, but she saw what was at the end of Xion's gaze and told him about it. Did you finish the formalities and such? Right, that. As she said that, following after Luity as she went to the coachman's seat was a man wearing an iron helmet who popped up and showed his face. That equipment, it was the standard equipment for the soldiers of the royal capital. In other words, he was probably a guard of the main gate. Right, it certainly is 5 people. Since Luity-san's part has already been checked, it's a bit troublesome, but could the remaining ones please present cards that could act as identification? This was a necessary procedure for entering and leaving the town. Those that do not possess one at the time of entering would be issued a temporary card, and those that did some sort of job inside would possess a card that indicated that they did so. This couldn't be said in too loud of a voice, but any random thug could possess an adventurer card. This meant that they would be identified by that, and it would be used at times of going in and out of the town or transactions that required trust. Right, everything is sound. Well then, have a safe journey. After the soldier that checked Xion and others' adventurer cards said that with a smile, he descended the rope ladder. When Nino collected that rope ladder, the voices of soldiers doing traffic control could be heard. And earthworm is coming through. Open up a path, a path. You won't get off with just being stepped on and crushed. Abiding by the instructions of the soldiers that raised loud voices, the crowds of people split onto both sides of the path. The area in front of the earthworm that Xion and the others were riding no longer had even a single mouse there. There is no problem within viewable range on the gate's inner side. There is no problem within viewable range on the gate's outer side. Roger, no problems on the inner or outer sides of the gate. Send the signal for departure to the earthworm. Roger, signaling for departure. Calling for departure to Earthworm operator Luity Shi. Requesting for the signal. Sharon raised an amazed voice at the lively voices and movements. It's amazing, isn't it, Nino-san? Nino hates that sort of sultry procedure. Both of their impressions were correct, is what Shion thought. By being like that and doing it so ceremoniously, it makes it hard for mistakes to happen. In the case of dangerous methods of transportation like the earthworm, this was just right. Dangers should be prevented before they happen. If it's for that sake, it couldn't be helped that it was sultry. Roger on the call for departure. Departing at the count of 5. Roger with the count of 5. Commencing the count. Answering Luity, the voice of the soldier doing the countdown resounded. Count 5. Count 4. Count 3. There is going to be a splendid impact. Please make sure you don't bite your tongues. Count 2. Count 1. Simultaneous with the count of 0, the earthworm departed. The so-called departure wasn't a simple acceleration. Making a roaring Don sound, it was an intense departure. While hearing Sharon's scream that resounded from on top of the earthworm, the soldiers that saw off their departure laughed. It's speedy as usual. Yeah. Even though they normally go much slower. I wonder if it's because the compatibility between the earthworm and that teacher is way too good? Ha ha ha. She's a person that bought an earthworm because she said that she hated how slow horses were, you know. The only time that person safely drives the earthworm is pretty much when she comes into the town. If Shion had heard those words, he would have definitely raised a complaint, but the earthworm was already in the middle of a flat-out run to a place very distant from the town. Then again, even if he were to make a protest, there was a low possibility as to whether or not Luity would accept it. Chapter 41. This thing is much more amazing than I thought. While looking at the scenery that could be seen from the crystal pane window, Shion muttered that what the scenery that streamed by in no time demonstrated was the earthworm's speed. He even thought that if this much transportation could be realized with this much speed, then the utilization of them should be investigated more proactively. There was a time where earthworms were classified as monsters, you know? Looks like it would. Shion replied like that to Kane's question. Certainly, if he had seen a scene where something like this made a full-powered sprint, he would probably classify it as a monster. However, earthworms were not monsters but insects. Insect-type monsters certainly did exist, but earthworms themselves were not monsters and were mere insects. Since Shion had stealthily performed a status confirmation on it before getting on board, there was no mistake about this. On the contrary, the earthworm had strongly received the divine protection of the god of earth Atlagus. However, it was only natural that humans could not make that sort of distinction, and there were vague parts that made them be classified as insects and monsters. As a matter of fact, that sort of problem also brings about a slightly troublesome argument called the demi-human controversy. This was said to have its beginnings when a group of priests started talking about whether or not beastmen, who were of mixed parentage with Beastia which were Mazoku, were potential enemies of humans. And from here, it became a controversy that extended to other demi-humans but, from Shion's point of view, there was nothing more ludicrous than this. In short, it is whether or not they will be harmful to mankind. Couldn't they have classified them more properly? That would be difficult. It is said that the hero used magic called status confirm though. It was possible to do something similar with a reveal crystal, but as expected, it was impossible to have an insect that cannot communicate with words load its consciousness into a crystal. However, Shion had a thought. It's not like I don't think there is any meaning to that sort of classification though. No, it's nothing. Responding like that to Sharon's words, Shion stopped the conversation. However, Luity bit at that. Certainly, whether or not there was a meaning to it is a very interesting topic. To begin with, if classification had not happened, the demi-human controversy would have never happened after all. However, even so, people cannot exist without classifying things. They are those kinds of living creatures after all. No one replied to those words. It was because they had no words to reply with. This goes for the ogres that are at the place we are headed to. They are classified as Mazoku, but that is because they are clearly enemies to mankind and because it is impossible to have a mutual understanding with them. Ogres. Shion had not met with an actual one before. After all, living creatures that would be called ogres did not exist in the Dark Continent. However, he had only heard rumors that they were extremely ferocious since he had come here. Do you mean that they might not actually be? That might be the case, but you must not hesitate if you meet with one. Unless you want to be eaten. Cain and Sharon stiffened up by those words. Ogres. They are hostile life forms that are clearly different from goblins. And then, let alone Vermudal, they might be Mazoku that have nothing to do with even Gramphia. Well, so that we do not become an ogre's meal, let's have a clear grasp of each other's abilities. That we should. Sharon shook her head, nodding at Shion's suggestion. Thinking that although she looked like she could survive a fairly good fighting scene, she might be surprisingly timid, Shion's evaluation of Sharon lowered a bit. Faint-heartedness was something that connected to delayed actions at the crucial moment. I am a magician. Well, I can use the basics of every attribute. Nino uses the sword. Following Shion's introduction, Nino lightly tapped the two curved swords at her waist. I guess, I'm like a magic swordsman. Pretty much, I intend on being part of the vanguard. Hearing Cain's self-introduction, Shion remembered the data of his adventurer card. Hard Sword Tilnoch. If he remembered correctly, he should possess a sword with that sort of name. If I remember correctly, you possess a sword with a characteristic name, don't you? Ah, you mean my Hard Sword Tilnoch. Cain showed the sword that hung on his waist. Normally, weapons and armor such as the Iron Sword were only represented with their material and shape as their name. That was only natural in certain ways, and although there were some that attached individual names to their beloved weapons, it was not like those would become the title for the weapon. However, there were rare cases where named weapons and named armor that do not fit that framework are born. Arms like that would become special arms that possess characteristic names, and would possess abilities that separate them from the rest. It seemed that it was possible to make clear distinctions of these sorts of things at the Blacksmith's Guild, but in a situation where a named weapon was mixed in among weapons that were similar at first glance, it seemed that they would unfortunately be unable to do so. It must have been expensive. Or could it be an heirloom? This is. With Cain being evasive for some reason, Shion, while having a question mark on his face, shifted his gaze to Sharon. Everyone had something that they did not want to say, and he had no intention of unreasonably questioning him about it. Even Shion himself had good amount of things he did not want to be questioned about. So, what about you, Sharon? Yes. Although I can't use elemental magic at all, I can use summon magic. Summon magic? Shion raised his eyebrow at the words that he had not heard of. Summon magic. He knew about it if it was with knowledge of games in his previous world. However, he had no knowledge of summon magic of this world. Shion Dono, do you know of it? That's true, this is my first time hearing of it. Shion could only answer like that to Luoti's words. He was well aware that they might suspect him of something from that, but he couldn't help it with things that he did not know about. Well, that probably can't be helped. It is new magic that was discovered within these past 20 years. And above all, there are very few humans with the aptitude for it. Could you let me hear about that in detail? Luoti cheerfully nodded at Shion's words that came out from genuine interest. Chapter 42. Summon magic is a new system of magic that, accurately speaking, had its existence confirmed 18 years ago. It was said that its origin was in the mountains of a certain remote region. It was a dark night where even the moon was hidden by the clouds. A caravan that was making camp, maybe due to already being close to town, was said to have considerably let its guard down, and this included the escorts with them. No one knew if that opening was targeted or not, but at any rate, in regards to the unforeseen, a horde of goblins raided the group. Although the escorts hurriedly took up their weapons, on top of falling into chaos by the all-too-sudden situation, before the intense difference in numbers, 1 person, 2 people, they started to fall. Before long, the last escort fell, and when the merchants thought so this is the end, and gave up. All of a sudden, a palely shining translucent swordsman appeared, and cut down the goblins one after another. Before the mysterious swordsman, the goblins were no match at all, and after confirming that the goblins that had fallen into chaos had run away, it was said that the mysterious swordsman vanished. In those times, various discussions were exchanged, but that was the first manifestation of summon magic, and that is how it is. From there, although it had much difficulty and took piles of research, all that was learned was that the translucent swordsman that appeared at that time was something called a sword spirit, was something different from humans and other existing living creatures, and was something that used some sort of power to manifest through magic. There are views that say that it was God's power, but that part is still unexplained. God's power. The ones that insisted that sort of thing was probably people related to the temple at best, is what Xion thought. However, at the same time, he thought that if the gods gave their blessings to living creatures, then it wouldn't be strange even if vestiges of that power were wafting about. How is that something usable? It is basically the same as elemental magic, but I guess it's a bit ceremonial. Answering like that to Xion's question, Luity made a wry smile. Well, since it can't be used unless one has the aptitude for it, so it's said that it can't be used by those with the talent for normal magic. It might be impossible for you, Xion Dono. I see, that's unfortunate. When he said that and shrugged his shoulders, Sharon giggled. Xion-san, even though I heard that you are really strong, do you want to become even stronger? Does it look I do? Yup. In response to those words, Xion muttered in his mind that that might be the case. He did simply have an interest in summon magic, but he also naturally had a feeling of wanting even more power just in case he ever needed it. However, to think that even Sharon would see through me, I might have been a bit too impatient, is what Xion thought in his reflection. It is because Xion-sama is industrious. Kane, you need to follow his example.
I get it, Sharon.
Kane made a wry smile at Nino, who was acting boastful for some reason, and at Sharon, who got on board with her. While thinking that that was most likely the sense of distance between the two of them, Xion changed the topic. By the way, if we go at this rate, about when will we reach our destination? Putting in one time for making camp, I think we should arrive there noon tomorrow. Words of surprise came out from 4 mouths at those words. Their destination this time had a distance that would take about 7 days away from the royal capital. That was naturally on the assumption of traveling with horses. Even if it is sprinting at full power, is it really that different, is what Xion thought as he was astonished. It being classified as a monster at one point probably wasn't done just for show. It is because there is no living creature that can catch up to earthworms above ground. In particular, the speed of my Steiner is boasted as being superior even within the 4 major powers. Going I see, he nodded, but feeling that some sort of strange word was mixed in, Xion cocked his head in puzzlement. When he casually looked over, Kane and Sharon also seemed to have felt something was questionable, and were tilting their heads. By Steiner, what is that? It's this child's name though? Going I see, the 3 of them made faces saying that they understood. In short, just like there are people that attach names to horses, Luity also attached a name to the earthworm. By no means was that strange, or it shouldn't have been. Steiner, a boy. It looks like one. I mean, it's pretty rugged, right? I understand. It feels like a boy. While listening to Luity and Nino's conversation, Xion called to mind the appearance of the earthworm of Steiner that he had in his mind. It being rugged, he felt like it was because it was a carapaced insect. The feeling that it was a boy, he couldn't tell if he felt it or not. Or could it be that since Xion was a man, he couldn't tell the small subtleties of that sort of things? When he turned his gaze to Cain as if seeking his help, Cain waved his hand, making a gesture that said that he didn't understand either. Thinking, is it really because we're men? Xion then turned his gaze to Sharon. However, Sharon was looking at Steiner from the window, and saying things like A and UN. It seemed that even girls couldn't understand. Maybe because there are 3 girls riding on board today, its tension has become higher than usual. It is because Nino is the strongest beautiful girl. Very sinful. If I remember correctly, Luity-san is. At the moment that Cain left his question at that, an impact was transmitted to the inside of the box due to the earthworm's sudden halt. You were, whoa? Cain lost his balance and tumbled down from his seat, and Luity turned around and tightly grabbed his face. Could you tell me, just where did you start having a question? Cain-kun. In your earlier remark, I feel like you had a part that said that you had a hard time seeing me as a woman though? No, Xion, who had felt a similar question but did not speak it out loud, turned away just like that and feigned ignorance. Things like unpleasant sounds coming from Cain's face, they did not reach the ears of the current Xion. Please wait. Oh, I was. To think that Nino's beauty would seduce even an insect, how surprising. That's true. What the current Xion could do was not put Cain and Luity in his field of vision while nodding to Nino. That was all he could do. Chapter 43. Something that could stop an earthworm that had restarted its roaring noisily around did not exist in this aura. The running, sprinting, and dashing continued. When it turned to night, the earthworm that Luity was handling finally stopped its progress. This was simply due to the fact that Luity, who had continuously poured magical power into the magic ball, was fatigued, and that field of vision becomes smaller when it is nighttime. It would be a big problem if they blew away a caravan that was encamping at night on the path or something. Due to that, Xion's group ended up passing the night encamped. Fu. Getting down to the ground from the rope ladder, Cain surveyed the area. At that place where the darkness of night had taken control, Cain was unable to find the person he aimed to be like and was bewildered. Xion Dono? Unable to find the man who should have taken up watchkeeping duty and gone out, when he restlessly looked around, the sound of someone coming down the rope ladder resounded from behind him. When he reflexively turned around, the Xion that he was searching for was there with an exasperated-looking face. What are you doing? Xion Dono, I was looking for you. Climb on up. What do you think the earthworm is for? That's right, in this place, Xion's group didn't create a single fire. The existence of the earthworm was a huge reason for that. First, one of the reasons to make a fire was as animal repellent. Animals fear fire. However, proper animals wouldn't even get close to the earthworm. Due to this, one of the reasons to start a fire was erased. Then, another reason to make a fire was to receive warmth. However, the area at this time of the year was warm even at night, so the second reason to start a fire was erased with this. The last remaining reason was to secure light for the sake of being on guard against bandits, but as long as one was looking down from on top of the earthworm, a surprise attack was probably unlikely unless they were negligent. Therefore, the reasons for starting a fire were completely erased, and it was only natural for even the watch-keeping to primarily be done on top of the earthworm. The reason why Cain was unable to find Xion was due to Xion getting on top of the box which had the best view, and was doing the watch-keeping from there. So, did you need something? After Xion returned to the top of the box while saying that, Cain imitated him and also got on top of the box. The box, which did not make a creaking sound even with 2 men on top of it, possessed a durability that would be unbelievable for even high-grade carriages. Yes, it's because we haven't really had a chance to take our time and talk after all. I don't think there was really anything to talk about though. That might be true. What's up with that? In response to Xion making a face that said that he found this incomprehensible, Cain scratched his head looking troubled. After having his gaze wander in midair as if searching for words, Cain returned his gaze to Xion. Xion Dono, you've gone on adventurers going all over, haven't you? If we limit it to within this country, then somewhat. Why? Xion was at a loss as to how he should answer Cain's question. Even if he asked him why, there was no way he could answer him. He did have an answer. For the sake of the Mazoku of the Dark Continent, he would crush any problems before it turned to needless strife. That was all it was. However, there was no way he could tell him that so frankly. That is why Xion answered like this. Is a reason really needed? With those words, Cain said nothing and gazed at Xion's eyes. Making a small smile in the end, Cain shook his head sideways. No. Did you want to ask about that sort of thing? With those words, Cain said nothing and looked up at the night sky. The sky that the red moon and the stars floated in, it was cloudless. After looking up at that and breathing a small sigh, Cain muttered a couple of words. I was just thinking, what I should do. What are you talking about? About the future. In other words, he was probably looking for counseling. Noticing that, Xion also breathed a sigh in his mind. Something like a human receiving counseling from the Demon King wouldn't even be a funny story, but it couldn't be helped since the current Xion was acting as a human adventurer. Even if you talk about the future, you're the son of a barren house, aren't you? That's right. In that case, there's no need for you to worry about anything, is there? If he was the eldest son of the barren house, he could just inherit the house, and even if Cain were the second son, a young lady with a family name that clearly liked Cain, Sharon, was there. In this Shutire continent, the ones that possessed family names were either nobles or merchants, and since they were wealthy merchants at that, he didn't think that there would be any sort of anxiety for Cain's future. That certainly is true, but in that case, what are you worrying over? Most likely, this was a worry that anyone would have once in their life, is what Xion thought. Anyone would worry and wonder if they themselves were fine with just this. There are times where even when one does not clearly know what they should do, they vaguely feel that they cannot continue on as they are now. Thinking that Cain was surely also like that, Xion breathed a sigh in his mind once again. He had no obligation to go along with him, but since it would also be a pain to push him away, Xion decided to go along with the young man's worries, and silently waited for Cain's words. I have the power to fight. That's true. According to Sharon's father, I also seem to have the resourcefulness for a merchant. HN. But I also have my duty as the eldest son of a barren house. I need to guide the people of my territory. MHM. I don't know which path would be right to go down, and although the reason why we came here was to get strong enough to be able to exterminate monsters that not even a Night Order would be able to deal with, that would be useful in either path. While making non-committal interjections to show that he was paying attention, Xion breathed a sigh. In short, this guy called Cain, he was an extremely talented, earnest man. And since he had a high social position and connections on top of that, he was hesitant on what would be the best thing for him to do. In life, there are many times where there is no answer as to whether or not doing something was correct. The only one that would have a clear answer would probably be the hero. If one was the hero, bringing peace to the world was the sole correct answer. An example of a hero that chose a path other than that, for the time being, Xion did not know of one. However, since Cain didn't have something like that, he was lost. Xion thought that them traveling together on this request had most likely brought this worry about. Townsfolk that feared ogres. A feudal lord that essentially let the townsfolk that he was supposed to protect die without helping them. Adventurers that have gone on an expedition in order to defeat the ogres and protect the townsfolk. This reality had made Cain lose his way. Something like the necessity to guide a human, Xion didn't feel that at all. However, Xion spoke with a sigh mixed in. It's fine if you live as you like. Cain opened his eyes wide in surprise at Shion's words. You should just worry plenty about it, then go down the path that you think is best. If you can also see what it is that you want most, then that is probably the correct one. Those were words he could say because he was a man that didn't have that in his previous life. Those were words he could say because his meaningless and worthless life had come to an end. And then, those were words he could say because he had that in his current life. They were words he could say because he was living his life running about for the sake of what he personally desired. Seeing it end, it was a meaningless and worthless life. Saying something like that would be way too sad, wouldn't it? As if ruminating over those words, Cain closed his eyes. That's true. Thank you very much. Cain muttered that. Shion did not reply with anything to those words, and while thinking that he said something out of character, he looked up at the pale moon. Chapter 44. It would be best if we do not get close to the town, you say? Luity made a puzzled face at Shion's proposal. The earthworm, which had started running again after their encampment had finished, was now stopped in a place where the town that they were aiming for was in sight. This place that was surrounded by grasslands had good visibility, and they could even see the forest that spread out at the back of the town very well. For the time being, there was nothing that seemed like the figures of ogres, and they were feeling relieved. Yeah. From what I can see, it isn't like the ogres have closed in on the town. But if we were to go there now, there is the concern that our actions will be restricted. According to the request, it was a situation where missing persons have already come up. If they were forsaken by the feudal lord as well on top of that, the anxiety and stress of the citizens of the town should have risen. There are probably people that have abandoned the town and run away, but among the citizens whose living foundation was in the town, there were probably many that were hesitant to do that. It was for this reason that he suspected that it turned into a situation where they bet on a sliver of hope and sent a request to adventurers. This naturally meant that adventurers who come to the town would be the same as messiahs to them. However, at the same time, a mentality of not wanting them to be distant from the town would probably also come into play. If that were the case, they would come up with some sort of reason to ask them to not leave the town, and it would definitely result in them petitioning that they wanted them to protect the town from the ogres that they didn't know when they would come. And it would be fine if the ogres attacked, but in the event that they didn't, they would be confined to the town for who knows how long. If the ogres were to create a settlement on a scale that they couldn't deal with during that time, then there would no longer be anything that they could do. In that case, it would be completely pointless. But there are adventurers in the town's adventurers guild, right? It seems that they just happen to all be out. Luity answered like that to Sharon's words. However, Shion was thinking that that wasn't actually the case. He had no positive proof, but they most likely ran away. For adventurers that don't have the ability for them, ogres were that much of a threat. And then, he couldn't simply criticize them for that. It was because although fighting with one's life on the line was an adventurer's job, throwing away one's life in a fight that had no chance of success wasn't an adventurer's job. That was the job of the feudal lord or the country which should be protecting the population, or the knights that work for them. However, with Luity's position, she probably had scruples over saying that to a student that had a future. In any case, it's not like we can leisurely wait in town for ogres that we have no idea when they will be coming. We should probably go after them from here. For this reason, Shion also made that remark after choosing his words. There wasn't any need to be considerate for humans, but maybe due to what happened last night, a bit of kindness had mixed in before he knew it. That's true. However, even if you say that we should go after them, it's the forest. As Cain seemed to be lost in his words, Nino said that and cut him off. That's right. Ogres have a tendency to live in forests where it's easy to protect. Did you know that? If they are not in the plains, they can only be in the forest. In response to Nino's reasonable words, Luity said that's certainly true and laughed. That's right, ogres lived in forests and mountains. goblins that lacked intelligence would create settlements without minding if it was in the grasslands or the plains, but ogres were different. They who possessed intelligence wouldn't create settlements in places like that. In that case, it makes things simple. When Luity said that, she started pouring magical power into the magic ball. For Steiner, he will wait here on standby, and if anyone suspicious draws near, I have told him to deal with them appropriately. That would be good. Since it wasn't like they could charge into the forest with the earthworm, that was probably appropriate. Of course, it would probably be all right even if it charged in, but there was also the possibility that the foundation of the town's livelihood was forestry. In that sort of case, pointlessly making trees useless would cause a bad result. In that case, we'll be walking from here, won't we? Yeah. It would be best to keep the encampment tools to a minimum as well. Shion answered like that to Kane, and Nino briskly started to pack Shion and Nino's share of luggage. Sharon also mimicked her and hurriedly started to work, but it seemed that she couldn't do it like Nino, who was a pro at those routine tasks. Incidentally, Shion wasn't very good at that sort of work. From the time he was in the Dark Continent, he only had no exposure to it since Ichika and Nino would be too helpful, and if anything, he was the type that would pack too much. Once the preparations are done, let's immediately head out. Luity, who, although didn't have the same speed as Nino, finished packing her luggage with good skill, announced that while helping Sharon out. After seeing Nino stand there without helping out, Shion thought that part of Luity was the part as an educator. Or, it might be due to the fact that Nino wasn't kind to anyone other than Shion. Yosh, it's done. With Kane being the last one to complete his preparations, he climbed down the rope ladder. How they left with the rope ladder still in a state of being left down made one have questions about it in terms of crime prevention, but no one felt that there would be anyone that would think of trying to steal the earthworm. It was completely different from stealing a horse, and if someone were to try and do that, the possibility of them being turned into mincemeat by the earthworm was higher. The fact that Luity possessed a stable for her own personal use in the royal capital was not for the reason of crime prevention, but out of consideration so that injured people wouldn't be pointlessly produced. At the same time that she was being fussy over that part as an educator, it was also something requested from the guards of the royal capital. Therefore, there was absolutely no problem in leaving the earthworm here alone. Well then, let's get going. Everyone nodded at Luity's command. They would go past the town from here and go deep into the forest. The ogres were most likely there. Chapter 45. It's quiet. A few hours after entering the forest, within the quiet stirring of the trees, Sharon muttered those few words, "It sure is." After a bit of silence, Luity answered her like that. It simply sounded like the details of their conversation was that it looked like a normal forest without any ogres. And in fact, Sharon's muttering had that sort of meaning, but Luity's answer to her was different. It had a meaning that ogres lived quietly in forests. It showed that ogres demonstrated that they possessed aspects as folk that live in forests. In fact, in cases where goblins lived in the forest, they would pointlessly raise flirtatious voices, and pointlessly clear away trees. They would bite into the forest, and even cause fires. With that way of doing things, they could be called sworn enemies to the Sylphid, who many of them lived together with the forest. However, what about ogres? There were no cut-open paths, and looking at the appearance of it, there wasn't any sort of difference from a normal forest. If one excluded the fact that they preyed upon mankind, they could be said to be creatures that are able to coexist with the forest. However, that was also a source of bitterness for Luity, who was a Sylphid. She disliked the fact that ogres shared something in common with the Sylphids. She disliked and couldn't stand the fact that she possessed more of a favorable impression of the ogres that moved as if weaving through the forest than the humans that cut through the forest and created paths. Due to reasoning as a human, she suppressed her instinctive emotions as a Sylphid. It was because of that Luity made a short response. "Are you all right?" Luity trembled a bit at Shion's words. She thought that he might have seen through what was inside her heart, but then immediately changed her mind, thinking that there was no way he could have. She made herself consent to the idea that her moment of discord had probably made her look like her condition had gone bad. It would be better to not push yourself. Yes, I am fine. In response to Nino's words, who had followed up after Xion, Luoty lightly shook her head and answered like that. Reorganizing herself with her pride as an educator, Luoty returned to her usual style. Due to this, she hadn't noticed the out-of-place feeling that she probably would have had if she were her usual self. That the words that Xion and Nino said just now were not questions about Luoty's health, but about her heart. That she herself had asked herself if it was all right to be an ally of humans, was something she hadn't noticed. Still, just how should we search for them? Even if we blindly search for them like this? Sharon nodded at Kane's words. The forest was deep, and if they just walked about like this, they wouldn't know if they found traces of the ogres. Thieves and bandits would also hide in places like forests and mountains, and they would even do so after making their own traces hard to find. In fact, the Jeel Great Forest, that is said to be a natural stronghold and conceals the country of the Jeel Forest Kingdom, is said to continuously bewilder uninvited guests. Even if it didn't go that far this time, searching for ogres that were lurking within a forest is difficult for amateurs. I have a way. That is why Xion said that. Xion did not have the time to spend several days on an ogre search like this. He needed to quickly defeat them, and turn it into a direction of being a trivial situation. Unlike Luoty, who stubbornly would not break her status as a chaperone, Xion did not have the time to wait for Kane and Sharon to notice. It seems that cases missing persons have already appeared, but if they were turned into ogre food in the current situation, then that limits who the victims are quite considerably. Could it be, were they lumberjacks? Xion nodded at Kane, who shouted that. That's right. The fact that the ogres haven't attacked the town means that there is a possibility that the ogres have not yet noticed the town, which would have been a feeding ground for them. And then, with the fact that cases of missing persons had appeared in this situation, one could hypothesize that they were people who entered the ogre's range of action. In this situation, the range would be the forest, but when speaking of humans that would expressly go into such a place, the first ones that came to mind were lumberjacks. With the town being this close to the forest, one could imagine that forestry would be popular to a certain extent. Furthermore, when that forestry was turned into an impossible situation due to ogres, one could understand how they got into a situation where they had a cornered mentality to the point that they made an appeal for aid. Then that means that they might appear in the place that the lumberjack people did their job. That's right. The site that had become the current logging spot most likely overlapped the ogre's area of activity. Of course, it might have been a mere coincidence at first. However, ogres had a high amount of intelligence. If they understood that it was a site where they were clearly doing something, they could surely predict that the lumberjacks weren't there by coincidence. Humans are coming to cut trees, they might understand that much. That's right, just as Nino said, if they noticed that the purpose humans came to the forest was to cut down trees, the labor for ogres to search for humans would become alarmingly easy. An axe striking a tree was a unique sound. If they progressed through the forest relying on that, then humans would be there. From the ogre's point of view, there was no easier hunt than this. In that case. Kane started to say something right there, but going as if he had realized something, he sent his gaze to Luoty and sank into silence. What Kane was about to say was simple, and was that if they were to cut down a tree, then they would be able to lure the ogres. That was correct, but there were problems as well as mistakes with it. First, if one were to say if they could draw ogres to them or not, it was possible. Ogres would come without a doubt. However, Luoty, who was a sylphid, would have a worse impression of them. Sylphids could be convinced that logging for the sake of one's livelihood was needed, but to do meaningless logging, a normal sylphid would fire an arrow at them. Even if Luoty would not go that far, her impression regarding Kane would probably become the worst. And then, there was also the problem that there was no guarantee that all of the ogres would come to them. For example, If there was only one of them, then it would probably be fine like that. However, if there were several of them, the possibility that all of them would come was extremely low. Even for humans that were encamping at night, they would split up between being on standby at their base and going out hunting. Ogres would definitely do that as well. You did a good job of finding what we should focus on. After seeing through Kane's discord, Shion said that and nodded. The aspect of luring them wasn't bad, but because he thought of annihilating all of them right there, the difficulty of the strategy would increase. If there was a method to lure them, there was only one thing that they should do. And then, that was possible for Shion's group. Nino. Can you do it? NN, simple. She was probably thinking the same thing the Shion was thinking. Nino responded like that to Shion's words, you couldn't possibly doing what I think you're going to do. We'll be considerate of the trees. That is not what I mean. Possible for Nino. Having noticed Shion and Nino's idea, Luity showed her disapproval, but Nino shut that out with a few words. And then, having noticed what she was going to do, Kane looked at Nino and made a difficult face.
I don't get it.
What's going on? In response to Sharon, who had grabbed onto Kane's arm and shook it, Kane asked Shion with his gaze. When Kane saw Shion make a small nod, Kane put it into words, it means that we will have the ogres guide us. They would be guided by the ogres. Seeming to have been excessively confused from imagined a surreal scene from those words, Sharon was at her wit's end. In other words, something like, charm magic? In response to that answer that was let out with great trouble, Shion shook his head side to side. That was also possible, but it wasn't certain. As long as it wasn't certain, it wasn't a measure that they should take now. Well, seeing it once is better than hearing it 100 times. Let's head to the logging site. If it was the logging site, there was no mistake that it would be a place close to the town. After thinking about that, one could say that the fact that the town wasn't attacked yet was fortunate, but that was not something that should be said right now. With everyone nodding to Shion's proposal, they started to move towards the logging site. Chapter 46. Not here. A giant wearing sparkling iron armor muttered that. He breathed a sigh, sounding disappointed, but only had a disappointment at the level of hoping for the next time. This was a place where many trees that were chopped down were left behind. The giant's companion finding a human here happened not long ago. He immediately understood that a male human armed with an axe was cutting a tree. It was said that since it was the best chance, he immediately swooped down and killed him with a single attack. The man asked a question to his companion that brought it back just like that and boasted about it. He asked what was that human trying to do by cutting down trees? In the end, the giants didn't know what the reason why the human was cutting down trees even after discussing it, but they were able to understand that humans would come to the forest in order to cut down trees just by looking at this place. What was here were many stumps that were made after cutting down the trees. They thought that they might have intended on living here, but in that case, it was only men that came here. Also, they had not caught sight of any of them over the past few days. By some chance, they might be on their guard, but in that case, he might need to go a bit afar in order to hunt humans. Thinking that, the ogre caressed the two splendid horns that grew on his head. Guess I'll head back. While muttering that, the ogre turned back. Gakari, the armor that sounded such a small metallic sound, was nothing more than the weight of casual wear to the ogre. Even the sound that resounded from it, to the ogre, it was a sound that he had grown accustomed to. However, to the green young lady that was concealing her presence up in the trees, that sound was something noisy. While looking down on the ogre that was below her, Nino thought back upon the details of the strategy. This place was the working area of the lumberjacks. It was a logging site. Most likely, it was the place where the missing persons, or rather, the humans who had become the ogre's food, had first started appearing, and was a place that probably entered the ogre's patrol route. The strategy that Shion made was extremely simple. She would track the ogre that came to the logging site and discover their base. That was simply it. And then one that could do that with the greatest probability of success was Nino. It was possible for Luity, who was a sylphid which was strong in the forest, as well, but Xion purposely endorsed Nino. This was not only because Xion was able to trust Nino, but also because he held expectations for the power of Nino's ability, the magic eyes of greenery, which they had kept hidden. Mew. While looking down on the ogre that was harvesting mushrooms, Nino thought. This ogre, just looking at it like this, it was a proper Mazoku. She found it hard to forgive him for not being under Demon King Vermudal's command, but she did not see any sort of shameful actions as a Mazoku from him. He seemed to have more intelligence than a goblin, and although it wasn't to the level of the Bestia, it seemed that his fingers were dexterous. That bunch of guys called Alva were out of the question, but depending on the situation, Nino felt that it would be all right for ogres to fall under the command of the Demon King army. They couldn't enter as Nino's subordinates, but if they were pressed into Sancred's area, they seemed like they could do a good amount of work. Umu. Carrying mushrooms with a satisfied look, the ogre resumed its progress. Nino jumped from tree to tree chasing after him. The sounds that should have been made as she did so were camouflaged by the plant manipulation ability of her magic eyes of greenery, or were erased. Within the forest where the rustling of trees naturally resounded, unless a great amount of coincidences occurred at the same time, it was close to impossible to notice Nino, who was using her magic eyes of greenery. In fact, the ogre didn't notice her at all and walked while humming a tune. Although it is misfortunate, it cannot be helped. With a volume that could not be heard by anyone, Nino muttered, It could be said that the ogre's misfortune was that they were born in this Shatire continent. The existence of these ogres itself made mankind anxious, and would connect to the Demon King revival theory before long. When it becomes like that, the hero would appear once again. Of course, Nino personally had no intention of losing. Seeing as how she was able to infiltrate this country, even if a hero was summoned, the chance to kill them would come at any time. No, on the contrary, she could make even the royal castle fall right away. As for the reason why Xion didn't implement that, even Nino understood that it was because Xion held something mysterious that was close to attachment to humans for some reason. It seemed that Ichika knew something, but no matter how many times Nino asked her, she wouldn't answer her. After actually coming to the Shatire continent, Nino also came into contact with humans, but it was nothing but days of pain where she felt an unfillable trench. They were overly embellished clumps of rotten poison that spouted out lip service. Nino was unable to understand why Xion was attached to humans which were inferior to even amoeba. However, Nino felt that his attachment seemed to be fading little by little recently. However, it was still not there yet. Besides, she was able to understand the reason why Xion was aiming to avoid war with mankind, and consequently avoid the hero summoning. It was for this reason that it couldn't be helped right now. I'm back. Didn't find any humans. A place that seemed to be an open space that was coincidentally made within the forest. Seeing the group of ogres that were there, Nino made a thin smile. That's right, it couldn't be helped right now. It also couldn't be helped that she was moving in order to dispel the humans' anxiety. It also couldn't be helped that she was traveling together with humans. It also couldn't be helped that she couldn't cut anyone down in this place in order to pretend to be a normal human. It also couldn't be helped that the ogres of this place would be annihilated together with humans. It can't be helped, it is for Xion Summer's sake after all. That is why, she muttered die to them in her mind. Like that, Nino returned to the path she came through while a dark brilliance dwelled within her green eyes. I have found them, Xion Summer. Their number is 5, it is an acceptable limit. Ah, thank you for your hard work, Nino. Well then, I guess we should get going. Like that, Xion also returned a dark smile that no one else in the vicinity back to Nino. Where they headed to was the location of the ogres. As long as Cain and the others were there, they couldn't possibly go all out, but that would probably be enough. Or rather, the current Xion didn't feel like proactively defeating them. His gaze was turned towards Sharon, towards the blue-haired young girl that was said to use summon magic. I am looking forward to it. Xion softly muttered that. Those words did not reach the ears of anyone other than Nino. Chapter 47. The open space coincidentally made within the forest. In front of the ogres that were chatting about something there, a green figure of a person fluttered down. When the ogres noticed that it had come down from in between the trees, the green young lady Nino calmly made an announcement. Although I have no particular grudge against you, this is an order after all. By the time the ogres noticed the sparkling curved blades that were in each of her hands, both arms of one of them were already fluttering about in the air. Gar, gar. Maybe that scream had become a signal. Several arrows pierced the head of the ogre that lost both of his arms. The one that fired arrows that easily pierced through his hard cranium was Luati. Soon a heavy sound was made. And while in confusion of the sound of their comrade falling, the remaining ogres took up their own weapons. They were being attacked. Their comrade was killed. That fact spread out among the ogres together with rage. Attack Earth. Together with Shion's voice, a huge mass of rock that was much bigger than an ogre's head was created, and sent one of the ogres flying. Ga-ah. Ku. Together with a voice of anger, an ogre swung down his iron large sword. Cain fended that off with his sword. Seeing his large sword get stuck as if it was striking the earth, the ogre made an expression that said that he found it hard to believe. That attack that might have crushed a normal sword with the ogre's superhuman strength, Cain caught it without a single nick in his sword and brushed it away. For that, while Cain's ability also played a role, it was probably related to the hardness of Cain's sword. My fragile self implores. Together with Sharon's chant as she had assumed a stance with her staff, a brilliance was lit in the blue-looking precious stone of her staff. I implore a sword. I implore an agent. Although my body is fragile, my heart is stern. My heart has become a sword, and desires a time to be wielded. Therefore, O agent, come forth. I implore that you be here to execute my will. Noticing Sharon's chanting, one of the ogres raised its club overhead and swung it into her to interrupt her, but it was repelled by Shion's attack guard. Don't get in her way. It's just getting to the good part, you know. In response to Shion, who looked like he was enjoying things from the bottom of his heart, the ogre was overawed for an instant, then swung its iron club down on Shion. However, even so, the attack guard that Shion put up was unyielding. And then, a blue brilliance manifested before Sharon, and it repeatedly flickered. Come forth, sword spirit. The cluster of blue light converged together with that voice and took the shape of a person. It was a swordsman. Stylishly wearing loose clothing, it was a gorgeous man. He had languidly taken his stace with the double-edged one-handed sword that he held in his hand, but he did not have a single opening. His whole body uniformly shined blue, emphasizing that he was clearly not a person. That was the sword spirit. The sword spirit that had been summoned by Sharon, keeping its one-handed sword in a poor stance, approached the ogre that repeatedly attacked Shion's attack guard. Who the hell are you? Shion got away from the ogre with a back step, and the sword spirit that slipped in between them made an upward diagonal slash. The ogre that had raised its iron club overhead in order to swing it down once again towards Shion was unable to even defend against it and received the attack. What covered the ogre's body was iron armor. The ogre, thinking that it was a mere attack from a sword, kept its iron club overhead and didn't try to block it. Go, Boer. The result? With an attack that deeply tore through him along with the iron armor, the ogre died. Going Zushin, thud. Leaving the defeated ogre that made a dull and heavy sound as it was, the sword spirit started to run towards the next ogre. It doesn't seem to be commanded, does it? Seeing the state of Sharon, who had placed a hand on her chest and was taking deep breaths, Shion muttered that. The bluely shining sword spirit charged over to where Cain and Nino were fighting on the front line and swung its sword. If that's the case, does it possess its own will? Summon magic. There was no doubt that it literally summoned something that differed from the natural way of things. If it had its own will, It probably wasn't a mere clump of power. Even the earlier chant, rather than being called a chant, one could judge that it was more of an appeal. This meant that this magic known as summon magic still had room for development. It would be a threat to leave it to mankind to use, but there was probably value to bringing it back to the Dark Continent and spreading it about. With the face of someone that would be delighted if he told them about it coming to mind, Xion made a small smile. He couldn't bring them on the journey this time, but if they were to hear about this story, they might get mad that they weren't brought along, is what he thought. While Xion was thinking about such a thing, Nino lopped off the head of an ogre. What was troublesome about ogres was that they had tenacious vitality. There were cases where they were still alive even if their heads were lopped off. Since its head itself could also move, there were many that would drop their guard and end up being taken down together with it. The reason why ogres were said to possess 3 souls was due to this. However, there was no one here that dropped their guard. The sword spirit severed an arm that remained holding onto the axe, and Cain slashed his sword diagonally from the shoulder of the other ogre. O light, gather and penetrate my enemy, Gillo light. 1. Cain pointed the hand opposite from the hand that held his sword towards the ogre, and from the palm, a dazzling beam was shot. That beam pierced the ogre's chest, and vanished. Staring at the hole that opened up in its own chest with a surprised face, the ogre died just like that. Oh, ooh, my dear brothers. The last remaining ogre, while keeping its large sword at the ready, had tears flowing from its eyes and was wailing. The brothers that had pride in their tenacious bodies, but never acted haughty about it, and trained and raised each other up. The fact that they were so easily massacred. The absurd reality that they were suddenly attacked. He lamented over all of that. However, the ogre then changed his mind. Hunting was a natural right as a living creature. Just like how ogres hunted humans, humans could also hunt ogres. Being hunted by such strong people, becoming part of their flesh and blood, and existing like that would become the best memorial service for his brothers. That is why he also needed to boldly fight as a warrior. I am the ogre warrior, Guardian. I come forth. I am Nino. I will remember that name for now. The large sword that Guardian swung down drew near Nino together with a thunderous roar. From up above to down below. Nino evaded that attack that, although simple, boasted having the strongest power and then used that large sword as a foothold and jumped. New. Rest, Guardian. The Nino that drew near right before his eyes, and her swung curved blades. Seeing those, Guardian sensed his own defeat. Even so, feeling that just sitting like that and dying wasn't good, Guardian quickly raised his large sword overhead but, being faster than him, Nino lopped off Guardian's head and landed. Guardian's body that had lost its head slashed the air where nothing was there, and just like that, collapsed face up on the ground. And then, Guardian's body stopped moving completely. It seems to be over. Hearing Luoti's words, Sharon sat down as if she lost her strength. The sword spirit smiled with a sneer, turned into beads of light, and vanished. Cain hurriedly ran over to Sharon. Hey, are you all right? Why, yeah. I'm just a bit tired. While Luoti was pleasantly looking at the state of those two, Xion approached Guardian's group and looked down upon them. Although they were called ogres, there were a wide variety of them, but Xion thought that these ogres were respectable Mazoku. Even if they were Mazoku where he didn't know who had made them, when compared to the Mazoku of the Dark Continent's former western part, they could be said to be noble. Due to that, Xion judged that they were Mazoku worthy of adding them as subordinates. In any case, there is no guarantee that the ogres' corpses won't invite other threats. Since I will be disposing of them with strong magic, please go back ahead of me. When Xion said that with a serious face, Luoti nodded back, also thinking that that is what should be done. I understand. Cain-kun, Sharon-san, let's go. Ah, yes. After seeing off Cain's group as they went on the return trip under Luoti's guidance, Xion turned his gaze towards Nino. I think it was a risky wager. It is because Nino is an actor. No problem. While looking down on Gudion's headless corpse, Nino replied. Besides, Shion Summer was thinking the same thing, right? Well, pretty much. While breathing a sigh, Shion replied to Nino, who had picked up Gudion's head and placed it in front of his corpse. After confirming that Nino had stepped back a bit, Shion chanted a single magic. Rebirth. It was recovery magic that could heal even fatal wounds. Connecting Gudion's head and body that should have been separated, it returned to being a body without a single wound. That being said, if it were a human, it would only finish at being a corpse without an scratch. However, Gudion was an ogre that could live even after having its head sent flying. He glaringly moved his eyes, and slowly raised the upper half of his body. Why? The moment she lopped off his head, Nino muttered to Gudion to stay like that and not move. Although he did not know the reason, Gudion accepted the command of Nino, who was the victor. However, after seeing himself being saved like this, Gudion was unable to understand the reason why humans would save him. Even so, thinking that there should be a reason, there was only a small portion, but he remembered stories of cases where those of his race abducted the females of mankind and turned them into their wives. It wouldn't be strange if there was also the opposite of that. He did not boast about it, but Gudion had confidence that he himself had a beautiful form among ogres. With his prominent 2 horns, his beautiful darkish skin, and his thoroughly tempered large build, he had the self-confidence that he would be found as charming. The female in front of him that called herself Nino was small and slender. For Gudion, he did not find that charming at all, and Gudion thought that that was most likely the case even among mankind. Thinking that in that case, it couldn't be helped that she sought after the charming male Gudion, Gudion consented to the idea. His brothers being killed was something sad, but seeing as how they had lost, it couldn't be helped. As for he himself, with the fact that he lost but also had his life saved, he had no right to complain. Above all, for her to have gone that far and seeking him as her spouse, even Gudion had no choice but to accept. Understood. Why don't we make some strong kids? Shion Summer, this guy has the same smell as Orlok. Being reminded of the bestia who was working hard on routine tasks of the Demon King Castle in the Dark Continent, Nino made a disgusted face. After Shion placed a hand on Nino's head while making a wry smile, he turned his gaze to Gudion. He had already confirmed that there was no one nearby. It was for this reason that Shion made this announcement. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Vermudal, the Demon King. Nino. Demon King Summer's attendant. Demon King. Hearing those words, Gudion felt a bit of surprise. Demon King, however, Shukla Summer had died before I was born. I do not know of that fellow called Shuklas. However, if you say that you are a Mizoku, then you have the right to serve me, the Demon King. He purposely did not use the word duty. The fact is that Gudion that ogres were not Mizoku that Shion created, and this was purely him scouting him. Shion thought that Gudion had the right to choose. And because of that, he was even thinking that it would be fine to recreate the ogres as a subordinate race with Gudion as the base. How about it, Gudion? You have the right to choose. What will happen to my brothers? Unfortunately, they are dead. Besides, the one I have expectations of is you. Hearing Shion's words, Gudion closed his eyes and thought. And then, after a few seconds, Gudion made a short answer, understood. I will obey. I see. In that case, since I will be sending you over, rely on a man called Sankreed. If you say that you were referred by me to the Mizoku that are over there, they should bring you to him. After confirming that Gudion nodded, Shion turned his staff of holy silver to Gudion. Gate. After confirming that Gudion's body was engulfed in light, Shion turned his eyes to the corpses of the remaining ogres. Softly muttering something, Shion invoked his magic. With only that, the corpses of the ogres excluding Gudion vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Let's head back, Nino. Like that, the adventurer Shion headed towards the entrance to the forest together with Nino. While the truth was known to no one. Only the fact that the ogres that attacked the logging site were annihilated was left there. Translator's notes. 1 original, read as, rough translation, focused light attack, reason for translated name, assumed that it shortened guillotine for the gillo part. Chapter 48. It was an infinite darkness. No matter how far one went, there was no end. No matter how long one waited, there was no dawn. There was one spot where there was light. A throne that floated within the darkness only there. A dark clump that had the shape of a person sat on that throne. Its shining red eyes, they asserted that it wasn't just some darkness or a type of shadow. Then again, it wasn't like that was its true form. But it wasn't like it had a true form. It became like this after abdicating its right and responsibility to establish its form. That was all. That thing that had abdicated even its name, it was something called the demon god. Demon god. The summit of all demons. The creator of all demons. The enemy of all good. The enemy of all evil. The tolerator of all good. The tolerator of all evil. The one who affirms all contradictions. The one who transcends all logic. In this place where even chaos is seen as well-reasoned, the demon god looked down upon the thing that was before its eyes. Ha! A listless face befitting of that little girl appearance. A sigh befitting of that little girl appearance. From atop the oversized chair, the demon god effortlessly tumbled down. Staying collapsed on the floor just like that, she rolled forward. She rolled back. When she bumped into the chair and stopped, the demon god breathed a sigh once more. You are surprisingly doing your best. I can't tell if your true nature is that you're diligent or if you're prone to worrying. Prone to worrying. What the demon god was referring to was Vermudal. Gramthea was an idiot that didn't think about consequences, but you yourself are too prone to worrying. This was something that Vermudal did not know, but the human side's hero was already born. However, for the time being, he has not awakened as the hero. It was that sort of situation. Most likely, at the time the people would try to perform the ceremony for the hero summoning, the goddess Philia intended on informing them of the hero's existence. Gods occasionally had the tendency to prefer having things done with that sort of ceremony. For right now, that hadn't happened due to Vermudal's frantic maneuvering to avoid war. That is probably how things were. With this sort of meaning, Vermudal's scheming could be said to be a success. But, you know, Vermudal. You're surprisingly stupid too, aren't you? When the demon god caressed the black floor with her hand, that part of the darkness became transparent as if it were peeling off. What was displayed beyond that was a black-haired man. It was a scene of Vermudal reading a book. After seeing that figure and distorting her face looking delighted, the demon god muttered, Even though there isn't any remains of the you from when you were human, no matter where you search. You're still intending on being a former human. That's right, the Vermudal from when he was human had died in his original world. The demon god did not remember what his original name was, but the demon god had smashed that soul to very small pieces and reconstructed it. Since it was used as the raw material, there were probably some memories left within him. However, Vermudal wasn't a so-called reincarnator. It was because reincarnation was where a soul is transferred into a different vessel. Due to the norm of the soul not matching with the world in doing so, those reincarnated into another world would awaken to strange powers. However, Vermudal was different. The demon god had went out of her way to construct it so that it would match with the norm of Remphilia. Without any complications, Vermudal was a Mazoku of Remphilia, and the demon king. Therefore, even now, Vermudal was acting with the long-term interests of Mazoku as the top priority. Making maximum use of his own authority of creating Mazoku, he tried to eliminate any factors that were outside of his own control. That was fine. But, however, he had a strange leniency towards mankind, especially humans. It wasn't hard to imagine that it was most likely the part of him that was a former human that was influencing him. The cool-headed sense of ethics as a demon king and the sense of ethics as a human of his former world simultaneously existed within him. And that surely held true due to his expectations towards humans. I can understand since I was once human, so we should be able to compromise with each other. That sort of sentiment was still within Vermudel. However, Vermudel did not understand it. You've already overlooked several signs. The trigger that Vermudel was dealing with was simply something small. The damage done by monsters certainly instigates anxiety, and connects to the Demon King revival theory. Dealing with that was correct. Collecting information while doing that and performing past countermeasures is also correct. He had even obtained new information called summon magic. But, however, Vermudel had forgotten. Certainly, the ones that destroyed Gramphia were the hero and humans, it was mankind. That being said, who were the ones that helped them out? Who were the ones that gave them the power to destroy the Demon King, the system known as heroes? He had excluded the ones known as gods from his thinking, and thought only of the workings of those that lived on the earth. And then, above all, Vermudel was making light of the dirtiness of humans. Actually, I do think that you are hanging in there, Vermudel. While rolling about on the floor that had once again been concealed in darkness, the demon god smiled. For a demon king to personally associate with humans, surely no one would have ever thought of that. Moreover, to be moving in order to avoid war with mankind, surely no one would ever believe that. However, the world won't be at peace with only that. Certainly, just like in the past, there are many that fear the outbreak of a war between Mazoku and mankind. However, the happy ending of a hero defeating the Demon King only happens in heroic tales, and reality isn't like that. Why was mankind's territory the Shatire continent divided into several countries? That reason is something that Vermudel didn't think deeply about. It is because he unconsciously had hopes for humans that he overlooked the signs. I won't call it futile effort. Even if it continues on into despair. Raising her body up, the demon god sat down in her chair. In the near future, you will be complete as the Demon King. Just who will become the trigger for that? I suppose I'm looking forward to seeing that just a little bit. That was a spectacle scene from the demon god. An overlooking muttering that wasn't transmitted to any of the living creatures in the land of Remphilia, not even to Vermudel. That was simply all it was.